Hello warriors, welcome back. I know this is the last part of your series and I'm assuming that you've already completed part 1 and part 2 and I'm already feeling confident. If you have completed, a big thumbs up for you, because I know it's not a joke to have sat for 14 hours and completed part 1 and part 2. But if you have still come down to part number 3 and are looking forward to this video, then you are already through. You have made the dedication and passion to yourself to clear examinations, and Rahul Bhaiya is with you on this journey. So yes, part number 3 is going to be the most detailed video with 8 hours worth of coverage, which is going to cover a lot of chapters for you. Now, most of the chapters are miscellaneous enough, but still carries equal amount of weightage as much as part 1 and part 2 does. So yes, in this part number 3, you're going to start with clubbing. We're going to then go off to set off and carry forward, because these two questions together carry 6 marks in question number 4. Then we have your deductions, which is going to be part of question number 1. We are going to have AMT discussions, not being tested for a very long time, but still part of comprehensive guidelines and therefore putting it out for you. DTR discussions, as soon as we have technically done this DTR discussions in every chapter anyways, but I've still done a dedicated video on the DTR as well, just so you have a confidence on it. As soon as that got over, we did the most important thing, people, which is practicing comprehensive questions together. Here, you and I will be sitting together and you'll be discussing with me the comprehensive question. You'll be taking out 10-15 minutes of your time and you'll be marking the adjustments from your side, seeing if you're covering everything off. Then Rahul Bhaiya will tell you what and all adjustments you missed out, and then we will sit and do a whole practice of those two questions. Solid 2.5 hours went into this itself, people, because I wanted you to see the flow of the diagram. I wanted you to see what you were missing out. At the same time, I wanted you to learn how to present your paper and examination in the most cleanest format. So yes, Rahul Bhaiya also took efforts to write this down, and I expect you people taking the same efforts from your side as well. Please ensure that you enjoy the comprehensive questions as much as possible, because this is your 15-mark question in examination. Yes, then we moved on to the return filing and TDS, which is your last set of questions. Return filing for your 4 marks, which is coming in question number 4, and TDS and TCS, because that has for late become a very serious topic for your question number 2 and your MCQ question format, carrying 6 marks in examination. We have tried our level best to make sure that TDS and TCS is taught to you in the most simplified format. I did have a dedicated video on this, but we still did it in marathon in a more detailed manner, in a more comprehensive manner, with the quizzes and everything, so that you are now able to answer things properly along with me. I hope you have enjoyed every marathon series till now, and you're definitely going to enjoy this marathon series as well, because this is the last of your marathon. And with this marathon getting over, you and I successfully complete direct tax for our examinations. All right. Yes, therefore, I would like you all to complete this video in the same serious note that you've completed the part 1 and part 2. And once you complete part number 3, if you have time in life, people, please make sure that you take one mock paper at least and practice it from your side. Trust me when I tell you this time when you take up the mock paper, you are going to feel a lot more confident that you would have ever felt in the past. But yes, at the same time, if you have been dilly-dallying the last few times, and for the first 2 parts you have not taken the same amount of seriousness that I expected for you to complete this in 7 hours, you've been delaying the process. Please don't delay the process for this marathon. If you are completing this marathon, please ensure to complete this in a single sitting. Sit for maybe a day or 2, maybe having your breaks in the middle, but please ensure that you complete it on time so that you can spend time on your other subjects as well. Yes, thank you everyone for watching this marathon with me. I'm really very happy that you're enjoying it along with me. Please drop in your feedbacks to me at any point of time, and I'll be loving to hear back from you if you have any suggestions, feedbacks, any other recommendations that I can do from my side to make sure that you complete your attempts as soon as possible. Yes, Rahul Bhaiya is sitting here and is available for you at any given point of time to discuss any single matter with you. But yes, efforts are always going to be from your end to start with. So you build the initiative with me, you come and reach out to me, you tell me how the suggestions were, you give me all the feedbacks, you give me any areas for improvement, you tell me what further can I do for you, and I will promise you that I will do it no matter what. We are completing this marathon in a very serious note. We've already done the assignment series, which I'm sure you've already enjoyed. We've already discussed the compulsory questions in the past, which I'm sure you've already enjoyed. We've already had good sessions on the marathon series. We have already had test series so that you have done your preparations well. So yes, your preparations are already through. Nothing else is required from your side. Chill out, take back, have confidence in yourself, move to the other subjects, complete the group as much as possible. Come back to me and let me know that you have become a qualified CA Inter person as soon as possible, because Rahul Bhaiya is looking forward to that very, very eagerly. That's it from my side, people. Thank you so much for listening to this instructions once again. Back to the video, complete the marathon, and then let's move on forward to the next set of discussions. Take care, everyone. I look forward to seeing you all very, very soon in a new setup, with a new atmosphere, with the new insights from your side, with the expectation that you will now join me back at CA final very, very soon. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful day ahead. A simple topic to discuss, people. We are discussing one of the mandatory questions that I prefer you writing in examination, topic called clubbings. Topic called clubbings. A easy 6-mark question in examination carrying as a part of question number 4A, which can get you easy marks in examination. Very small, very sweet, very nice topic to discuss. Let's understand the topic in detail. Let's understand what and all are there. This topic basically triggers any kind of discussions where you're trying to avoid taxes. You're trying to avoid taxes, which means income tax says it may be possible that an income is earned by a person, but I will ask another person to pay his tax. I'll ask another person to pay his tax, the person who legally was supposed to pay it in the first place. Yes. So clubbing of income talks about discussing who is the receiver and who should be paying the tax. In all logical sense, if I am receiving the income, I am the one responsible to pay the tax. But it can happen that I am receiving the income, but the legal owner of this income is someone else, and therefore I would like him to pay my tax. That is the conversation. Yes. Now, as you start this chapter, people, let's understand a couple of things. First, the heading says clubbing of incomes, which means the first and the most important thing, what gets clubbed is income. What gets clubbed is income, not the money. Which means, for example, I have received salary of 1 lakh and income tax says you should be paying tax on it. People who receive salary, I received salary of 1 lakhs and income tax says you should be paying tax on it. Understand, what will club in your hand is not 1 lakh, because 1 lakh is the salary I received. I am eligible for standard deduction of 50,000, which means what get clubbed in your hand is not 1 lakh. The income getting clubbed is 50,000 rupees. Step number 1. Is there any doubts on this step? Yes. Step number 2, the most important step, people, you will pay tax in the same head in which I will pay tax. Which means if I received salary, it was taxable under salaries, which means if you receive salary, it will be taxable under salaries, and that's the conversation. Yes. So 2 and the most important things for you to trigger this chapter is that you will tax only income and you will tax it in the same head I will tax it. You will tax it in the same head as I will tax it. Are the ground rules clear? Yes. With that understanding, let's understand the topics. There are a couple of things which you need to know clubbing about. The first thing on the screen, as it says, transfer of income without transferring asset, which means I am going to send away my income to you, but the asset will still remain to me. The asset will still remain to me. Who received the income? Who received the income? I gave it to you. I gave it to you, which means at the end of the day, you are now the owner of the income. But are you the owner of the asset? No. Income tax says if I am going to transfer my income to you without transferring the asset to you, then the income will also be taxable in my hands. The income will be taxable in my hands, not in the person who receives the money. Not in the hands of the person who receives the money. For example, if I say, if A has the right to receive the rent from the house property and he transfers it to his brother, who is receiving the rent right now? Brother. But who should have received the rent? A. Who will pay tax on rent? A. Under the head IFHP after claiming 30% standard deduction. Yes. So transferring of income without transferring asset. Are we clear? Yes. Second one is called transferring asset on revocable basis, which means now I am sending away my asset to you, but I'm saying I can take back the asset on my wish. I can take back the asset whenever I want from you, which means asset order control is still with me, and therefore income should also be taxable for me. That is what the understanding is. Yes. So transferring of asset on a revocable basis will also become taxable in the hands of the transferor. Will also become taxable in the hands of transferor. Now look carefully. If I am having an asset and I am transferring this asset to you on irrevocable basis, irrevocable basis meaning control with you, control is with you. In that case, will income get clubbed? No. Will income get clubbed? No. However, if I tell I will give the asset to you, I will give the asset to you and I am telling you, you should pay some part of the income back to me. Some part of the income back to me, something about the transaction seems wrong. In that case, income tax will say, beta, then also you are only taxable. Who is taxable? I am taxable. The person who first transferred the asset. Yes. So look at 3 items, people. Item number 1 was transferring income without transferring asset. Item number 2 was transferring asset on revocable basis. Item number 3 was transferring asset on irrevocable basis, but benefit is coming back to me. Benefit is coming back to me. Now pay attention to the third one, people. Income tax says if the benefit is coming back to Rahul, Rahul is taxable for the entire income, even if Rahul only received part of it. Even if Rahul only received part of it. For example, I give the asset to you. and the asset is fetching a rent of 1 lakh. Rahul says only 10,000 you give back to me, I'm fine. Income tax says even if 1 rupee is coming back to Rahul, the whole 1 lakh is taxable for Rahul. The whole 1 lakh is taxable for Rahul. So be very careful. The last line says the entire income of the transferred asset will be taxable for Rahul. Will be taxable for Rahul. Are we clear? Yes. Third one, it says remuneration given to spouse in a concern where I have substantial interest, which means my spouse is working in a concern in which I have substantial interest. In that case, income tax says the spouse order salary will be taxable in my hand. The spouse order salary will be taxable under my hand if in this concern I have substantial interest, and 2, the spouse does not have required qualifications. The spouse does not have required qualifications. Once again, people, what is happening? I am giving my spouse a salary from my concern in which I have substantial interest, and the spouse does not have required qualification. Then I will be taxable for that salary under the head salaries. Under the head salaries, it may be my concern, it may be my business, but she would have been taxable under salaries. So I will also be taxable under salaries after granting standard deduction. After granting standard deduction. Are we clear? Yes. The only catch point here is, people, income taxes, substantial interest need not be just by Rahul. It is okay if the substantial interest is with Rahul and his relatives. And his relatives. And his relatives is same as PGBP. Matlab not the right side of the family, only my side of the family. Only my side of the family. Which means, if I have to explain this once again, it says spouse should not receive salary from a concern in which either Rahul or Rahul's relatives have substantial interest of more than 20%, and the spouse does not have required qualifications. That is the logic. Any doubts on the logic? Yes. 4. It says if at all any transfer is happening to spouse or to son's wife, if at all any transfer is happening to spouse or to son's wife for inadequate consideration, then whatever first level income they will earn, whatever first level income they will earn will become taxable for me. Will become taxable for me. For this to happen, people, 2 persons are there. Spouse, son's wife, I should get inadequate consideration, and only their first level income is taxable in my hands. What does first level income mean? People, I gave them 1 lakh. They put it in an FD and got 10,000. 10,000 is taxable for me. But then they took the 1 lakh and 10,000 together and again put the money in bank account. This time bank account gave 11,000 rupees. Can you tax 11,000 in my hand? No, because in that 11,000, 1 lakh is only my number. Interest from that is 10,000. So I will only be taxable for 10,000. Only the first level of income will be taxable. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes. Please bear in mind, people, I have a spouse here, and you remember somewhere we discussed, if you transfer spouse house property for inadequate consideration, you will not apply clubbing, you will apply deemed ownership. You will apply deemed ownership. While for a spouse, the logic remains the same. You do either of the two, the answer will not change. It's going to be the same answer, but still the provisions are different. Deemed provision different, clubbing is different. Are we clear? Yes. Here comes an important one. Income tax says if you are going to give money to your spouse and spouse is going to open a business with that, spouse is going to open a business with that, whatever profit the spouse makes will also become taxable for me. Will also become taxable for me, provided how much of my money is in her opening capital. How much of my money is in her? Please bear in mind, it's only the opening capital piece, which means if there is any money not in the opening capital, ignore that number. I'm only looking at the number which is there in her opening capital. So for example, I give 1 lakh rupees to my spouse. Spouse also puts 1 lakh rupee herself. She has now put 2 lakh rupees. When she put 2 lakh rupees, profit came 20,000. This 20,000 will get allocated between Rahul 10,000 and spouse 10,000. Yes, but after this profit was being earned, Rahul gave an extra 1 lakh. Rahul gave an extra 1 lakh. Is it part of the opening capital? No, which means allocation will still happen on 10,000 to 10,000. But this money which Rahul has given will now become opening capital for next year. So next year allocation, like, can I take it? Yes, I can take it. Any doubts on this part? Are we sure about this? Yes, careful on this understanding. Clear? Clear. Then comes another one where income tax says, if I'm going to transfer something to a random person, but the benefit of this will come back to my spouse or son's wife, then also I am taxable. Which means this time I'm not giving directly to spouse. This time I'm giving it to random person asking to use for spouse. Asking to use for spouse. That is also taxable in my hands only to the extent of first level of income. Only to the extent of first level of income. Any doubts on this part? Yes. That brings me to the last and the most important one, which is income of minor child. People, to learn income of minor child, the easiest way I'll tell you. Easiest way, you assume that any income minor child earns is taxable for the parent. You assume any income which is earned by minor child is taxable for the parent whose income is higher. Taxable for the parent whose income is higher. Now I will start removing a few things. First, if the child has any capabilities, if the child got the money by his skill, labor, talent, then it will not be taxable for the parent. Tax it for the child itself. Second, if the child is suffering from any disability, don't tax the parent, tax the child itself. And third, if the house is given to the minor child, don't tax it for the parent whose income is higher, tax it for the transferor itself. Tax it for the transferor itself, which is deemed ownership provision. Please don't grant him 1500 exemption. Please don't grant him 1500 exemption. I'm repeating myself once again. Look carefully. I'm saying all the income which the minor child earns will become taxable for the parent whose income is higher. Remove only three things. One, if the money is come from skill, labor, talent, exclude, tax it for the child. If the money is come for a child who is disabled, remove and tax it for the child. And third, any house given to the minor child will be taxable as per deemed ownership rules and not as per clubbing rules. Is there any doubts? Yes. So which means if I give you an example, I say my child has gone in KBC, Kaun Banega Crorepati, and has earned 10,000 rupees. Taxable for child. This 10,000 rupees child went and put in a bank and bank gave him 1,000 ka interest. Taxable for parent. Taxable for parent because KBC money was his efforts. 1,000 rupees is no skill. It's neither the disability nor nothing, which means even though the first level income is taxable for the child, second level income can become taxable for the parent. Is there any doubts on this part? Yes. Clarification number 2. Income tax says if minor child income is being taxed, you can claim an exemption of 1,500 per child per annum only under ATR. To claim your exemptions accordingly. Any doubts on this part? Yes. This is what the topic looks like, people. That is how the understanding comes back to you. Finally, income tax confirms if you are clubbing income, also club losses. Are we clear? Can you give me the list of all the items, people? First one was transferring income without transferring asset. Second one was transferring asset on revocable basis. Third one was transferring asset on irrevocable basis, but benefit is coming back to me. Even small it is coming, I will tax full value. Fourth, I am going to give remuneration to my spouse in a concern where either I have or my relatives have substantial interest and spouse has no qualifications. Then I am giving anything to my spouse or to my son's wife for inadequate consideration. Only the first level of income is taxable. Fifth, I am giving money to any random person for the benefit of my spouse or son's wife. Only first level income is taxable in my hands. And then any money given to any income earned by minor child will be taxable for the parent whose income is higher. Remove three items: skill, talent, labor. Disability case, house of a minor child will be taxable as per deemed ownership. Where clubbing rules apply, please grant an exemption of 1,500 per annum per child only under ATR scheme. When you club, please make sure club only income after granting deductions. And second, when you're clubbing, club under the same head of income. To complete your clubbing topic off. Any doubts on this part? Easy enough, people. Simple 6 marks in examination. Can you figure out all the adjustments for me? Give it a shot. Yes, let's give it a shot. Let's see if you can answer these questions for me, people. Very simple. I've given you adjustment wise understanding. You have to tell me whether it is taxable or not taxable. But please notice, I want couple of things. First, you will tell me who is going to pay the tax. Second, which head is going to pay the tax. And third, how much amount is he going to pay tax on? 3 elements you have to answer. I've given you space everywhere, people. You're going to answer it accordingly. Yes, come on. It says determine the taxability of the following transactions. Also the person who's liable to pay tax on the same. Question says income is of minor son B from company deposit. People, this is income of minor son. Always taxable for parent whose income is higher. Do you see any skill, any labor, any disability, any house property? Taxable for parent. Yes, so I'm going to say the answer is parent. I'm going to say the answer is parent. Head of income is IFOS. Amount taxable is 13,500 under ATR or 15,000 under DTR. Very simple. Agreed? Agreed? Yes, come on. It says minor daughter P's earning from sports is 32,000. Interest from the bank received by P on deposit made from this is 3,000. Now daughter has earned 2 incomes. One is 32,000, the other is 3,000. People, I will club everything to parent. No. And then I will exclude a few things. Excluding item number 1, out of skill. Which one is skill? 32,000 is out of skill. Matlab 32,000 tax will be on child. So I will say 32,000 P. Yeah, I will say P. Income earning from sports. Matlab PGBP. Amount taxable is 32,000. Amount taxable is 32,000. Sports is a profession, no? Sports person is a professional. PGBP is the income. Agreed? Agreed? Yes. Coming to the parent, people, what is the extra income? 3,000. Can I tax it for the child? Can I tax it for the child? No, because it is not out of her skill or talent, which means it will be taxable for the parent whose income is higher. So I'm going to tax parent ke liye 32,000 under the head. Under the head IFOS. It's a company deposit. Matlab taxable under the head IFOS. Amount taxable is very good 1,500 under ATR and 3,000 under DTR. Agreed? Come on. It says gift received by C on 30th September 25 from the friend of her mother. Hey, who is C? Who is C? We don't know. Let's assume child. Let's assume child. People, child has received a gift from mother's friend. Is she a relative? No. Therefore, fully taxable. Check for a limit of 50,000. Number reached 2,500. Matlab gift is fully exempt. If gift is exempt, clubbing is also. That's all. It will be for the minor separately. You will check for minor level pay 50,000, then club it in the hands of the parent. Exempt as below 50,000. This is what I was trying to clarify to you people. Do you have to apply clubbing? Yes. Is the amount taxable? Yes. But what to tax? Nothing there, because income itself is 0. Because income itself is 0, because the gift is less than 50,000 rupees. Are we clear? Yes, come on. P is the minor daughter's name. Mr. A has a fixed deposit of 5 lakh rupees in a Bank of India. He instructed the bank to credit the interest of deposit from April to March of the savings bank account to Mr. B, son of his brother, to help him in his education. Can you check and tell me which one should I trigger?
Son of brother, saving person B.
Transfer of income without transferring asset. Very good. I have instructed the bank to only give the interest of. I instructed the bank to only give the interest of. Did I ask her to give the bank account? No, which means interest alone is transferred. This is transfer of income. So I'm going to say transfer of income. Transfer of income. A taxable for Mr. A under the head IFOS. Amount taxable. Amount taxable is 45,000. Amount taxable is 45,000 because 5 lakh into 9%. Simple. Simple, simple, careful, careful, careful. Come on. It says A is holding 75% profit share in partnership firm. Mrs. A is receiving commission of 25,000 from the firm for promoting the sales of the firm, whereas Mrs. A receives no technical qualification or professional expertise. This is remuneration given to spouse without adequate qualification, where I have substantial interest. Is all conditions satisfied? 75%, no technical qualification, tax it for the husband, so taxable for Mr. A, head of income. Tax it under. It is your choice. It is your choice. It has not been confirmed anywhere, people. No, at no point of time did they confirm where is Mrs. A doing what. Yes, it has not been confirmed that Mrs. A has been recruited as an employee. It can very well be possible that Mrs. A is a sales agent. If it's not, sorry, then she's an employee, right? Which means if you take it as an employee, if you assume Mrs. A is an employee, you will tax it under salaries, and the problem under salaries is you have to give standard deduction. Taxable amount becomes 0. Option 2, if you say no, she is not an employee but an independent guy, an independent professional, which means you will tax it under PGBP, which means then it will become taxable for 25,000 fully without standard deduction, which means the choice is yours. The choice is yours to come and say. First, I will say amount taxable under salary is nil after SD, or option 2, taxable under PGBP of 25,000. Yes, I will have to check this question, people. Now I have given you as an individual adjustment, so there are multiple thoughts, but as you get a full-fledged question in exam, they will clarify what is the status of the wife. Remuneration is always salary. Yes. Key? Mrs. A, partner of the firm getting no qualification is PGBP because now she is getting salary as a partner, and partner salary is taxable under PGBP only. You can never push it to salaries. We'll discuss. Let me check and come back to you. Yes, yes, come on. Next one says Mr. A is gifting a flat to Mrs. A on 1st April 25. During the financial year, Mrs. A's income from house property computed amount is 52,000 from such flat, taxable for Mr. because of. Very good. Is this clubbing or deemed ownership? This is deemed ownership. So I will taxable for Mr. A because this is transferred to spouse for inadequate consideration. House property has been spoken about. Yes. So this is Mr. A, taxable under HP. Amount taxable is 52,000, but 52,000 is not because of clubbing. It is because of. Very good. Yes, ma. What is 3,500? Is this post office savings? 3,500 is only for post office savings, not for FD. This is fixed deposit. You can make an assumption accordingly on that statement. Yes. When you go to deductions, you can come and talk about that 10,000 deduction also. Yes. Clear? People, Mr. A has gifted 2 lakh rupees to his minor son, who invested the same in a business and has derived 20,000 from his investment. A gifted to minor son, taxable for parent only, because this is income from investment. He did not put efforts for it. He may have put it in the business, but he never told that he did money from business. He got money from investment. This is like an IFOS income, taxable for parent or Mr. A? Taxable for parent. Taxable for parent whose income is higher. You have no confirmation that Mrs. A's income is higher or lower. You cannot make that assumption accordingly, which means again the answer is Mr. Parent or Mrs. Parent. Whatever. You get confused at one point of time. Derive 20,000 from investment, which means taxable under IFOS. Amount taxable is 18,500 under ATR or 20,000 under DTR.
lakhs का gift भी दिया हमने, सिंची में।
2 lakhs is a gift, IFOS related party, fully exempt. That's why I said simplify things, don't overcomplicate it. Yes, next. Loan is received by Mrs. Darya from Ramu and J Private Limited. Darya is holding 35% shares of the company.
10% dividend.
Loan received by a company, not allowed. Not allowed, you should treat it as dividends. The company has incurred loss since inception. Matlab, no accumulated profits. Amount is fully nil and exempt. Amount is fully nil and exempt. What does it have to do with clubbing? Nothing. Sometimes I'll give you useless questions also. Madhav has made a gift of 2,50,000 to his handicapped son Tappan, aged 12 years, which is deposited in a fixed deposit account. Bank gave him a sum of 27,500 as interest. People, first Madhav gave a gift to his own son. Exempt because related party. Now son has gone and put this money in a bank account, got 27,500. Did he get a skill out of it? No. Is it because he's handicapped? Yes, and therefore taxable for Tappan itself. Master Tappan 12 years लिखा है.
Disability के लिए तो deposit के लिए
Any child with a disability will only be taxable for his own incomes. No clubbing will apply. Clubbing is rejected for any disabled child, no matter what the income. Any income of a handicapped child will only be taxable for the handicapped child. Taxable for Tappan. Amount taxable is 27,500. Taxable under OS. Clear? 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 Please be careful, people, that when you're a handicapped child, all your incomes are taxable in your name only. Clubbing itself does not apply. Are we clear? Yes. Come on. Shh. It says Madhav's father gifted equity shares worth 50,000 of an Indian company to Master Manan. Father gave to Manan, his own child, fully exempt because related party, which was purchased by him in 2012. First of all, people, when did he purchase? 2012. When did he gift? 2018. Is it relevant to current year? Skip information. Manan has then received a dividend of 5,000 rupees from these shares in October 25. Did you receive anything current year? Yes. What did you receive? Dividends. Who received? Minor child. To be taxable in the hands of parent whose income is higher, unless there is a skill or disability. Do you see a disability? Is there any skill involved? No. Taxable for the parent. People, will you tax for parent or Madhav's father? Parent only. You don't know what is the status of the mother. Don't confirm that, which means it is parent. Amount taxable OS. Is it 3,500? Doesn't matter. In case of a minor child, income is always taxable for the parent. Doesn't matter who gives the money. Doesn't matter. That's what I said. Hey. Sorry. Manan's father, people, not Madhav's father. My mistake. Copy paste from the previous question. Human errors. Yes, come on. Then what happened? He sold these shares of 1st November 25 for 5 lakh rupees and then deposited another 3 lakh rupees in a company to get 15% interest. Hey, who sold? Manan. Again, Manan has sold it for 5 lakh rupees where father had purchased it for 80,000 rupees. Yes, people, what is the relevance of this 50,000? Nothing. Doesn't make a difference. Yes, understand CG carefully. CG talks about only two things. What is your sale value? What is your purchase value? You sold for 5 lakhs. You purchased for 80,000. 50,000 has nothing to do with the conversation. Not important at all. If it was more than 80,000, then I would have asked, okay, something is wrong. Why did you sell for lower prices? Then I could have asked a question. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Tell me, people, you sold for 5 lakhs. You bought for 8 lakhs. You made a gain of 4 lakh 20. Who made the gain? Manan, taxable in the name of parent whose income is higher. Trading in shares is not a skill. Is not a skill, which means again I will now have one more income, which is long-term capital gains, amount of 2 lakhs, amount of 4 lakh 20, amount of 4 lakh 20. People, can I give another 1500 standard deduction? Why? Because yes, so write it carefully. It is 3500 under ATR, whereas it is 5000 under DTR. Apart from that, I've gotten long-term capital gains of 4 lakh 20. But the question is still not over. They've taken another 3 lakhs. The child took another 3 lakhs and then earned an interest of 15%. Give me the interest amount. Very good. Why? Because you only deposit on 11th. When you only deposit in November, how on earth are you getting interest for full year? Answer is 18,750. Another OS income comes into picture. OS income is 3 lakhs into 15% multiplied with November, December, January, February and March. 5 by 12, 18, 750. People, I've been repeating this again and again. I'm going to repeat another 100 times. Please watch out for the dates. Please watch out for the dates. Yes, come on. Parent, all the three are parent. Minor child does not matter. In the hands of a minor child, every income is taxable for the parent except for 3 cases. Skill, labor and talent, handicapped child, house property for a minor child. Yes, everything else will be taxable for minor child. People, it doesn't matter whether it is 2nd level income or 10th level income. Minor child incomes are always for parent whose income is, careful, clear. Come on. It says salary received by Shri Ram Kumar from a company 1 lakh 80 and Srimati Ram Kumar is also working in the same company getting 2 lakh 40,000. People, Shri is taxable for it is 1 lakh 80,000 minus SD under the head salary. A Srimati is taxable for 2 lakh 40 minus SD under salary. Yes, people, the reason I've given this is for you to realize just because they both are working in the same company does not automatically mean someone is fraud. Unless the question says there is substantial interest and one of them does not have qualification, clubbing will not apply. Clubbing will not apply. Keep it as it is. Correct? Yes. Come on. It says Shri Ram Kumar then transfers a flat to Srimati Ram Kumar on 1st September 25 for adequate considerations. People, I have a problem only with inadequate consideration. This is an adequate consideration case. The rent received from the flat is 9,000 per month. A taxable for both. Taxable for both. You're never going to learn. Never going to learn. Shri and Srimati. People, Shri was having this flat from April to August. Srimati was having it from September to March. Shri will tax his part, Srimati will tax her part, which means Shri will be taxable for 9,000 into April, May, June, July, August, 5 months minus 30%. Correct. Srimati is also going to go for HP and she is going to be taxing it as 9,000 into 7 months minus 30%. Like I said, I'm going to repeat it another 100 times. Please focus on dates. Yes, come on. Shri Ram Kumar and Srimati Ram Kumar are both partners in a firm. Shri Ram Kumar got 36,000 and Srimati Ram Kumar got 64,000 as interest from the firm. They also got share of profits. People, does the question anywhere say no one is qualified? No, which means assume both are genuine cases. Assume both are genuine cases. Matlab again, Shri will also be taxable. Srimati also will be taxable. A Shri will be taxable for 36,000 under the head. Very good. Will be taxable as 36,000 under the head PGBP because this is interest as a partner. Remuneration and interest are taxable. Profit is exempt. Bol. Yes, which means Shri is going to be taxable for 36,000. Srimati is also going to be taxable for 64,000. People, regarding share of profit, very good. Share of profit on both the sides will be exempt. Will be exempt. Are we clear? Yes. Come on. Next one says Srimati Ram Kumar is transferring 10% debentures worth 3 lakh rupees to Shri Ram Kumar. This time wife is giving husband. The whole amount of 3,30,000 was invested by Shri Ram Kumar in similar investments, getting an income of 39,000. I want you to notice the amounts carefully, people. Debenture was worth 3 lakhs, but transferred amount is 330. How did it become 330? There would have been interest also. So let's tackle it one by one. First, let's look at the 30,000 rupees. This 30,000 rupees worth of interest is taxable for Srimati under the head IFOS. Under the head IFOS. Agreed? Yes. Now, 3,30,000 has been put in the fund, getting an interest of 39,000. People, this 3,30,000 has two components. Component number one, Srimati oda original number, and 30,000 oda first level income. 30,000 oda first level income. So what will I do? I will say let's split to Srimati and for Shri. Let's split for Srimati and Shri. Tell me, people, how much was the total income I earned? 39,000. So Srimati has earned 39,000, but the problem is 39,000 is for both the numbers. Hey, how much is her share in this? Only 3 lakhs. Srimati is the transferor. So Srimati's share in this is 3 lakhs. So which means she will say, I will tax 3 lakh rupees divided by 3,30,000. 34,455 will be taxable under the head. 35,455 will be taxable for Srimati. Correct? Now going to Shri. People, for Shri, what is going to happen? Shri is going to say, I had 3,000 in my hand and I put that 3,000 and I got 39,000, which means that is his second level income. So Shri will come and say his OS income will be 39,000 multiplied with 30,000 of his level income divided by 3,30,000, which is 3,545. People, hold and check. Are we clear? Anyone? Yes. What basically happened? I took a 3 lakh worth of debenture, made 30,000 worth of interest. This is the first level income. So taxable for the transferor, which my case was Srimati. Then the whole 3,30,000 went into another fund, which means now this 3,30,000 has the original 3 lakhs and the 30,000 of first level income. If the first level income is going to earn interest, that will be called second level income, and that second level income should be taxable for the receiver itself. In my case, receiver is Shri Ram Kumar, and therefore I kept the second level income for Shri. I kept second level income for Shri and first level income for Srimati. Total, yes. Transfer 10% debentures worth 3 lakhs. Matlab I gave it for free. Did I collect the money for it? No, which means it's automatically free. Clear? Yes, yes, come on. It says mother of Sri Ram Kumar transferred a property to Master Rohit, son of Sri Ram Kumar, in the year 2022. People noticing the date. Some past year data. Master Rohit, age 13 years. Matlab Master is a minor child, has received 15,000 from this property on 20th February 26, taxable for. Why are we not applying deemed ownership? Because it is not transferred to my child. It is transferred to my child's child. Deemed ownership will not apply. Clubbing provisions will apply. And clubbing says taxable for parent whose income is higher. So I'm going to tax it for the parent whose income is higher. Parent number taxable is, first of all, head of income. Where is it written? It's a house. Where does it say it is house? Where does it say it is a house? It only says property. No. Does it say house property? No. Which means you can make an assumption either ways. You can either call it house property or you can call it IFOS. I would prefer IFOS. Easy answer. Yes, I would prefer IFOS. Easy answer. So I'm taxing it under IFOS. Amount taxable is, very good. Amount taxable is 13,500 under ATR and 15,000 under DTR. Now, people, if you want to tax it under HP, that is your choice. Question is very simple. If you tax under HP, please first grant 30% standard deduction, then grant 1,500 ka deduction also. So careful on that. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes, so be careful, people. If this was me transferring to my son, I would have gone deemed ownership. But this is my parent transferring to my son. Clubbing has to apply. Clubbing has to apply. Are we clear? Are we clear? Are we clear? First 15,000 gets 30% deduction. Then you give 1,500 exemption. Yes? Good. Next one says, salary received by Suraj from a partnership firm is 6,15,000. The current year losses from the business by Mrs. Megha, which is wife of Suraj, which is wife of Suraj, is 8,10,000. She carried on this business with the funds which Mr. Suraj gave to her. Yes or no? Yes or no? First, people, it says salary received by Suraj from a partnership firm, taxable under PGBP, taxable under PGBP, because he is now the partner of the firm. So Suraj will tax under the head PGBP amount of 6,15,000. People, can he claim any standard deduction? No, he cannot claim any standard deduction. Next question says, wife has received loss using husband's money. And I told you, if she is using husband's money and investing in opening capital, whatever money she makes will be taxable for the husband. Now, when I'm saying whatever money she makes, I also mean losses. The loss will also get taxable for the husband. People, what head of loss is this? PGBP loss. So I can claim this as a PGBP loss. How much? 8,10,000, giving me a net loss of 1,95,000. Here is where you have to be careful, people. If you by mistakenly also put the salary under salary chapter, then you would have said PGBP loss cannot be set off against salaries, and the answer would have gone wrong because you would have done set off error plus standard deduction error. Yes, so be very careful on the understanding. This is not salary, this is PGBP. No, it's a different business. Megha is a partner, no? Suraj is not the partner. Salary received from a partnership firm itself means that Suraj is a partner. Why do you have to specify partnership firm otherwise? No, it's not. Wife is running a separate business, not the same business, different business. Wife is running a separate business. Wife is running a separate business altogether. Suraj is running a partnership firm. From the partnership firm, Suraj got salary. Wife made loss. Clear? Understanding is that value. That is what I see as understanding is. Why else will they give partnership firm unless they want to test you on? Look, people, it says, Mrs. Mega has gifted a purchase, Mrs. Mega has purchased the house property from her Sridhan and gifted the same to her minor son, Dev. Yes, people, Sridhan in Hindi words is basically means pocket money. And there is a Supreme Court decision in India which comes and says, if a wife is purchasing something from her pocket money, that is her property. You cannot call it for clubbings. You cannot call it for clubbings because it is her pocket money she is using for any purchases and therefore will not be clubbed in the hands of the husband. That's a confirmation from Supreme Court. Yes, keeping that thought in mind, it says Mrs. Mega is purchasing a house property from her Sridhan and has gifted the same to her minor son Dev. Gifted the same to her minor son Dev out of love and affection. Deemed ownership. The FMV of the property is 51 lakhs. Is this relevant? Because gift to a relative is fully exempt. Rent received from the property by Master Dev is 35,000 rupees. People, this will be taxable for parent or Mega. Because, very good, this is a deemed ownership case. And therefore, here I will not say parent, here I will say Mega. Taxable head HP within bracket deemed owner within bracket deemed owner, taxable amount 35,000 into 12 minus 30%. 35,000 into 12 minus 30%. People, will you give 1,500? 2,94,000. I am going to say no. 1,500 exemption. Difference between Sridhan and gift. Sridhan is basically pocket money got for her activity. That's what Supreme Court's decision is. How do you prove it's Sridhan or a gift is the question mark which is there in a practical world, but a Supreme Court has judgment confirmed saying if it is confirmed as Sridhan, don't tax it off. True. Yes. On a real life basis, yes. Yes. Logically speaking, if you want, you can show husband's gift as a Sridhan and you can come and say not taxable. Yes. Come on, people. Couple of items we are done. Question says, Raghav has a house in Delhi. During the year, he transferred the house to Vamika, daughter of his sister's daughter. He transferred a house property without any consideration. The question says, house would go back to Raghav after the lifetime of Vamika. People, this is revocable, irrevocable. This is irrevocable because someone has to die to get the property back. This is irrevocable transfer. However, it says the transfer is given with the condition that 10% of the rental income will come back to the wife of Raghav, which is Mrs. Raghav. Rent received by Vamika from such properties 5,50,000. People, Vamika has an irrevocable transfer. Only 10% she has to give, and that too to the wife only. Does it matter? Yes, it matters because the moment husband got an indirect benefit, the moment Raghav got an indirect benefit, every amount will become taxable for Raghav. Every amount will become taxable for Raghav. In this conversation, I will say the taxable person is Raghav. Head of income is HP. Amount taxable is 5,50,000 minus 30%. Answer hits. What is 10%? That's what I said, no? When even a portion of the profit has been given, the whole money becomes taxable. A question, will you give 1,500 exemption? Why? It's not a minor child. Yes, note down this. 10% is irrelevant. 10% is irrelevant. I don't care. Even 1 rupee also she would have given back. I would have taxed the whole thing. I would have taxed the whole thing. Yes? Logically, yes. Mr. and Mrs. Raghav is forming a partnership with equal share in profits. Raghav has transferred a fixed deposit of 1 crore to this firm. People, husband and wife decided to open a partnership firm. Husband put 1 crore ka FD into the firm. 1 crore ka FD into the firm. Firm has no other income or expenses other than this FD. The FD has earned 9 lakh rupees in the current year. Firm decided to distribute this surplus to both husband and wife. Whatever it is, after tax only. Look, conversation. Husband, wife, opened partnership firm. Husband gave FD. FD earned interest. Firm took the interest, paid his taxes, and gave it back to husband and wife. Logically thinking, FD was of husband. Apo interest also should be fully taxable for husband. Yes or no? Yes. So should clubbing apply? Yes. Should clubbing apply? Yes. How much will you club? 0. Why? Share of profits are fully exempt. Yes, which means in this conversation I will say clubbing will apply between husband and wife. But the only problem is there is nothing to club because income is exempt under both the hands. So the answer is exempt as share of profits. Clubbing is irrelevant. People, did you understand this one? Yes, I remember showing this in the class also, people. One of the toughest questions we had in exam. Who is minor? Vamika. How would it still matter? Vamika is not my son. Vamika is sister's daughter. In that case, I would have taxed it in the name of sister itself, because sister is now the parent whose income is higher. So in that case, sister would have taxed it, sister would have got exemptions. I would have not even talked about this conversation then. Yeah. Come on. People, T says, Raghav wants to hold preference shares in K Private Limited. He went to the company and instructed them to pay the dividends to Geetanshi. Geetanshi being the daughter of the servant. The transfer is irrevocable for the lifetime basis of Geetanshi, and the dividend received in the current year is 13 lakh rupees. Taxable for taxable. Geetanshi is not minor. Taxable on taxable. How is it revocable? It says irrevocable, people. Transfer for 3 options. One is Raghav, Geetanshi, servant. People, servant cannot be taxed because Geetanshi is not a minor. Ignoring her out. 2 options. Raghav, Geetanshi. Answer is Raghav. Answer is Raghav. Not for the reason you are thinking. Transfer of wrong. This is transfer of income without transferring asset. Question says Raghav is holding the preference share. Matlab Raghav is the owner and Raghav never gave the asset. Raghav only gave the dividends. He instructed the company to give dividends. Matlab he only transferred income. He did not transfer asset. Revocables and irrevocables are for asset, not for incomes. Come on, people. This is Raghav. Transfer of income without transferring the asset. A taxable under OS, taxable amount 13 lakhs. Yes, because the question only says he instructed the company to give dividends alone. He never instructed the company to sell the shares, which means as long as this second line is there, you will still make the same answer. As long as I'm only instructing on the dividends and not instructing on the shares itself, this answer will remain the same. If the question would have said he instructs the company to give the shares itself, then it is irrevocable transfer, taxable for Geetanshi. Clear? People, clear. Come on. It says share of profit in a partnership firm from Excel and Co. 19% share is 38,000. Wife is also receiving salary of 2,40,000 from the partnership firm where she is an accountant, does not hold any professional qualification. One I will do. Share of profit is exempt. One second. Likhne do. Share of profit is exempt. People now looking at the salary. Who got the salary? Wife got the salary. She got 2,40,000 rupees. She doesn't have any qualification. Taxable for the. Why? I lost my substantial interest. Without substantial interest, clubbing does not apply. Without clubbing applying, taxable for wife is the right answer, which means I will tax it in the name of wife. Taxable under the head salaries. Taxable amount is 2.4 lakhs minus SD. Yes, this is where the catch was, people. It was not with a substantial interest. It was 19% and you had to play safe here. Correct? Yes, careful. Interest income earned by Ria. Married daughter aged 17. Minor married. Yes, minor married is 1,200 per annum. Father also transferred a flat to Ria on 1st April 25 out of love and affection. Ria has got two incomes. One is 1,200. One is 5,000 from the rent of the property given by father. Taxable for parent. Taxable for parent. People, amount taxable is 5,000 into 12 minus 30%. Number 42,000 plus 1,200 for the OS part. Plus 1,200 for the OS part, which is HP. This is OS minus 1,500 under ATR. Minus 1,500 under ATR. Now look very carefully. People, when we did deemed ownership, I clarified to you, deemed ownership only covers two parties. One is transfer to spouse. Second is transfer to minor child, not including minor married daughter. Minor married daughter gets clubbing rules. Deemed ownership does not apply. So careful on this. This answer is clubbing. This answer is clubbing, not deemed owner. The answer is clubbing and not deemed owner. Be very careful on this, people. This is the question which I told you to remember and understand properly. Yes, careful. Next one says interest on fixed deposit is 0.8 lakhs. Fixed deposit of 10 lakh rupees was gifted to her by her father-in-law on 1st April 25. Check the date. Your year only. Hey, who gave? Father-in-law. Matlab relative. Therefore exempt. Now comes the interest part. People, interest part will be taxable for. Why? Because very good. Transfer to son's wife. So this will become taxable for father-in-law. This was a very tricky question which came in exam recently, people. Careful. This is transfer to son's wife. Head of income. OS amount taxable 80,000. No. Amount taxable 80,000. Should I give standard deduction? That is for minor child, not for daughter-in-law, not for daughter-in-law, that you don't get the deduction for. Yes, yes, yes. So you have to play careful, people, because now it was not given directly to you, very indirect place. Yes, very indirectly they played with you. So be very, very careful on this conversation. Last one says, X has taken a divorce from his wife in April 25. Custody of minor son has been given to Mrs. K. People, clubbing rule says parent whose income is higher only when they are together. If the parents have been decided to split, clubbing will only apply for the parent who's taking care. Parent who's taking care. In this case, taking care is Mrs. K. Following the divorce, he transferred the ownership of his house property to his wife. Tell me, people, will deemed ownership apply? No, because exception to the rule, divorce is not covered. Divorce is not covered. During the financial year, the property generated rental income of 5 lakh rupees. Hey, what is the relevance of the minor son here? Not relevant. Yes. Point is, people, understand sometimes useless things are given to you. Careful on this. Point is, rental has come to Mrs. K. Taxable for Mrs. K. Yes. Transfer to Mrs. K. Not a deemed owner. Not a deemed owner because divorce. Because divorce. Taxable under HP. Taxable amount. Why? Standard deduction comes in 3,50,000 is the answer. 3,50,000 is the answer to get your clubbings out. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Continuing discussions on the chapter called set off and carry forward of losses. This chapter is going to complement your clubbing chapter. Yes, which means it's going to come as a part of the 6-mark question which clubbing gives you. And we're going to discuss this in detail. May 26 had set off questions specifically coming in. So my expectation is more on the clubbing side of the question in September attempt. But nevertheless, a question which is probably important for you to keep in mind because it's also important from comprehensive perspective. Yes, so look at set off and carry forward of losses. A very simple, sweet chapter, only one table to remember. Yes, you're going to read only one table for you to understand the whole chapter. Couple of rules before you proceed on forward. Yes, if you want to learn set off chapter, there are certain rules you have to maintain. Rule number 1, when you look at set off, always look from losses perspective. Never look from an income perspective, you're always going to go wrong. Yes, which means income tax has a restriction on the losses. It doesn't have any restriction on the profits. So I never look at the chapter from a profit perspective. I look at the chapter from a losses perspective. When you see the chapter, when you see losses itself, first ask what the loss will do. Point number 1. Yes, rule number 2, people. Department is never going to make a loss. Which means at any point of time, if that is non-beneficial for the department, department will say not allowed. Department will say not allowed. How does it work? We'll see in the table, but that's what the rule number 2 is. Yes, rule number 3 and the most important rule. Whenever you do set off chapter, there is a certain process to follow. The process is that when you see a loss, set off always happens as follows. First, always do intra-head. Always do intra-head. After you have the losses pending, if you're still not able to utilize, go inter-head. Go and ask adjustment against other heads, and that's what the logic is. But if intra-head and inter-head is both not helping, then you will call for past losses. You will call for past losses, which means please understand, you cannot set off your past losses unless you have adjusted your current year losses. Always current year will happen first, then we'll go for past losses. That is the understanding. Yes, yes. Rule number 4. Losses cannot come from special incomes. Losses cannot come from special incomes except capital gains. Capital gains can have losses, but other than that, any other special incomes like casual income, winnings, unexplained income, all those things will never have losses. If you see a loss in the question, simply ignore. Simply ignore. It doesn't matter whether the loss is of current year or the past year. Simply take the loss and ignore it. Proceed forward. Yes, which means you can never have losses from special incomes except for CG. And then comes rule number 5. Income taxes. If the profit is exempt, then the loss is also exempt. If the profit is exempt, the loss is also exempt. Which means you get a question. Question says share of profit from partnership firm. You will say exempt. Similarly, share of loss from partnership firm is exempt. Can you set off? No, you can't set off. That is the 6 rules for you to keep in mind. Yes, rule number 1, people, always look from loss perspective. Rule number 2, department will never make a
loss. Rule number 3, always go intra-head, inter-head, past losses. Rule number 4, rule number 4, rule number 4, rule number 4, you cannot have any losses from special incomes except capital gains. And rule number 5, you cannot have losses from exempt sources. Exempt sources will not have any losses for you to claim. Yes, that brings me to rule number 6. Rule number 6 says special income need not just have losses, they also cannot set off with other losses. They also cannot set off with other losses, meaning I have a PGBP loss and I have a winnings. Can I set off? No, which means winnings is always taxable. Which means if winnings has a profit, it will pay tax on it without any set off. If winnings has a loss, income tax will say ignore adjustment, proceed forward. Proceed forward. Are we clear? Yes. That brings me to rule number 7, is that income tax says if you want to carry forward your losses, what do you want to do? If you want to carry forward your losses, it is mandatory that you file your return on time. If you don't file your return on time, I will not allow any losses to be carried forward except for 2 losses. One is HP, the other is unabsorbed depreciation. These 2 losses cannot be carried forward, can be carried forward even if you file the return late, but any other losses can only be carried forward when you file the return on time. File the return on time. Please note that this is a problem only for the carry forward, which means past losses I can still bring in current year set off. Yes, but notice if a question comes and says past loss, I did not file my return on time, can I set off in the current year? No, that will get wasted. That will get wasted, and that's what the logic is. Any doubts on the logics? Are we clear on this? Yes, keeping that logics in mind, I'm going to show you this, people. We are going to look from loss perspective. So let's look from loss perspective. First head of income you have is salaries. Can you ever have losses in salaries? No, which means the topic is not relevant. The topic is not relevant. Move on forward. Then we moved on to HP losses. Income taxes. If you have any HP losses, first to set off against HP income. If you're not able to set off, please set off against other heads, maximum 2 lakhs. Whatever loss remains, you can carry forward for a period of 8 assessment years, where return filing is not mandatory. Return filing is not mandatory. Yes or no? Yes. Then we moved on to business loss. People, business loss are going to be split. We did in PGBP also. Speculative loss will be set off against speculative profits. If you're not able to set off, please carry forward for a period of 4 years and set off only against speculative profits. You can only set off against speculative profits. That is for speculative loss. Yes or no? Yes. Then we moved on to likely loss, specified business loss. Income taxes, if you have any likely loss, you can set off against likely profits. If you don't have any likely profits, kindly carry forward for infinite years. Can be carried forward for infinite years to be set off against likely profits. To be set off against likely profits. I remember giving you a simple trick, people. The trick is that if income tax loves the loss, infinite years. If income tax does not like the loss, 4 years. And income tax is okay. 8 years is the logic. Are we clear? Yes. So we discussed 2. One is speculative. The other is likely, specified business loss. Then is coming the normal loss. If you have a normal PGBP loss, income taxes, you can set off against PGBP profits. You can set off against PGBP profits. Now understand, when I say PGBP profits, I don't just mean normal PGBP profits. I also mean speculative profits. I also mean specified profits. You can set off against any profits. It's completely fine. That is why I told you always look from loss perspective. Yes, if you have any PGBP loss, set off against any head of PGBP. Not able to set off, go forward and set off against other heads except salaries. Except salaries. If you're still not able to set off, you can carry forward and set off only against PGBP profits for a period of 8 years. Return filing becomes mandatory. Return filing becomes mandatory. Yes or no? Yes. Then we moved on to capital gains. Here comes your golden rule number 2. Income taxes department will never make a loss. And therefore capital gains got split. We have long term, we have short term. Income taxes, a long term loss will only be set off against long term profits. If you're not able to set off against long term profits, kindly carry forward for a period of 8 assessment years, where return filing is mandatory. But if you have short term loss, income taxes, a short term loss can be set off against both the capital gains. Matlab, you can set off against short term also, long term also, but no inter-head adjustments, meaning you cannot set off against other heads. I will not permit against other heads because I have a risk that I may have 1 money which may have a tax rate of 20%. If I allow set off against other heads, I may make a loss. Who am I? Department. And therefore department said short term capital loss. You set off against long term gains, I am fine. You set off against short term gains also, I am fine, no problem whatsoever. But you will not be setting off against other heads of income, not allowed. If you want to carry forward, period is 8 years, return filing becomes mandatory. Are we clear? Yes. Moving on forward to the last loss, which is called IFOS. In IFOS, you have only one loss, people, which is called owning and maintaining horse races. Yes, if you are going to own and maintain horse races, whatever loss you get from that will be set off against profits coming from owning and maintaining horse races. You are not able to set off, kindly carry forward. Period is 4 years. Return filing is mandatory. Now please note, people, this is talking about loss from owning and maintaining horse races. If I get loss from horse race itself, that is casual income and will be fully ignored. Will not be allowed as set off. Yes or no? Yes. Which means I'm looking for loss from owning and maintaining horse races to be set off against income from owning and maintaining horse races for a period of 4 years with return filing is mandatory. Are we clear? Yes. That leaves me with the last loss, people, which is called unabsorbed depreciation. Income tax. If you have unabsorbed depreciation, you can set off against PGBP. Same head. If you're not able to set off, follow the PGBP rules. Matlab set off against any head except salaries. And if you want to carry forward, I'll give you special benefits. Special benefit is that UD is the only loss which you can set off in the future also against any head except salaries. So if you notice, under the future carry forward, everyone says intra head except for UD. UD says you can set off against any head except salaries even in the future. With the period of carry forward as infinite years and return filing becoming not mandatory. UD has no mandate on this. Two losses which are not mandated, people. HP and UD are not mandated for the law. Are we clear? Yes. Now notice a couple of things, people. One, income tax is coming in telling if you choose DTR, what are you choosing? If you are choosing DTR, income tax has a special rule. The rule says if the loss is coming from an item I don't like, who says? DTR says if it coming from a location where I don't like, then the loss is also not carried forward. For example, I say I have a likely loss. People, likely loss can only happen under ATR. Now in the current year, if I choose DTR, what will happen? The likely loss will say, inimala likely loss itself is not there. Because inimala there is no likely business itself. Apo that loss will get lapsed. I will not give you the loss anymore itself. Yes. Similarly, people, if I have SOP loss, I can only have SOP loss under ATR. Current year, if I choose DTR, what will happen? The SOP loss will also get lapsed. I will not give that loss to you. That is why if you notice, people, I see ATRs in places. Yes, ATR in specified business, ATR in other heads. Yes or no? Yes. Here is the third and the most important thing. For HP alone, income tax says if you choose DTR, my child, I am only giving you intra head. If you choose DTR for the year, I can only give you intra head. What you did not set off will get lapsed. We did it yesterday, if you remember. HP topic I showed you. If you choose DTR, whatever loss you have will get lapsed because you are choosing DTR. However, May 26 has given a confirmation. May 26 confirmation says past LOP loss can be set off in the current year. Even if you are choosing DTR. That will be permitted to you. Are we clear? Yes or no? Yes, so understand DTR, people. You cannot carry forward likely loss. You cannot carry forward SOP loss. You cannot set off LOP loss. You cannot carry forward LOP loss, but you can bring your past loss for adjustment. Are we clear on this part? Is there any doubts on this? Yes or no? Yes, LOP loss cannot be carried forward. You are going DTR. The moment you are going DTR, I can only permit intra-head. The moment I did not do intra-head, no set off, no carry forward, fully gone, not allowed as deduction.
पीजीबीपी बिजनेस है, किसी भी इनकम जैसे होगा ना।
So let me clarify this to you people. Look at this very one carefully. I am coming and telling you a simple illustration where I am coming and telling you, imagine in the past I was choosing ATR. Imagine in the past I was choosing ATR and that year I had an SOP loss, I had an LOP loss. People, will ATR permit carry forwards? Yes, ATR will permit carry forward. So therefore you had carried forward. Current year you chose DTR. The moment you current year chose DTR, income tax it, my dear child, SOP and all is not even a concept. It's not even a concept, which means can you carry forward? No. But LOP loss is a concept and therefore can you carry forward? Yes. This is what May 26 confirms. This is what May 26 confirms. You can carry forward, that's not a problem. Yes. Now, option 2. People, current year itself, when I am choosing DTR, current year I have an LOP loss. Current year I have an LOP loss. I can set off against LOP profits. I can set off against LOP profits. If I am able to set off, amazing. If I am not able to set off, this will lapse. There is no inter-head adjustment. There is no carry forward. This will lapse. This will lapse. Can I have an SOP loss? Can I have an SOP loss in DTR? Not allowed. Allowed in here because you cannot have an SOP interest itself. Yes, that is how the understanding will come back to you. Are we clear? Clear on this part, people? Yes, that is what the confirmation looks like. So we have discussed the losses chapter. Please notice carefully. When it comes to losses, we have some rules to follow. Always look from loss perspective. Never department will make loss. Always go intra-head, inter-head, past losses. Intra-head, inter-head, past losses. You cannot make loss from special income except capital gains. You cannot set off any losses against special incomes also. If the profit is exempt, the loss is also exempted. Loss is also exempted. If you want to carry forward current year loss, you should have filed your return on time except for HP and UD. HP and UD, that is what the understanding is. If you are choosing DTR, be careful. DTR choice person will not get the likely loss to be carried forward. Second, he will not get any SOP loss to be carried forward. But in the past, if he had chosen ATR and had LOP loss, he can still set it off in the current year. However, current year SOP loss cannot happen and current year LOP loss cannot be carried forward. Cannot be carried forward. That is what the understanding is. Are we clear on the understanding? Yes. One other thing which I want to clarify, which we'll discuss later on also, people, is an indirect clarification from ICI that if current year return is filed late, it is automatically assumed that you're choosing DTR. If current year return is filed late, it is automatically assumed that you're choosing DTR. ICI does not have to clarify that to you. If ICI comes and says return is filed late, assume you're going DTR only, which means all DTR rules will apply to follow the answer accordingly. That is the clarification given by ICI in the past exams. Yes, there was one question which came in exam in MCQ format, where the question had come and said return filing due date is 31st July, person filed it only on 1st August. In that case, you will say because you filed on 1st August, you don't need to worry about the regime. Regime is only DTR. And the moment I'm choosing DTR regime, it means I cannot carry forward. I cannot carry forward any losses. Why? Because current year also you did not file on time. The moment you did not file on time, all losses got lapsed. All losses got lapsed. Plus the HP loss anyway cannot be carried forward because you are choosing DTR. Upon there is only one loss you can carry forward. UD is the only loss you can carry forward under DTR scheme. Under DTR scheme. Are we clear? Yes. Past data is anyway not important because anyway past data is from past returns. I am only bothered about current year return filing data. Current year return filing data. Come on. Come on, people. Question says, I want you to assess the allowability of the set off in the following cases. I'm giving you some data. You need to confirm whether I can do the set off or I cannot do the set off. People, if you can do the set off, next line like you have to write the number. If you cannot do the set off, simply on the right, write a carry forward. Write a carry forward. Yes or no? Yes. Come on. First one says loss from textile business is 1,50,000 and profit from speculation business is 2,30,000. Tell me, can I set off? Where is the loss? PGBP. Loss is from normal PGBP. When the loss is from normal PGBP, I can set off against any head except salaries. Can I set off against speculation? Yes, perfectly permitted. Answer becomes very good. Answer becomes 80,000. Did you understand this? Yes. Can you try the right side, people? The right side says, I have profit from textile business is 2,30,000. Speculation loss is 1,50,000. Can I set off? No, I can't set off because now speculative has a problem. Speculative says you can only set off against speculative income. Do I see any No, therefore I will have to carry forward and current year income becomes 2,30,000. Did you understand the template? Yes? Good. Next one says, I have a profit from textile business of 2,10,000. I have a share of loss from partnership firm of 1,50,000. Can I set off by share of losses? Exempted. This becomes fully exempted, meaning the answer is 2,10,000 directly. The answer is 2,10,000 directly. I'm going to write this is exempt. Yes, that's what I confirm to you people. If the share of profit is exempt, then the loss is also exempt. No set-offs permitted. No set-offs permitted. Are we clear? Come on, right side. It says loss from betting is 32. Income from card games is 45. If both are casual income, can I set off by? You cannot have a loss under casual income. Matlab this will get exempted. Exempted, not allowable, whatever you call it. Yes, taxable number is 45,000. So you can say not allowed. Is the flow of the question making sense? Yeah. Come on. It says, I have loss from futures and options 75,000. Hey, tell me F and O, is it speculative, non-speculative? We did confirm it yesterday's class. We do not take it speculative. This is non-speculative. Yes, which means I can call this as a PGBP loss. I can call this as a PGBP loss. I have a remuneration received as a partner from a firm 9,70,000. People, this is not salary. This is PGBP profit. Next one says, I have a speculative business loss of 26,000. I can only set off against speculative profit. I don't have any. I will carry forward. I will carry forward. Hey, but the first two, can I set off? The first two, can I set off? Yes, let's set off the first two. Answer becomes understood. Understood? Yes, come on. Right side says, I have a long-term capital loss under 112 of 2 lakhs. I have a PGBP loss of 90,000 rupees, but I have a long-term capital loss from past year of 18-19, 1,40,000. People, if you notice, AY 18-19, matlab, this should be probably the 8th year. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 and 26. Matlab, this is my last year. If I don't set off, it will lapse. It will lapse, and therefore by order of priority, I may set off my long-term loss against long-term profits. I may set off my long-term loss against long-term profits. No. The rule is always current year, then past years. People, I have a PGBP loss in current year. I have a PGBP loss in current year. Yes, people, I have my PGBP loss against current year can be set off against any head except salaries. Apo, can I set off against long-term? Yes. Matlab order of priority, first set off this much. First set off this much. This has to be set off, cannot be avoided. Cannot be avoided. Then I still have some pending. Can I use the balance? Yes. What is the balance? Which means I can only set off 1.1 lakhs from here. I can only set off 1.1 lakhs from here. The balance 30,000 will lapse. The balance 30,000 will lapse. This is what I was talking about, people. Look carefully. I am saying you cannot set off past loss unless you have completed current year set-offs. Unless you have completed current year set-off. Current year I have a PGBP loss. So current year first have to be set off. No other options. Then only I can use my past loss. Then only I can use my past loss. Hey, what is my net income? No income. No income. 8th year. Check, no? 18, 19 it is. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. AY 26 is your assessment year. It is not given in PY, it is given in AY. Look carefully. Correct? 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 Come on. Next one, people. Come on, people. Next one says loss from intraday trading. Hey, intraday trading is confirmed as speculative business. Profit from restaurant business is 2,21,000. Can I set off? Why? Because speculative goes only against speculative profit. I have to carry forward. I have to carry forward. Current year income remains 2,21,000. Agreed. Yes. Come on. Next one says loss from a warehouse for storage of food grains. Very good. This is my specified business. This is my specified business. In next one says profit from warehouse of storage of edible oil. This is my normal business. Tell me people, can I set off by likely loss only goes against likely profits? Do I have any likely profits? No, therefore no set off carry forward. Income in the current year is 13 lakhs. Are we clear? Yes. Are we clear? Yes. Now people, I am doing this on the primary assumption that the person is following DTR. If the person was following DTR, this would have not even been given to you, because you cannot have loss itself then. It would have been depreciation. It would have been depreciation, so that is not a possibility. If it was a DTR, then no problem. You could have set off. You could have set off and the answer would have been 3 lakhs. I am making an assumption that I've used specified business. Matlab it is ATR options. It is an ATR options. Are we clear? Format clear? Yes, these are all the adjustment related things to set off. If you have understood this, you're technically done. But just to clarify, let me give you a comprehensive question. Let's see if you're able to answer the comprehensive question. I've taken the latest ones. So I have Jan 26, I have May 26. Let's see if you can answer the latest exam questions, almost similar to your September 26 paper. Yes, come on. Maybe. Mr. Kunal is a resident individual and is furnishing the following information to you. This is his data for income and losses. Never read the data. Always go. Last line says, you are required to compute DTI under proper heads of income, assuming that he has opted for DTR and the amount of losses which are required to be carried forward with the period to be carried forward. They're asking you for DTR. Careful, you're asking for DTR. DTR is the understanding. Clear? Yes. Now let's read all the items, people. Always when you're reading, focus on losses. Don't focus on incomes, focus on losses. Come on. It says gross salary received from part-time employment in company. A head of salary, and there is a problem. Very good. You have to go on to standard deduction of 75,000 because person is going DTR. The heading says gross salary. Gross salary itself means you are eligible for standard deductions. Next, rent received from let out property 8 lakhs. Taxable head HP. People, LOP, SOP. LOP this is, and it says rent received. This is before standard deduction, so minus 30%. Which means this number is 11 lakh 25,000. This number is 5 lakh 60,000. Agreed. Come on. Interest payment on loan taken for purchase of the above house. Can I claim? By LOP interest is allowed as deduction, so I will reduce 2.5 lakhs. People, if this was SOP, hey, not allowed. This is DTR. If it is SOP, I would have gone DTR. This is not allowed. Not allowed. Come on. Next one says profit from a food delivery startup business. Head of income. Income or loss? Income only, no problems. Next one. Profit from a business of production fertilizer established in August 25 in India. It doesn't matter. You're going DTR. You're going DTR. It doesn't matter. You are in normal business only. Even if this was likely business, I don't care because I am going DTR. Choose it as normal business. Careful. Yes. Come on, careful. Next one. On 1st April 25, Kunal has transferred 10 lakhs to a charitable trust with the direction that the trust will pay 2,40,000 to Kunal's wife. Mr. Kunal can take back the full amount as per his wish. This is transfer of income to your benefit of spouse. To your benefit of spouse. Transfer of income to third party for the benefit of spouse will become taxable for transfer R itself. This is not a revocable transfer because at no point did they say I'm giving an asset. I'm only sending across money. I'm not sending asset. This is not irrevocable transfer. This is transfer with then transfer to third party for the benefit of spouse. Taxable amount is 2,40,000 for Kunal under the head. Obviously. Under the head IFOS. So this is PGBP of 5 lakhs taxable. This is 6 lakhs worth of PGBP taxable. And then I have 2,40,000 worth of IFOS taxable. People, till now, did you see any losses? No losses. Can we check on the bottom? Let's check the bottom. It says loss from self-occupied property for 22-23 is 1.5 lakhs. Can I claim? Why? Because I have gone DTR. I've gone DTR. SOP does not permit it. SOP does, if this was LOP, allowed. This is SOP. Therefore, lapse. Cannot claim. Cannot claim. This is what I was explaining to you people. That is where Jan 26 and May 26 they played. In Jan 26 they said loss from SOP. They said not allowed. In May 26 they said loss from LOP. They said allowed. Both the times they played properly with you. Yes, careful. Luckily we already know the answers now. Yes. Business loss from specified business covered under 35 AD is 10 lakh rupees. Can I claim? No, because DTR. Because DTR, therefore this is also lapse. This is also lapse. You are required to compute gross total income. That's all. This is the number. Yes. It is considered as normal business in current year. That year you were in ATR. So that year you considered as special business. That year you claimed a loss to set off only against special business. Current year, do you have any special business? Nothing to set off them. Because current year the business has become normal business. Nothing to set off and nothing to claim. Sorry? Yes. The 2,40,000 is not the money from 10 lakhs, it's the interest from 10 lakhs. That is what ICI's assumption is. I asked the same question. The valid question which even I asked ICI was, when you said you transferred 10 lakhs and they got back 2,40,000, is the 2,40,000 from 10 lakhs or is it extra generated? If you tell me it is from 2,40,000, then I will say this is ignored because technically it's my money coming back to me. But if you say it is extra money, then it is taxable. That's the problem with Jan 26. Jan 26, there were a lot of vague questions. This was one of the vague adjustments. I raised a point on this and then ICI wrote a suggested answer saying, assume it is 2,40,000 of extra income. It can still mean that 10 lakhs has been giving me back every year 2,40,000. It can happen very well. Or it can be that I have invested 10 lakhs somewhere and that is giving me annually 2,40,000. Anything can happen. There is no asset itself. There is a money given. How can you take money as asset? It says transfer of asset on irrevocable basis. There is no asset here. That is what even I asked. But then ICI said, no, you should treat it as extra money only and tax it as 2,40,000. Now, I agree to your point. ICI should have given alternate assumptions, but ICI did not do that, which means don't overthink about things. Keep it simplified. Yes. What is happening, I'll be very honest to you, is that the problem is person who's setting the question paper has different expectation. The person who's making the answer key has a different expectation. So what happens? The person who sets the question paper thinks something different. He has wild thoughts in mind. And the person who's setting up the answer paper thinks, you know what, let's make it simple. I didn't understand, no one will understand. And therefore, he is the most logical, stupidest answer. Yes, so he took a logical, stupidest answer saying, why would ICI tell 2,40,000 coming back to me? Doesn't make sense. Meaning if ICI wanted to tell that, that means that they wanted extra money only. Yes, that is what the suggested answer says. I do not agree at all. I am being very honest to you. But until you clear, follow what is said. Simple. Yes, because then it's 10 lakhs given and got back. No time, no impact. Clear? Yes, yes. Exam is taxed to 2,40,000. Exam is taxed to 2,40,000. Full stop. That is all the answer is. My GTI total is 27,75,000. 27,75,000. The most weirdest question which came in exam with no set off itself happening. You called it as the loss chapter with no loss itself happening. Yes, all losses which were there were ignored. Current year you never made any loss itself. What on earth was this question given for is the weirdest question which came in Jan 26. Yes, and then ICI realized, oh, Jan 26 I missed it off. Let's try it, and they've given all adjustments in May 26. Every possible assumption is given in May 26. Beautiful question. Question says, and by the way, people, when I prepared this question, I did not even have the suggested answer. That came in 2 days ago. So I am now giving you the answer based on what ICI said. Luckily, if you were doing this marathon that day, I would have even not had the answer. I would have also not told you what the answer is. Weirdest assumptions. Question says, I am Mr. Navyam. I am Mr. Navyam, resident individual, age 39, with the following data. Bottom says, please compute GTI for Navyam, assuming he has Opted for DTR. I am opting for DTR. I am opting for DTR. Yes. Now this is where the most stupidest thing happened. May 26, 4 questions came in exam. First question said opting out of DTR. Matlab ATR. Question 2 said not opted out of DTR. DTR. Question 3 said not opted out of DTR. DTR. Question 4 said paying tax under DTR. DTR. You're playing English. Yes. In the same exam paper, 2 says not opted out, 1 says opting for. Means the same. You could have told opting DTR matter over. No, we want to play English. Yes, we want to see how much students understand English more than income tax. So let's play English. Yes, English we are playing. Come on, let's play English people. Yes, question says profit from chemical dealership business. This is PGBP. Income from speculative business. Normal PGBP because it says income. If it was losses, I would have thrown, hey, DTR allows speculative. Specified is the problem. Careful. Yes, loss from betting. Ignore. Gross dividend from Indian companies. IFOS. TDS. Why? Gross is given, no? If they would have told net only, it is TDS. Net dividend matlab it is after TDS. Gross matlab it is without TDS. So meaning this is the final number. Yes. Next, loss from maintenance of horse races. You have to wait for profit from maintenance. So I'm going to hold. I don't know the answer. Hold back. Don't know the answer. Wait. Yes. Rental income computed as per the provisions of the Act 2,52,000. Where does it say it's from house? You can have rental from machinery also. Where does it say it is from house? Computed can also be under OS. It's not given house, which means you can make an assumption it is HP or OS. Now, I'll tell you why. Yes, people write now, I can tell this is either HP. Don't write down. I'm going to write it down. You're going to change it later. Reason I'm telling you this, hold back. Right now, I'm telling it can either be HP or OS. Hold back discussion. Yes. Next, it says loss from self-occupied property. You forget that. How, first of all? I don't want the provision. First, tell me how. In DTR, where on earth did you compute loss for current year? If this is loss of past year, I will agree. How is DTR having loss in current year? Matlab, you basically calculated interest on loan. You for current year, it is saying. Yes or no? People, something is wrong with the question. Ignore. His minor daughter has won an award from dance performance of TV. This money was given to his father. Ignore. Because you go and ask the daughter. Question is asking only for income of Navya. Father is requested, daughter is not requested. Ignore. Profit from a business specified under 35 AD. Now, you tell me first, is that 6,50,000 after claiming 35 AD or before claiming 35 AD? Hey, you are in DTR. You can't claim it itself. Up what on earth is 35 AD given for? So tell me, is this like a business, normal business? Yes or no? Yes, there are more doubts than a question in the question. The other details of unabsorbed depreciation and brought forward losses are given to you. My UD is given for 23-24. I can carry forward in the current year and set off against any head except salaries. So I am preferring to set off against PGBP. I will prefer to set off against PGBP. Matlab, I'm going to put it in bracket just to clarify. I'm setting off against PGBP. Yes or no? Yes. People, which PGBP? 1, 2, 9. Doesn't matter. You can set off against any three. I think enough number, no? 1, 2 and 9 is 6,50,000, 2,73,000, 1,90,000. Enough to set off. Loss from Happy Stay business pertaining to 23-24. What is Happy Stay? Random business. Okay. Happy Stay business pertaining to 23-24 is 2,10,000. Some random old business. Matlab PGBP loss. can be set off against PGBP. Now here is where the question is. People, I have a UD also, I have a PGBP also. Priority. Exactly, priority is PGBP. Matlab, I will give this one the first priority. I will give this one the second priority. This is where they try to test you on. This is where they try to test you on, because they now clarified that, my dear child, you should have first set off PGBP, then only you should have set off UD. Then only you should have set off UD. Be very careful on the UD part. Yes. Third one, loss from speculative business. Hey, do I have any income from speculative? Yes. Up here is the problem. People, when you're setting off depreciation and happy stay, don't set off against speculative. Why? Because speculative has an exclusive loss. So order of priority, I will first set off speculative loss. I'll first set off speculative loss. Matlab, now order of set offs is going to be extremely difficult. Now it is not 1 and 2 again. This one, first I have to take my loss from speculative. People, I'm looking at the years. 22, 23 years. 23, 24, 25, 26, 4th year. Can I set off? Matlab, this is getting set off against speculative profits. Speculative profits. Hey, next one, 20, 21. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 20, 26. This is 6th year. Can I claim? Speculative says lapse. 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 People, with this lapsing, now my order of priority is like this. I will first set off speculative profit. Then I will set off happy stay profit. Then I will set off UD profit. Agreed? 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 Yes, this is the, because otherwise you will waste the loss. Then you would have chosen 22, 23 first, because that is getting lapsed first, no? Yes, that is your choice, no problems. Are we clear? Yes. Moving on, people. Here is where the problem is going to come. Before you go to 4, I want 5. 5 says loss from business specified under 35D 4,50,000. I'll tell you. Mala, it says profit from business under 35D. Apo, if you are assuming that is normal, this is also normal. The business may be specified, but it doesn't say this is loss from that specified. Hey, the business, hotel is a specified business, but did it ever come and tell you claimed the specified deduction? Apo, the business, because the line says that only, people. The line says business is specified under 35D. It doesn't say loss is from 35D. Read the English. English says loss from a business which is specified under 35D. Business is specified. Loss is not specified. You see the stupidity? 1 second. You see the stupidity? Yes. Hey, according to you, this is specified loss to be ignored. ICI says 2 alternatives. ICI says 2 alternatives. Alternative number 1, if you assumed it is specified, you ignore. Alternative number 2, because the English says business is specified, loss is not specified, you can claim it in the current year. Yes, yes, people. See, this is where I have a problem. This is where I have a problem. Problem is you are now over specifying English. You say loss from 35AD, I will agree. Okay, very clear. You say loss from business is specified under 35D. Now you are playing English, because now you are trying to say where is the 35D given, after business or before business? Because if it is given after business, you are saying business is 35D, loss is not 35D. If you are putting it before, then you are saying maybe loss is 35D, business and all is not important. You see the problem, and my point is very simple. It's a very simple 6-mark question, and we have already now found 4 issues. We've already found 4 issues, people. 6-mark question. Problem is, you give one alternative answer for 4 pages. Because this alternative itself, they'll write for 10 sides. There'll be like 10 lines, what a big alternative they'll give. And they'll say, if this alternative is assumed, this is the new table. So which means now you have 2 tables to verify. And I've, by the way, not completed 4. Let me come to it. 4 says, loss from let out property of 1,60,000 for which belated return was filed. That year you filed belated return. HP says you can carry forward. But current year you're in DTR. You should have technically not carried forward. But income tax, ICI says no, let carry forward, no problem. Okay, I agree. I agree. What is the rule? If you're having past HP loss, you can set off only against current year HP profits. Tell me, is this HP or OS? Because if I assume this is OS, you can't set off. Because now if I assume this is OS, you can't set off. But if you don't assume this is OS, you assume it is HP, then I can set off. Matlab, you are now making an assumption here also. Because you only mentioned rental income. Did you mention it is from house? Now, for the sake of convenience, because you need to use this number, you will now assume this is HP. I said then assumed it is HP and then said we will set off. We will set off, and then they allowed a set off. A simple chapter which can be completed very easily. Unnecessary English. Unnecessary English for too much complications. That year it was 8 years, that's what they're saying. That's the same question I asked. Exactly. That's the question I asked. People, the question which I asked is, that year you filed return late. Upon that year you would have gone DTR. If that year you have gone DTR, how did you carry forward loss? Yes or no? Yes, here ICA's assumption is, people, if you remember DTR, DTR basically comes and says, if you are in a business model, you cannot change regime every year. You have to choose DTR, matlab you are going DTR. You can move to ATR only once. Matlab here ICA is making an assumption that year he might have gone DTR, probably come to ATR and then come back to DTR. Maybe. Maybe. Don't know. Yes, my question is still now, no matter which permutation you take, this loss is not claimable. But ICA says claimable, so you say claimable and proceed. You say claimable and proceed. Horrible question. Horrible question to get an answer. Yes or no? Yes. These are the kind of questions, people, is that when you look, generally I tell you question number 4 should be answered. But then you start seeing English and all being played, please skip. Please skip, move back to 2. It is okay to get loss of 4 marks in TDS. At least residential status I can answer. This is worst. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Unnecessary kind of issues, people. Now, yes, ICA has already played this twice. Jan 26, May 26, both English have been played. Hopefully September will be better. Hopefully September will be better. Now, I've given this question only to rattle people, nothing else. Yes, because I remember putting the video on YouTube and I'm saying, this time ICA is playing permutations and tax. I have 4 different assumptions in this question itself. I'm playing permutations, people. I have to prepare 4 different tables to get the right answer. Because every answer is different. And apparently every answer is correct also. But ICA prefers only one permutation. What they think is right. Yes, unnecessary question, people. But the point is, this is how the understanding is. Now you forget what happened, I don't care. Point is, did you understand how to approach the question? Yes. Now the challenge which I put this question is for you to understand the priority. Notice the priority, people. You may have seen loss of business first. You may have seen UD first, but still speculative got top priority because it is a special loss. It is a special loss. So I had to give that a priority. And therefore, my request is very simple. When you read these kind of questions in exam, please don't start solving before reading the full question. Only when you make notes like this will you get the right answer. Otherwise, one mistake from your side, the whole question will go for a toss. Are we clear? Yes. Be smart and careful about this kind of question, people. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is because I want you to understand. A speculative is 160. Income set off becomes 30. Income set off becomes 30. So, 30 is there in my hand. Tell me how much is my total PGBP? 273, 30 and 650. 273, 30 and 650. 953. In this 953, I will then set off 210. 743. 743 mein I can set off 680. 450 is lost. Lapsed. 63,000. Luckily, PGBP still has a number. Luckily, PGBP still has a number. Assuming PGBP did not have a number, the balance UD which you had, you can set off against other heads. You can set off against other heads, which means then I would have gone and set off against dividends or probably HP also. Choice is mine. Yes, all those can be done only when you figure out the full question. Only when you figure out the full question. Without knowing the full question, if you try these kind of things, it will always go wrong. Yes, the one request I'm going to make very clearly in clubbing and set off is, do not attend the question without reading the full question. You can get easy 6 marks in this question provided you have read the question properly. If you start doing it right away, trust me when I tell you this, you will always get it wrong. Because I say I will always ensure that the last adjustment is the one you have to do first. You have to do first. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes. Now, if you ask me my personal feeling, people, both the times DTR has been asked. Matlab this time ATR only will come. They will not ask you DTR. That is my gut feeling. But if you feel so, good for you. Clear? Yes. Careful, careful, careful. People, anyone on the back with a doubt? Clear? Yes, yes, yes. One, taking you through a very small chapter, I would say. Small in the sense you just have to remember a couple of things for you to complete this chapter. We're looking at what is called as deductions. Yes. Now this chapter on a standalone basis does not carry any weightage. This chapter will either be part of your MCQ formats or it will be part of your comprehensive question. You're not expecting this question anywhere else. Assume 1 or 2 marks in examination, not more than that. Yes. There are a couple of sections which you have to keep in mind. That is all that we are going to focus on, people. Everything else can be ignored. Yes, let's look at this carefully. Before you start deductions, there are certain things you have to keep in mind. First, income tax says if you want to claim chapter 6 reduction, this deduction can only be granted on your GTI. Can only be granted on your GTI, which means rule number 1, deductions is given after losses. It is not given before losses, it is given after losses. So you take your total heads, you add your clubbing, you set off all the losses of current year and past year. What you have in your hand is called GTI. On this GTI, I'll give you deductions. I'll give you deductions. Rule number 2, deductions is only applicable for current year, which means if your deduction crosses the limit, I will say ignore. I will say ignore. For example, if I tell you my GTI is 5 lakhs and the deduction I want to claim is 7 lakhs, can I request the department for a loss of 2 lakhs and a refund? No, department will say, beta 5 lakhs you have, you claim 5 lakhs and close. You claim 5 lakhs and close, no more deduction granted to you. Third and the most important thing, every time a student will make a mistake here, deductions can only be given on your slab incomes. Deductions will not be given on any special incomes, even on your CG. CG will not get any deduction, so be very, very careful and cognizant on that. Are we clear? Yes, good. We're moving on to deductions to understand a couple of things. Deductions can be split in 3 headings. Heading number 1 talking about all your payments and investments. Income taxes. If you're going to have any payments or investments, we are going to cover it under a beautiful section called ATC. And ATC is having a maximum limit of 1,50,000. The payments which you can think on the top of your mind, people. Payment number 1 is going to be life insurance premium. If you're going to take a life insurance premium, you can claim a deduction under ATC. Certain things to follow. First, whom are you taking life insurance on? You can take life insurance on self, spouse, any children and no parents. Self, spouse, any children and no parents. Parents are not eligible for life insurance policies. Yes. Second, if you are claiming life insurance premium, I will ask you, when did you take the policy? If you took the policy before 2012, you can pay a premium up to 20% of the sum assured. If you took the policy after 2012, you can pay a premium up to 10% of sum assured. But if you're going to take the policy for a handicapped person, you can increase the premium up to 15% of the sum assured. That is what the limits are. Yes. So life insurance is eligible on self, spouse, any children, no eligibility for parents. Maximum limit is 20% before 2012. 10% after 2012 and handicap getting 15%. Yes. Second, what other payments can you claim? You can claim something called tuition fees, which you pay for your child's education. A tuition fees which you can pay for your child education, maximum 2 children with an education in India. With an education in India. Third, you can also claim any contributions that you make. Any contributions that you make under PF. Any contributions that you make under PF except for URPF, because unrecognized is not an recognized PF. I cannot give a deduction on that, which means you can claim deduction for SPF, PPF, RPF. I am not giving deduction on URPF. Yes. Fourth, you can make any deposit to a bank for at least 5 years. We call it tax saver deposits. Any tax saver deposits you make for more than 5 years, I will give you deduction. I will give you deduction. 6, I am coming and telling any contribution you make to Sukanya Samriddhi scheme for your girl child. For your girl child, you can claim that as a deduction. Yes or no? Yes. So items, people, look at the items. Item number 1, it says life insurance policy. Item number 2 says statutory fund, public fund and RPF. Item number 3 says Sukanya Samriddhi scheme. Item number 4 says tuition fees which is paid for 2 children and an education in India. Item number 5 says repayment of housing loans. People understand, if I repay interest, take it under HP. If I repay loan itself, take it under ATC. That's the understanding. So you'll always get this adjustment together only. I say will always give you adjustment together only, which will say housing loan repaid is 3 lakhs. Take under ATC. Housing loan interest paid in the current year is 1 lakh. Take under IFHP. Read them together. Are we clear? Yes. Next, income tax is any kind of term deposit which you make with the bank for at least 5 years. Any kind of subscription you make to NSC, National Savings Certificate. Beyond that, people, I'll give you a very simple trick. If you see a question in exam where you're investing, what are you doing? Investing. Any weird investments you see, answer is ATC. That is what the logic is. Maximum limit of 1,50,000 per annum. Are we clear? Yes. Items, people, on the top is life insurance premium, employees contribution to funds, Sukanya Samriddhi scheme, tuition fees for 2 children in education of India, repayment of housing loans, tax saver deposits, any other donations, any other investments that you make in a weird fashion. Now, when I use the word when I use the word investment, I also use the word contribution. Sometimes ICMA also use the word contribution. They mean the same. Which means I am not looking for donation, because donation is under 80G. Are we clear? Yes. Then we moved on to 80CCC. 80CCC says contribution to pension fund. Any money you put in pension fund can also be claimed as deduction up to a maximum limit of 1,50,000. Then we have pension scheme. Notice the difference. First is pension fund, the other is pension scheme. Look carefully. Income tax says under pension scheme, 2 things will happen. Either I will deposit or employer will deposit. People, if I am depositing, the first 50,000 is eligible for deduction, no restriction. Who is depositing? I am depositing. If employee is depositing, first 50,000 fully allowed as deduction, no restriction. Anything excess I want to deposit, I can only claim up to a maximum of 10% of my salary. Up to a maximum of 10% of my salary. Salary for NPS, if you remember, is basic plus DA forming part. That's all. Basic plus DA forming part. What am I talking about? I'm talking about my contribution. My contribution I can claim up to 50,000, no limit. Balance number 10% of my salary. If the employer wants to contribute, income taxes, first, my child, tax it under salaries, because who gave? Employer gave. Then you can claim a deduction here. How will you claim? If you go old regime, I will give 10%. If you go new regime, I'll give you 14%. If you go old regime, I'll give you 10%. If you go new regime, I'll give you 14% of your salary. Are we clear? Yes. But then comes an overall restriction. Income tax is 80CCC pension fund and 80CCD employees 10% rule. All together should not cross 1,50,000. So look carefully. It says 80C, all my investments. 80CCC pension fund. 80CCD1, which is pension scheme, 10%. Those will have a restriction of 1,50,000. Apart from that, you made your contribution for 50,000, claim. You employer made contribution for you, claim. Allowed as deduction. Any doubts on this part? Yes. Important, people. That is all you have to keep in mind. Can we proceed? Yes. Then we moved on to 80D, which talks about medical insurance. Look carefully. Life insurance is 80C. Medical insurance is 80D. If you are under medical insurance, income tax says before you start, make yourself into 2 buckets. Bucket number 1 will have me, spouse, dependent children. It will be me, spouse, dependent children, and bucket 2 will have all parents. When I say all parents, I mean dependent or not dependent, doesn't matter. So look, life insurance policy, like they said, self, spouse, any children, no parents. Medical insurance is self, spouse, dependent children, all parents. Dependent children, all parents will be considered. Are we clear? Yes. How does it work? Income tax says you create two buckets. Bucket number one will be self, spouse, dependent children. Bucket number two will be your parents. Each bucket will get 25,000. Each bucket will get 25,000. But if any bucket has a resident senior citizen, you will increase the bucket to 50,000 rupees. You will increase the bucket to 50,000 rupees. That is the condition. Yes. Now, how do you claim deduction? Income taxes, you can claim these items. Item number one, medical insurance, which you pay. Item number two, preventive health checkup, which you pay. Maximum 5,000 for both the buckets. Maximum 5,000 for both the buckets. Third, if you pay any medical expenses, that also you can claim as deduction, provided you are a senior citizen and you don't have insurance. Three items, people: medical insurance, preventive health checkup, maximum 5,000 for both the buckets, and three, medical expenses only for a senior citizen not having medical insurance. People, if you have a medical insurance, can you claim this as a deduction? No. Can you choose whichever is higher? No. Can you choose whichever is lower? No. You can only claim insurance. You cannot claim expenses. Yes. Next, income tax clarifies. Beta, if you want this deduction, rule is that you should not pay 1 rupee also in cash. All expenses should be in online modes. Except for preventive health checkup. Preventive health checkup alone can be paid in cash. That will be allowed as deduction. That is what is given here. Yes, last line is something more critical. Income tax says if you pay medical insurance not for 1 year but lump sum. If you pay medical insurance not for 1 year but for lump sum, you divide it over the number of financial years it is alive for. Don't divide it based on the number of years they give. Divide it based on the number of financial years it is alive for. What does it mean? It means I am taking a policy for 5 years, but I paid the premium from 2nd April. People, if I paid premium from 2nd April, my first premium was paid on 2nd April. That premium will now be alive for 2nd April to 2nd April to 2nd April to 2nd April. Technically, it will show 6 years. It will not show 5 years, it will show 6 years because I paid it in the middle of the year, and therefore income tax says divide it over the 6 years and not 5 years. Look carefully, it says number of PYs during which it is eligible. It is not number of years the policy is alive, it is number of PYs the life policy is, the health policy is eligible. Are we clear? Are we clear? Even if 1 day it is considered as full year. Yes. 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 So what is the policy, people? It is ATD split into two buckets. Bucket number one, self, spouse, dependent children. Bucket number two, any parents. My bucket will get 25,000. Parent bucket will get 25,000. But any bucket can get 50,000 if the bucket has a resident senior citizen. Payments that I can claim as deduction is insurance, preventive health checkup with a maximum limit of 5,000 for all the buckets, and three, medical expenses only for senior citizen not having medical insurance. All payments should be made by online modes except for preventive health checkup, which is allowed in cash. Are we clear? Yes. After ATD, people, we learned ATDD and ATU. This talks about disability. Dependent disabled, you are disabled. Dependent disabled, you are disabled. If any person is disabled, that disabled maintenance ke liye you can claim flat deduction of 75,000 or flat deduction of 1,25,000 if the disability is more than 80%. If the disability is more than 80%, understand, people, this is flat deduction. Flat matlab, even if I spend only 1 rupee, I will get 75,000. Even if I spend 10 crores, I will get 75,000. This number will not change. Are we clear? Yes. Then we moved on forward to understanding ATDDB, which comes and says if you have any medical treatment expenses, for specified diseases, you can claim a deduction up to 40,000 rupees for self or 1 lakh rupees in case it is a senior citizen. 40 for self, 1 lakh for senior citizen. Yes or no? Yes. Remind me what and all we have discussed. ATC talks about investments, ATCCC pension fund, ATCCD pension scheme, ATD medical insurance, ATDD dependent disability, 80 you are disabled, 80 DDB, medical treatment for specified diseases. That is what the list is. Yes. Then we moved on to understanding 80E, income taxes. If you are going to pay any education loan interest, people, you're not paying education loan, you're paying education loan interest, which means if you get a question says I have paid 4 lakhs for interest and 1 lakh for loan, I will claim 4 lakhs. Can I claim the 1 lakh? No, not allowed as deduction. Income taxes, if you have any education loan interest, you can claim it as full deduction for the first 8 years. For the first 8 years, and you can take this education loan not just in India, you can also take it outside India. But notice the education should not be up to 12th, it should be after 12th, which means it should be UG or PG courses. It should be a UG or PG courses. 80C talks about UG courses. 80C talks about school courses, but 80E talks about higher courses. Are we clear? Yes. Then we moved on to understanding 80EE and EE. I told you to skip this off. Keep only one thing in mind. If you see a weird adjustment where it says house property is not of current year loan, but some past year data and conditions are satisfied, in that case, income tax says you can maximum claim 2 lakhs in SOP. Whatever remains, you can come and claim it here. 50,000 you can claim for 80E and 1,50,000 you can claim under 80EEA. Yes, so 50,000 you will claim under 80EE and 1,50,000 you will claim under 80EEA. Yes or no? Yes. Similarly, people, if you have any electric vehicle that you have bought and for that electric vehicle you took a loan, whatever interest you pay can be maximum claimed up to 1,50,000, 80EEB. 80EEB. That is what the deduction is. Yes or no? Yes or no? People, 80E deduction is educational loan interest. 80EE number is 50,000. EEA number is 1,50,000. EEB number is 1,50,000. EEB is for electric vehicles. Are we clear? Yes. Then we moved on to one of the most important section, which is called 80G. Talks about donations. Understand, income tax says if you are going to make any donations, you're going to split yourself into 4 buckets. Bucket number 1 will have 100% no restriction. Bucket B will say 50% no restriction. Bucket C will say 100% with restriction, and bucket D will say 50% with restrictions. Understand bucket B first. Bucket B only has one item, which is Prime Minister Drought Relief Fund. Bucket C has 2 items. One is family planning expenses, the other is Indian Olympics. Bucket D has only one item, which is charitable organization. Anyone else will sit under bucket A. So if you get a question in exam, the question comes and says, I have donated to Chief Minister National Relief Fund, category A. If I am giving it for Prime Minister National Relief Fund, A category. Prime Minister Drought Relief Fund, B. PM Cares Fund, A. Swachh Bharat Kosh, A. Armenia Earthquake Relief Fund, A is the answer. Yes or no? Indian Olympics is C. Charitable Trust, D. Temples are D. Gurudwara is also D, and that's what the answer is. Yes. Now, if you want to claim deduction under 80G, there are some rules that you're going to follow. Rule number 1, please don't give any donations in kind. No donations are allowed in kind. Donation should only be in monetary values. Second, if you are going to give any donation in monetary value, don't give more than 2,000 rupees in cash. If you give more than 2,000 rupees in cash, I will say not allowed. Are we clear? Third, for category C and D, we said there is a restriction. Restriction says you cannot donate more than 10% of the adjusted GTI. You cannot donate more than 10% of adjusted GTI. What does adjusted GTI says? It says take your GTI and reduce all the deductions. Reduce all the deductions except for 80G. 80G motto, don't reduce, everything else you will reduce and you will get the adjusted GTI. On that you can donate 10%. Please note, I am only donating 10%. I cannot claim 10%. What does it mean? People, if I am donating 10% in category D, I will not get 10% deduction, I will get 50% of the 10%. I'll get 50% of the 10%. Example is given here. If I tell you my adjusted GTI 6 lakh, I can maximum donate 60,000. I can maximum donate 60,000 in category C and D. Look, I have PM Cares Fund, category A, PM Drought Relief Fund, B, Family Planning, C, any charitable trust, D. People, where is the restriction? C and D is the restriction. I can donate maximum 60,000 rupees. I want to donate 90,000 rupees. Will you allow? No, you will say restrict to 60, which means I will donate 40,000 for family planning and 20,000 for charitable trust. Yes or no? Yes. Tell me, category A deduction is full 25,000. Category B donation is 12,500. Category C goes full 40,000 and category D will go 10,000. So if you notice, my donation amount is 60,000. My deduction can be less than 60 also. Understand, 10% is the donation amount. It is not the deduction amount. It is not the deduction amount. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes. Then we discussed on to what is called as ATGGB and GGC. GGB and GGC talks about donation to political parties. I told you if you're going to directly donate to political parties, I will give you full deduction if it is not paid by cash. But if you are going to donate anything to advertisements, notice I am seeing advertisements coming here. Any advertisement done is not allowed for inter syllabus because this donation is only for companies. Is only for companies. Ayana. Yes. So notice carefully. If I give donation to political party, allowed. If I give donation to electoral trust, allowed. If I give donation to advertisement trust, not allowed. If I am going to donate anywhere for pamphlet and all, not allowed. I can only give direct donations. Person should directly receive it. If that happens, I will give deduction. Otherwise, no deduction. But if you want deduction, please don't pay in cash. Please don't pay in cash. Are we clear? Yes. After GGB and GGC, we have skipped off ATGG people. I told you not important. Yes. This is your payment related deductions. Any doubts? Come on. People, ATC has a limit of 1,50,000. ATCCC has a limit of 1,50,000. ATCCD, I will say employee, employer. Employee gets a limit of 50,000 flat and then 10% of salary. Employer gets 10% in old regime, 14% in new regime. Yes. Then I went ATDD, dependent disability. 75,000 or 1,25,000. You are also disabled. 75,000 or 1,25,000. If I am asking medical treatment for specified reasons, 40,000 and 1 lakh. 40,000 for normal citizen, 1 lakh for senior citizen. Yes. Then I said ATE, education loan interest, maximum 8 years, no limits, no limits. ATEE, 50,000. EE, 1,50,000 for my house property. EEB is for electric vehicle, 1,50,000. ATG says category A, 100% without restriction. Category B, 50% without restriction. Category C, 100% with restriction of limits. And category D, 50% of qualifying limits. Qualifying limit is 10% of my adjusted GTI. GTI means take the total GTI minus all deductions except ATG. Don't make any cash donations more than 2,000 and don't make any kind donations at all. Not allowed. Yes. If I'm making donation to political party, fully allowed except for cash. If I'm making donation to electoral trust, fully allowed except cash. If I'm making donation for advertisement of political party, not allowed. Any donations in brochures and all, not allowed. Yes. If I'm taking medical insurance, you will split for 2 buckets: self, spouse, dependent children. Other bucket goes parent. Each bucket gets 25,000. Senior citizen gets 50,000. No payment should happen in cash except for preventive and checkup with the limit of 5,000 for both buckets. 5,000 for both buckets. That is what your payment conditions are. Clear? Yes. Good. Then we moved on to heading C, which is your income based deduction. People, heading C is important because heading C says you can only claim the deduction if you file your ROI on time. If you don't file your ROI on time, I am not giving this deduction to you. I am not giving this deduction to you. We learned the same thing right now for carry forwards. We learn the same thing right now for carry forwards. Same logic, people. You will not get this deduction if you file your return late. You will not get this deduction if you file your return late. 80JJAA DTR thing does not allow. Yes, coming to that, people. I will not give you this deduction if you file your return late. So careful on that. Yes. Now the first deduction to be noted is 80JJAA. Important deduction for exam. This exemption comes and says if you have any new employees joining, whatever new employees you pay, you can claim 30% of their salary as a deduction over the next 3 years. Over the next 3 years. What did I tell you? Any salary that you pay to the employee, 30% of the salary will be allowed as deduction over the next 3 years. Some conditions to fulfill. Condition number 1, an employee should be participating in PF. Condition 2, an employee should only be getting salary by prescribed modes. Condition 3, employee should have worked for at least 240 days or 150 days. 150 days in case of apparel, footwear and leather industry. Footwear and leather industry. And 4, salary should not exceed 25,000 per month. Should not exceed 25,000 per month. I'm showing this once again. Look carefully. It says whatever deductions you have, you claim it as follows. First, I will come and say exclude those employees who don't participate in PF. Then exclude those employees who are getting less than 240 days or 150 days in current year. Next, exclude those employees whose salary is exceeding 25,000. Then exclude those employees who are getting salary other than by prescribed modes, and whatever salary you have, claim 30% deductions. Claim 30% deductions over the next 3 years. Over the next 3 years. Are we clear? Yes, that is what the deduction is. Leaving you with the last 3, which says 80 QQB RRB. This one says if you are receiving royalty, you can claim a deduction of 3 lakhs. You can claim a deduction of 3 lakhs maximum. Yes, but if you want to claim a deduction, there are certain rules to follow. Rule number 1, you should have received the money in India within 6 months from the end of the financial year, which is 30th September of AY. Second, whatever revenue you are receiving should not exceed 15% of the gross value. Whatever revenue you are receiving should not exceed 15% of the gross value. If it exceeds 15%, I will not give that much deduction. Third, if you have anyway claimed expenses in IFOS, then that much deduction I will not grant in 80 QQB and RRB. 80 QQB and RRB. If you remember, I prepared a sticky note for you. The steps are given to you. Can you tell me the steps? Step number 1 says, first, whatever royalty you got, taxed it under IFOS after claiming your expenses. Second, restrict whatever revenue you have to 15% of the gross value. 3, restrict all the amount to whatever you receive by 30th September of AY. 4, whatever expenses you claim above, kindly minus it here also. And 5, whatever number you have should not exceed 3 lakh rupees to claim deduction. I'll show you one example, you'll understand from that. But the answer is very simple. You start from IFOS claim expenses, you go forward and go 15% restriction, then go restrict up to amount received in India, then come and ask for an expenses reduction, and finally limit of 3 lakhs. And finally a limit of 3 lakhs. Are we clear? Yes. Then we moved on to the last one, people, which is TTA and TTB. This I'm sure you all know. TTA says if you are claiming any interest under savings account or post office savings account, claim a deduction of 10,000. If you are having any deduction as a senior citizen, you can claim all your interest as deduction, whether it is FD, RD or savings, it doesn't matter. Full deduction granted, maximum 50,000. Maximum 50,000 ka deduction will be granted to you. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Now people, if you ever decide to go to DTR, in this whole chapter only 2 deductions will be given. One is 80 JJAA and second is 80 CCD employer contribution, because there I told you we'll get 14%. Under new regime. So these are the only 2 deductions which are given. All other deductions will be denied to you. All other deductions will be denied to you. Yes. So 80 CCD subsection 2, employer contribution deduction will be granted up to a limit of 14% of salary. That is what is given on the right side. Other than that, you can claim your 80 JJAA as a deduction. All other deductions are only given for ATR. Are only given for ATR. Are we clear on this? Are we clear on this? Yes, yes. Tell me people, 80 JJAA requires a maximum limit of salary limit of 25,000. Minimum work is 240 days or 150 days. I should have contributed to PF. Salary should have received by permissible modes. Salary should have been received by permissible modes, and employee will get a deduction. Sorry, I will get a deduction of 30% of the salary for the next 3 years. If I want royalty deduction number is 3 lakhs. Royalty deduction number is 3 lakhs. Interest deduction is 10,000 for normal citizen, 50,000 for senior citizen. Normal citizen can only claim savings account. Senior citizen can claim all deposits. Can claim all deposits. That is what we discussed of. Yes, yes, yes. Any doubts? Are we clear? Yes. Following up with deductions comes the next chapter together, people. The chapter talks about 10AA, which talks about SEZ deductions. SEZ deductions come and say, if you have any special economic zone, what do you have? Special economic zone. If you have any special economic zone, income tax says you can claim a deduction of, only 50% of the export profits. You can claim a deduction of only 50% of export profits, because I told you this restriction has stopped very long ago, and therefore for your attempt the only deduction eligible is 50% of the export profit. Please note one thing. If you are going to claim 10AA, first the income has to be added under PGBP. Other than that, you cannot claim it. So first tax it under PGBP. Then I will ask for a deduction. Limit is 50% of the export profits. How do you calculate export profit? We take the total profit multiplied with ETO by TTO. Export turnover by total turnover. Yes or no? Yes or no? What's it, people? Once again, SEZ deduction maximum limit 50% of the export profit can only be given if you have taxed it under PGBP, and export profit matlab profit of the whole undertaking multiplied with ETO by TTO. Yes, 2 rules to follow. Rule number 1, income tax says I will only give this deduction under ATR, no deduction under DTR. Rule number 2, I will only give this deduction if you file your return on time. If you file the return late, no deduction granted to you. Yes. Rule number 3, income tax says if you want to claim this deduction, please make sure that you receive the money in India within 6 months from the end of the financial year. We discussed this in royalty. Same thing, people. You have to receive the money within 6 months from the end of the financial year. Only then will I take it as a part of export turnover. If not, I will not take it as a part of the export turnover itself. It will not be taken as such. But yes, if you have paid any expenses outside India, what have you paid? Any expenses outside India, you will reduce these expenses both from numerator and from denominator. So look carefully. It says export profit matlab profit into ETO by TTO. Whatever number you have, you can only claim as deduction if you file the return on time. Whatever export turnover you have, you can take the whole export turnover as it is, but reduce all the expenses which you paid outside India. Please make sure to receive the export turnover within 6 months from the end of the previous year. Coming to total turnover, please make sure that you take the whole turnovers and only reduce the expenses which you paid outside India. Whatever number you have, you can claim maximum 50% of the export profits. You can claim as 50% of the export profits. That is what the section says. You can only claim this deduction under ATR. Also, people, let me clarify. If you are claiming this under ATR, the moment you see a question and the question says you are claiming this under ATR, automatically check for AMT. Automatically check under AMT, because AMT says this deduction should not be taken. So if the question says DTR, ignore. If the question says ATR, check if the question is asking tax liability. If the question is asking tax liability, you need to also check for AMT as a rule. You need to check for AMT as a rule. That's a mandate. That's a mandate given to you. Any doubts on this part? Are we clear? Yes. People, ATD deduction limit is, medical insurance limit is 25,000 or 50,000. Preventive health checkup 5,000. Life insurance policy 20% of sum assured, 10% of sum assured, 15% of sum assured. Overall deduction 1,50,000. National pension scheme, my contribution 50,000 flat deduction, and then 10% of salary. Medical treatment specified disease 40,000 or 1 lakh. 40,000 or 1 lakh. If I am paying anything for life interest on education loan, no limit, 8 years. No limit, 8 years. If I am paying for my house, double E, 50,000. If I am paying for my house, double EA, 1,50,000. If I am paying for vehicle, 1,50,000. Please notice it is electric vehicle. Electric vehicle. Qualifying limit for category C and D, 10% of adjusted GTI. Don't make donations more than 2,000 in cash. Don't make donations to political parties more than any amount in cash, not allowed. Any amount in cash is not allowed as deduction. My interest on savings account 10,000. Interest on FD 50,000 if you are a senior citizen. My 10AA deduction, SEZ deduction 50% of export profit. Royalty deduction 3 lakh rupees. 80 JJAA 30% of employee's salary, where the salary is less than 25,000. Employees work for 240 days or 150 days. Has worked for 240 days and 150 days and is contributing to PF. That's what the deductions look like. Any doubts on the deductions? Yes. On the deductions. Good. Yes. Good. Solve this one for me. It says contribution to public provident fund. People giving money to PPF is 80C. Amount eligible 1,50,000. Yes. Next one. Life insurance premium has been paid to Birla Sun Life Insurance in cash amounting to 25,000 for the insurance of the life of the dependent parents. Can I claim? Why? Because life insurance is not for parents. This is a trigger area. Question. People, is cash a restriction? No. Cash is a restriction only for medical. It's not for life. Not for life. Life may you can pay by cash. ATC has no restrictions. Yes. But the problem here was parents. Yes. Come on. Next one says premium of 60,000 on the life policy in the name of her married daughter. Any problem? No, because I can take self, spouse, all children. The policy was taken in 2019. Sum assured is 5 lakhs. People, if the sum assured is after 2012, it is 10%. After 2012 is 10%. 5 lakh ka 10% is 50,000. I paid 60,000. Can I claim? I can claim only 50,000. Now I am yet to restrict everything to overall, but right now we're just giving numbers. Yes. Come on. Next one says paid 70,000 towards premium on the life insurance policy of the handicapped child. Sum assured is 4 lakhs. Date of policy is 22. People, handicapped asks 15%. Sum assured is 4 lakhs multiplied with 15 will give me 60,000. I paid 70,000. I can claim section same. Because ATU is defined in disability, no? Disability is defined in ATU only. ATU is for maintenance, not for life insurance. Life insurance goes in ATC. If the question would have said I'm making any more expenses, that would have become flat deduction of 75,000. Life policy alone, I'll keep in ATC. Because life insurance policy. ATC specifically covers life insurance. ATU covers all other expenses. It doesn't cover life insurance. Deposited 90,000 in tax saver deposit in the name of major son in Punjab National Bank. Section 80C. Amount eligible is 0. People, deposit is for myself. How can you deposit for son and all? These are own contributions. Yes, I only gave the condition of child in life insurance policy, not in the deposit, which means that is, doesn't matter, you assume that.
5 years का calculation. What 5 years?
That is assumed. It's same tax saver deposit, no? That automatically means 5 years. Payment of tuition fees to Apit J School, New Delhi for education of his son studying in 11, 45,000. Can I claim? ATC number is 45,000. As per the interest certificate issued by Punjab National Bank, I have a 1,80,000 towards principal and 2,01,000 towards residential house property. I have two. One I go to HP. HP claims 2 lakhs. HP claims 2 lakhs and ATC claims 1,50,000. This is what I was telling you people. They'll give you a split. You have to be careful about this. Yes. Now I am making an assumption. I am only claiming 2 lakhs because the property is SOP. You can assume it is LOP. You can assume it is LOP. I am working on that. 5 years post office time deposit. ATC is ignored. Balance 1,500 is ignored. Can't do anything about it. 80E. Question has to mention you that they are eligible for 80E. Question will mention very clearly the conditions of 80E has been satisfied. Yes. That's what, nothing mentioned that the conditions are satisfied. Yes. Shh. It says own contribution to RPF 30,000. People, own contribution is ATC. Employer contribution is not ATC. Own contribution is ATC. This can also be claimed as deduction. Correct? Yes. Come on. 48,000 paid for Sukanya Samriddhi scheme for the name of minor daughter Anya. ATC. Contribution made to approved pension fund. 80CCC. 80CCC of 1,05,000. Of 1,05,000. People, all of these are going to get restricted off. Right now, I'm just putting out the numbers. Yes. Next, contributed 1,95,000 for 15% of the salary, which is basic plus DA forming part. They've already done it properly. They've already done it properly. To the NPS account of central government. Matching contribution was also made by G Limited. People, 2 persons have contributed. One, self, the other is employer. Let's talk about self. Self, I will say 50,000 allowed as deduction. 50,000 allowed as deduction. If for the balance, I can claim up to 10% of my salary. How much is my salary? My salary is 195 divided by 15%, number is 13 lakhs. I can only contribute 10%, which is 1,30,000. Now look carefully. People, total I contributed 1,50,000. In that 1 lakh, sorry, total I contributed 1,95,000. In that 1,95,000, 50,000 already allowed. Left over 1,45,000. In that 1,45,000, I will claim only 1,30,000. Yes, understand this once again. What is happening? I'm looking at self-contribution. And self-contribution says first 50,000 fully allowed. Balance ke liye restriction of 10% of salary. So first 50,000 I fully claim just like that. How much did I contribute? 1,95,000. In that first 50,000 I claim. How much I am left with? 1,45,000. For that 1,45,000 I have a restriction of 10% on salary. Tell me what is my salary? 13 lakhs. How did you get? 1,95,000 divided by 15%, which is 13 lakhs. This 13 lakhs ka I can contribute 10%, which is 1,30,000. How much did I contribute? 1,45,000. 1,45,000. In that I am asking for 1,30,000, restricted to 1,30,000. That's all. Clear? Yes. Come on. Once again, I am going employer. People, employer directly goes 10% or 14% only. Assuming I am in ATR. Assuming I am in ATR, I can only claim 10%. What is 10% of salary? 1,30,000. How much did he contribute? 1,95,000. Can I give him 1,95,000? No, I can only give him 1,30,000, which is ATR. Which is ATR. Check karo. Yes, come on. Rajan has to pay to a hospital for treatment 62,000 rupees and has spent nothing for life insurance or maintenance of his handicap dependent. I have a handicap disability person. I have given 62,000 for spend purposes. I can claim 80 double D 75,000.
2,000.
Flat deduction of 75 people. Number does not matter. Yes, careful. Mediclaim policy taken for self, wife and dependent children. Premium paid by check is 30,000 rupees. Hey, this is for self, wife and dependent children. My bucket has 25,000. My bucket has 25,000. 1,500 was paid in cash for health checkup of self and 4,500 was paid in check for preventive health checkup of parents who's a senior citizen. Tell me people, question number one. Can I claim the 1,500 I have? No, because my bucket is over. Which means I am only left with parents order bucket. Parents order bucket, I would like to put the full 4,500 because I can only claim maximum 5,000 rupees. Can I claim 5,000? No. Parents bucket is only left with 4,500. So the deduction will become 80D for self, spouse, dependent children. Number is 25,000. For parent, number is 4,500. It is 5,000 for both buckets put together. Does not mean you can claim my bucket deduction there. People, it is 5,000 for both buckets put together. Does not mean you can pass over your bucket to him. That's not how it works. My bucket only has 4,500. I can only claim 4,500. That is how the deduction gives. Yes, obviously. 25,000 is the overall bucket. All payments are covered in it. 4,500 is the payment which I made for my parents bucket. Parents bucket has a limit of 50,000 senior citizen. And therefore, I have only paid 4,500, claim 4,500. Simple. The 1,500 of my bucket cannot be claimed because my bucket is already full. I cannot have any other numbers there. Clear? Yes, yes, yes. People, does anyone have a doubt? Clear? Yes, come on. Yes. The bucket of 25,000 number has all payments covered in it. Careful. Yes. Medical premium on the health of dependent brother and major son dependent on her amounts to 5,000 and 10,000 respectively, paid in cash. Can I allow? Because, very good, premiums cannot be paid in cash, not allowed as deduction. Next, 35,000 has been made on the medical expenses of the father aged 82 years. No insurance has been taken for the father. Is it fine? Yes, because father is a senior citizen and does not have a insurance. Again, 80D will come into picture. Number is 35,000. 35,000. Yes or no? Yes. Come on. Lump sum premium of 1,20,000 was paid on 30th March 26 for the medical policy taken for self, and self is confirmed as senior citizen. The policy is effective for 5 years. Payment starting from 30th March to 29 March 21. People ignore the 5 years. If you check in financial terms, this will be 6 years. So I will divide over 6 years. Check kar lo. It will be divided over 6 years. Therefore, it will be 80D 1.2 lakhs divided by 6 years. This is what I was talking about. Clear? Yes, come on. It says incurring expenditure of 90,000 for the medical treatment of a mother who is a person with severe disability. I can claim 1,25,000. Section double D. 80U is when you are disabled. Yes, next. Interest paid of 1,67,000 for the purchase of an e-vehicle on 15th May 22. 1,50,000. 80. Very good. 80 EEB. Correct? Yes. Contributed 25,000 to Clean Ganga Fund set up by central government. Category A, 80. C. Donations of 5,100 to Prime Minister National Relief Fund was given for check. People, I told you, Minister National, both have come 50-50. Category A is the answer. Matlab, this is also 80. G, 100%, 5,100. Correct? Correct? Yes. 20,000 paid to a Gurudwara under 80G where no checks are accepted, payment in cash. Can I allow? Not allow. Even though they don't accept cash, I cannot, even though they don't accept checks, I will not permit it. I want cash payments to be denied more than 2,000. Next, donation made to 80G registered charitable trust 25,000 where the adjusted GTI is 1,40,000. People, adjusted GTI is 1,40,000 matlab I can donate up to 14,000. Hey, I donated 25,000. Can I claim 25? No, I can only claim 50% of 14,000. Answer is 7,000. See if you understood. See if you understood, everyone. Yes, this is what we were talking about. The case where if you are going to have any donations more than the qualifying limit, you ignore the donation. Then you come and say, out of the donation, how much I can claim? How much I can claim? Clear? Yes? Come on. It says, a sum of 5,000 was donated in cash to an institution for promoting family planning. Why? Because cash is the restriction. If not, this was category C. If not, this was category C with 100% and qualifying limit. Donation made to registered political party by check 20,000. People, direct donation, therefore 80 GGB. Amount is 20,000. Amount is 20,000. Donation to an advertisement published in Souvenir. I am not looking for advertisement because advertisement is only for companies, not allowed. We discussed? Same discussion. Chaturvedi, 70 years, earned interest income of 12,000 from savings bank and 40,000 from FDs. 80 TTB. 80 TTB, 50,000 is the limit. 80 TTB, 50,000 is the limit. People, you're able to match? Yes, come on. It says, Akash has received royalty of 2,88,000 from a foreign country for a book which is authored by him on literary nature. The royalty rate is given as 18%. Expenditure incurred is 40,000. Amount remitted till 30th September is 2,30,000. No amount was remitted for the balance payment. This is what I was telling you. Let me explain how to do this. Yes, look at this very carefully. Imagine if I give you an illustration. Let me just, sorry. People, first, you need to tell me how much is my income. You need to tell me how much is my income. I have to first tax something under IFOS. How much do I have to tax? I received a royalty of 2,88,000. On this royalty, I had incurred some expenses of 40,000, making my royalty income 2,48,000. Is this step clear? Yes. Now I am moving on to section called 80 QQB. Now 80 QQB basically comes and says, when you have a royalty received, do not receive royalty more than 15%. Do not receive royalty more than 15%. Tell me, how much did I receive? I received 2,88,000 at the rate of 18%. I only want 15%. Number hits 2,40,000. This is step number one. Are we clear? Next restriction says, whatever number you have, please get it before 30th September of AY. How much did I receive? 230 only I received. So can I take 240? No, I can only take 230. Which means now I went and said, sir, give me 230 ka deduction. At this stage, income tax department said, no, my child, wait. You have already claimed 40,000 ka deduction in OS. If I give you 230, this becomes double deduction. I cannot give that to you, which means whatever number you already claimed in the past, is not allowed as deduction again, giving me the number as 190. Giving me the number as 190. At this stage, I will say, sir, okay, I want to claim 190. Now, income tax department will ask, did you ask for anything less than 3 lakhs or more than 3 lakhs? You asked for less than 3 lakhs, so you claim 1,90,000. If this number was 4,90,000, income tax will say 3 lakhs. Income tax will say 3 lakhs. So, look at the steps carefully. Step number 1, find out IFOS. Step number 2, restrict the revenue to 15%. Step number 3, restrict the amount which you have to the amount received in India. Step number 4, whatever expenses you claimed in IFOS will get reduced here also. And step number 5, restrict to an overall limit of 3 lakh rupees. This is the steps. This is the steps. It's part of your study material, people. We've already done it in the past. I hope you understand what we did right now. Yes? Yes, obviously. You have to put it in an OS statement. No doubts. Clear? Yes. Giving me a deduction of 1,90,000. Are we clear on this? Are we clear on this? Everyone? Everyone? Yes? Good. This is what the deduction quantum looks like. Look carefully. Yes? So I am going to confirm my 80 QQB is 1,90,000. But if I want to claim 80 QQB, please ensure my OS income is 2,48,000. You cannot claim an OS of, you cannot claim a deduction under QQB unless you have offered it under IFOS. So be careful on that as a statement. Clear? Everyone? Everyone? Sure? 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 Last one, people. It says Brajesh has set up an SEZ in May 2018. Total turnover, export turnover, net profits are given to you. Out of the export turnover of 45 lakhs, only 40 lakhs could be received in convertible foreign exchange. I told you always 50% of export profit. But before you do that, first tax under PGBP. Tax under PGBP. People, how much did you earn? Very good. You taxed, you earned 7.5 lakhs, which means you will first tax under PGBP. How much? 7.5 lakhs. Yes. After this, I will say, let's claim 10AA deduction. What is 10AA deduction? It is 50% into ETO by TTO. Hey, what is my ETO given? 45 lakhs. But the problem with 45 is I have not received the money on time. Out of 45, I only received 40 lakhs. So multiplied with 40 lakhs divided by, people, you not receiving money on time is your problem or department problem? Is your problem. Can I reduce it from denominator also? No. Can I reduce it from denominator also? No. My denominator remains the same. Answer is 120 ETO by TTO. ETO by TTO. Yes or no? Yes or no? Give me the number. A profit and A profit. Sorry. It is 50% of the profits. It is 50% of the profit into ETO by TTO. Yes, number is 25,000. Yes, so it is first finding out export profit, then doing 50%. Export profit is profit into ETO by TTO. Then I did 50% of that. Are we clear? Are we clear? Any doubts on this? Good to go. Yes, come on. Last question. Question says, A has commenced business of manufacture of computers on 1st April 25. I am manufacturing computers. And every time you say manufacture, something clicks. Additional depreciation claims. Yes, he employed 350 new employees. Now I am in employee model, which means I am looking for 80 JJAA. The details are given to you. People, you are going to look at the table and simply tell me whether I should take or ignore. I should take or ignore. Look, first I bought 75 employees on 1st April. If 1st April, matlab they were there for full year. The employees were regular employees and got a salary of 24,000. Did I satisfy all conditions? Yes. I satisfied all conditions. Yes. Next, I am at 125 employees, bought them in May. People, May matlab 11 months. More than 240 days. Okay. I have regular employees. No problem. And the employees are getting 26,000. I have a problem. They have crossed, which means 25,000 has become a restriction area. This is not eligible. 3. I am having 50 employees working from August. People check on August. No, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb and March. Totally 8 months. Approximately 30 days. Matlab 240 days. Is the condition satisfied? Yes, that is fine. I have casual employees. Look on the bottom. It says regular employees are participating in RPF. Casual employees are not participating in RPF. People, if you don't participate in RPF, can I give you deduction? Appo casual has become a problem and therefore ignore. Huh? If that was not RPF, I would have said they are also eligible. 4. I am saying employees 100 joined on 1st September. People, 1st September matlab less than 240 days. Matlab this has now become a problem. Removing this line item also. Removing this line item also gives me the final answer. Yes, which means I can only claim deduction on first list. Give me the salary. Salary is 24,000 into 75 employees into 12 months. Answer is 2 crore 16 lakhs. Something very obvious always makes a mistake. 2 crore 16 lakhs. Yes. Now question says I want to claim deduction. If the profits and gains from the business is 75 lakhs and the total turnover is 5.16 crores. People, turnover and all not important. Eligible deduction is given to me. Answer is 2.16 crores multiplied with, very good, answer is 6480. Right now it doesn't matter. Agreed. Come on, read the next line. What would be your answer if A has commenced the business of manufacture of footwear? A footwear asked for 150 days. Tell me which one did I remove because of 240? Last one. Check the last one for 150. You got exactly 150. Matlab they are also eligible now. Tell me the deduction. 24,000 into 100 employees into 7 months by 7 months. I can only give from September. I cannot give more than September. So 7 months is the deduction amount. Yes. Which means now this will be 2.16 crores plus 1.68 crores multiplied with 30%. Answer came 1 crore 15 lakhs 20,000. Who can give me the right answer? People, this number is wrong. This number is wrong. This number is wrong. This number is wrong. This is the reduction for 1 year. The same number will repeat for the next 2 years. Restrict the number to 75 lakhs because you cannot have a GTI and a deduction more than GTI. Yes, when your GTI itself is confirmed as 75 lakhs, how on earth will you claim 1.52? Yes or no? You can't ask for refunds and all. Matlab this is getting restricted. This is getting restricted to 75 lakhs. Next year you can claim 1.15 again. Next year you can claim 1.15 again, and that's the deduction. That's the deduction quantum. That's the deduction quantum. Are we clear? Are we clear? Everyone? Did we cover all the deductions? Yes, that is the deduction module. Now, things to be kept in mind, people, from the top. From the top, if you notice, which of the items here will get restricted to 1,50,000? From all the list. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Should I take 12? Should I take 12? Yes, I should take 12, but only the 10% of it. What 10%? The 1.3 lakhs. All those numbers together will get restricted off to 1,50,000. Keep that alone in mind. Yes, these are standalone questions, so not a problem. But in exam, please make sure you take all those things and you restrict it off to 1,50,000. Other than that, you can claim your 50,000 ka deduction, and you can claim the 1,30,000 of employer. 1,30,000 of employer. People, in the whole deduction module that we did, can you claim anything under DTR?
Yes.
I can claim 80 CCD, employer 1 to 14%. Second, I can claim 80 JJAA deduction. Those are the only two deductions I'll claim under DTR. Everything else will get denied under DTR. I can only claim them under ATR. The question was prepared assuming you are ATR. Clear? Yes, that's the deduction quantum. Clear? Yes, good. Right. We're continuing our discussion with this topic called as AMT. We're going to discuss this topic called as AMT. Now, I want you to understand, people, this has not been tested in exam for a very, very long time, and therefore I do expect this to be coming in anytime sooner as well. Yes, the point is AMT only has a trigger area when you are opting for ATR. Yes, and therefore the only reason this cannot be tested in examination is because if they have to give you this question in exam, it has to be part of question number 1. The comprehensive list has to come in, where in the comprehensive list they have to come and tell compute ATR or AMT, whichever is higher. Let's talk about that in detail later. Yes, but the problem what is happening of late is I wanted you to test on DTR a lot, and therefore now they're asking you a question on ATR and DTR, thereby ignoring provisions of AMT. Yes, but nevertheless a very, very simple topic, very sweet things to be understood, not much to discuss in this. Yes, the idea of AMT is very simple. Income tax said at certain stage I started giving you huge deductions. Because of which what happened, your income automatically came down. If your income comes down, your tax also comes down, and therefore India is losing revenue. At a certain stage, income tax realized there are 3 huge deductions that I'm giving you, and these 3 huge deductions are resulting in me losing revenue from myself because I'm losing tax liability. And therefore, just to maintain a consistency on the tax liability, income tax introduced the provisions of AMT. Yes, logic being very simple, income tax said for this year alone, do one thing, reverse the deductions. For this year alone, reverse the deductions, pay me the tax which I'm looking forward to. Yes, that is the minimum tax that I'm expecting out of you. No problems. In the future, you can always claim it back. But at least this year, if you pay it to me, my revenue will become consistent. Any doubts on this? Yes, that is what we're going to discuss. But to discuss this better, let's talk about how this carry forward happens. Yes, so a very simple logic is going to happen. Income tax is going to give you a very simple example. Imagine a case where I come and give you 3 tables. Table number 1, which talks about normal provisions. Table number 2, which talks about AMT provisions. Now your logic is very simple. Government is going to come to you and come and tell, beta, how much are you ready to pay? Imagine I'm telling that I am, sir, ready to pay 2 lakh rupees in the current year. Government comes to you and comes and says, yo, beta, 2 lakh is very less. But no worries. Current year I was only expecting 1,75,000. Matlab you are still good boy. You're still a good boy. You pay me 2 lakhs. Let's close the matter there itself. Yes or no? Yes. Problem comes from year 2. Year 2, I was ready to pay 3,50,000. Government says, no, beta, I was actually expecting 435 from you. Yes, this is government's expectation in the form of a word called as AMT. We call it alternate minimum tax. Very good. Yes. Now look very carefully. I am ready to pay 3,50,000. Government says, beta, I was minimum expecting 435 out of you. At this stage, what will government say? Beta, please satisfy my expectation. Give me 435. Now, can I say no? No, I have to pay this tax off, which means 435 I ended up paying to the government. Yes or no? Yes. Now at this stage, when I've paid 435, tell me, did I really pay what I was supposed to pay, or I just paid it because government asked for it? Tell me how much extra did I have to pay? I had to pay an extra amount of 85,000. So I'm going to go back to the government and tell, sir, see, I am ready to pay this 4,35,000 to you, but I'm going to keep this in mind that I've paid you extra 85,000. Don't cheat me. Yes or no? Yes. Went on forward one more year. In that another year, government came and said, beta, how much are you ready to pay? I said, sir, 447 is what I can give you. At this stage, government said, no, I was actually expecting 528 from you. Again, government expectation has gone higher. At this stage, what will you say? Sir, okay, no one can defeat you. Let's pay 528. People, I was only supposed to pay 447. I ended up paying 528. How much extra did I pay? I had to end up paying extra 81,000 from my pocket. I am going to tell the government, sir, see, this also I'm going to keep in mind. I'm not going to let it go. I'm not going to let it go. I went to year number 4. At this stage, I was okay to pay 511. Government said, beta, I was only expecting 356. Which means government will say, oh, forget my expectation, all you pay me 511. You pay me 511. I was like, sir, wait. I would have paid you 511. But you already cheated me last 2 years. Asked me to pay extra. Asked me to pay extra 166,000. You asked me to pay extra 166,000. First give me refund of that. First give me refund of that. Which means I am not ready to pay you number of 511. I will pay you 511 minus what I already paid. Minus what I already paid. How much did I already pay? 166. Removing 166 number is 345,000. Now I am telling government I will only pay 345. At this stage government says, see, I told you no. I was expecting 356. You are only telling 345. Not allowed. Pay me 356. Pay me 356 because that is what I expected out of you. I was like, okay, sir. I agree. I cannot come down to 345, but I will not go and pay 511 also to you. I will pay you 356, which is what you're expecting. Which is what you're expecting. Yes or no? Yes. Tell me carefully. How much was I supposed to pay? 511. How much did I end up paying? 356. How much did I short pay? 160. 155 then. I ended up paying less 155,000. Yes. Hey, why did I pay less 155? Because I already paid this in previous years. I already paid this in previous years. Yes or no? Yes. Come on. I am in the next year. I had to pay 578. Government was asking only 535. I was like, sir, I am not paying 578. I am still pending with extra 11,000. Give me refund of that first. So I asked a refund of 11,000. My number became 567. Now also government is only expecting 535. Will government come down to 535? Government will say, beta, pay me 567 and close the answer. Pay me 567 and close the answer. I said, okay, sir. You're asking 567. I will give it to you. I will give it to you. Tell me, how much was I supposed to pay? 578. How much did I end up paying? 567. How much did I less pay? 11,000. Why did I pay this less 11? I already had it advance of previous years. Tell me, have I settled my score with government? Yes. I had extra 166. I have knocked off 166. Nothing pending with the government from my end. Yes or no? I am also clean. He is also clean. Matter is closed. I am coming to the next year. Next year, my expectation to pay is 6,12,000. Government only wants 6,01,000. I will have to pay 6,12,000. Can I say, sir, I have some previous pendings? No, which means I have to pay 6,12,000. Government will ask me to pay 6,12,000. Tell me, have I paid something extra? No, which means can I claim something? No, that is the AMT rules. That is the AMT rules. Understand, whatever numbers you have put here, is what we call as AMT credit. Whatever numbers we have put here is called as AMT credit. AMT credit in very simple terms means that government will say, beta, if you ever end up paying more than what you were supposed to pay, if you were ending up paying what you were more than supposed to pay, whatever extra you paid, you can call it AMT credit, and you can use it in the future years. You can use it in the future years when you end up paying more than what I expect. When you end up paying more than what I expect. So look very carefully. In year 2, my expectation was lesser than government. So I had to pay government's expectation. Therefore, I got advance. In year number 5, I was itself ready to pay more. At which stage I asked the credit? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Don't mug up the formula, people. It's a very stupid formula which says AMT credit is AMT minus normal. In the future, when you have to set off AMT credit, it is normal minus AMT, whichever is lower and all that stuff. Don't get into discussions. Simple logic. If I pay AMT, I will claim credit. The year I pay normal, I can set off my credit if I have anything. But when I'm setting off credit, please ensure don't go below AMT. Don't go below AMT. That is what year number 4 is about. You cannot go below AMT because if you had gone below AMT, you would have paid 345, whereas government was expecting 356. So please pay 356, bare minimum requirement. That is what AMT talks about. Any doubts on AMT? Are we clear? Yes. Now income tax comes and clarifies this AMT credit which you have, you can utilize it for 15 years. 15 years you can utilize. After 15 years also, if you're not able to utilize, I'm sorry, you will not get the credit anymore. Government will keep your money forever. Government will keep your money forever. Any doubts on this part? Yes. Now this session is going to be discussing about how do you calculate this number. How do you calculate this number? Income tax makes it very simple. Do one thing. You start from your total income as per ATR. Very good. You start your total income as per ATR. Make only 3 adjustments. 3 adjustments you make, I will get you the answer. 3 huge deductions of income tax which income tax does not like. 3 huge deductions. One is 3580 likey business. Income tax said, beta, I know I called a business likey, but on the business likey agardanale, I am making loss, which means now start treating it as normal business. Now start treating it as normal business. So whatever deduction you claimed in likey business, please reverse. Please reverse. Deduction number 2, huge deduction of 10 AA SEZ profits. Huge deductions of SEZ profits, 10 AA. Income tax said, beta, you're claiming 50% of your export profit as deduction. Please reverse. Please reverse. Not allowed. Not allowed. And deduction number 3 is your heading C of chapter 6A. For inter syllabus, only 3 things. 80 JJAA, huge deduction, 30%. 80 QQB royalty, 80 RRB royalty. Yes. So there are these 3 deductions that you have to reverse off, people. Help me out. Deduction number 1. 3580 likey business. Deduction number 2, 10 AA SEZ profits, 80 JJAA QQB RRB. Please reverse these 3 deductions. What number you have in your hand is the adjusted profit. What number you have in your hand is your adjusted profit. There is just one small problem. I never told likey business is denied. I said likey has become normal. If likey becomes normal, the assets which are there should be claimable. Depreciation. And therefore income tax said whatever deduction you're denying in 3580 now gets eligible for depreciation. So please grant depreciation and get the number for me. And get the number for me. Yes or no? Yes. That is what the provisions look like, people. See carefully. The provision says simply start from normal provisions of the act. And I have already clarified to you when I started this marathon. Normal provisions as per ICI means ATR. Yes. So income tax is saying very simple. Take your total income as per ATR. Reverse 3 items. Item number 1 is 10 AA, which is your SEZ profits. Item number 2 is 3580, which is likey business. Item number 3 is JJAA, QQB, RRB. Reverse these 3 things. Then end up claiming your depreciation on likey assets. Depreciation on likey assets. What you'll have in your hand is called adjusted total income. In this adjusted total income, if you want to calculate AMT, simply take the number, multiply with 18.5% plus surcharge plus cess. If you do this properly, what you have in your hand is called AMT. What you have in your hand is called AMT. This is the number which we saw in the table. This is the number which we saw in the table. Any doubts on this part? Are we sure? Yes. 2 things that I want you to keep in mind. 1, this chapter does not apply for DTR. This chapter does not apply for DTR because if you logically think, all the deductions which we spoke about, 10 AA deductions, 3580 deductions, QQB, RRB is anyway not allowed under DTR. So there is nothing to reverse. There is only one deduction which is 80 JJAA which is allowed in DTR, but still not important as such. Income tax said, beta DTR ke liye AMT is not applicable. Which means you will only check AMT when you have ATR. When you have ATR. Any doubts on this part? Are we clear? Yes. Second, income tax is clarifying to you, beta, the adjusted total income which you have, full number is liable for 18.5%. Full number is liable for 18.5%, which means if you understand, I said total income as per ATR. A total income can also have winnings. Total income can also have capital gains. You know, winnings is liable for 30%. Capital gains is liable for 12.5, 20% also. Income tax says, beta, in AMT, don't do all that. In AMT, whatever income you have, even if it is unexplained also, liable for only 18.5 percentage. Don't do any special incomes. In simple words, the rule of special income is only applicable if you are in ATR or in DTR. Special income rules does not apply to AMT. AMT will be liable for flat number of 18.5 percentage plus surcharge plus. That is the answer. That is the answer. Any doubts on this part? Yes. Now, if you get a question in exam where you're unfortunately asked to do all the three, ATR, AMT, DTR, how do you tackle it? Imagine if I give you a scenario where I come and tell you the provisions like this. I have ATR, I have DTR, I have AMT. Yes, income tax may, the situation has come to you that the first number is showing 100, second number is showing 120, third number is showing 110. Tell me, by logic people, AMT applies only when you have ATR. So what should I do? I should take ATR or AMT, whichever is higher. I have to pay the minimum. I have to pay the minimum, number is 110. But then I also have DTR to check. Yes, people, would I like to pay more tax? No, up there I will say take whichever is lower. Take whichever is lower, the number is still 110, which means you will end up for the current year paying a tax of rupees 110. Tell me 110, you paid as per? You paid as per AMT. The 110 which you paid as per AMT, whereas you were supposed to pay 100, which means you will say, sir, I paid extra. How much? 10 rupees. Give me AMT credit. Give me AMT credit. Any doubts on this part? Yes, people, this AMT credit you will carry forward for 15 assessment years. Yes. Second, I am going to scenario number 2. I have 100, I have 110, I have 120. Tell me, I will say ATR or AMT, whichever is higher. Number became 120. But if I choose DTR, I will only have to pay 110. Better to choose DTR. Better to choose DTR. End up paying 110. End up paying 110. Yes or no? Yes or no? 3. I say I am going 120, 100, 110. Tell me, I would go 120 or 110, whichever is higher. Number became 120. So ATR was asking pay 120. But DTR says, sir, I can pay 100 itself. You would choose 100. Simple. Correct? Yes. 4. I am going 120, 110 and 100. What will you do? You'll say 120 or 100, whichever is higher. Number became 120 versus 110, whichever is lower. Number became, which means I will end up paying DTR. I will end up paying DTR. Then I went and I said, I started with 110, 100, 120. People, normal is saying 120 or 110, whichever is higher. Number became 120. Compare that with 100, whichever is lower. Answer became 100. Pay DTR. Yes. Last scenario, I said 110, 120 and 100. I will say my ATR is showing 110. My DTR is asking 120. I'll be like, sir, better to choose ATR itself. Let's go 110 and close it off. Let's go 110 and close it off. Tell me, apart from case 1, did you pay AMT anywhere else? Did you pay AMT anywhere else? No. Anywhere else will you get AMT credit? No, you will not get any AMT credit, which means AMT credit will only remain in the first scenario to get the answer. Simple logic for exam. It's always ATR or AMT, whichever is higher, compared with DTR, whichever is lower. If you want to calculate AMT, very simple short step. All you need to do is take your total income as per ATR. 3 numbers reverse. Like a business 35D. 10 AA SEZ. 80 JJAA. QQB, RRB. Reverse those 3. Claim depreciation on likely business. You will get the adjusted profit. Multiply with 18.5 percentage plus surcharge plus. You will get the answer accordingly. You'll get the answer accordingly. Any doubts? Yes. Now to conclude this chapter, there's only one thing, people. Not expected in exam, but just clarifying to you. Income tax tells you that you can only apply AMT provisions when the adjusted total income. What is adjusted total income? The number on which you calculate 18.5 should cross 20 lakh rupees. Should cross 20 lakh rupees. That is what you'll see in chapter page 1. Yes, the page 1 will come and say you should only claim this when the adjusted total income crosses 20 lakh rupees. Is it important for exam? No. Don't worry about it. Not important for exam. But yes, let me clarify this one thing to you. AMT will never be confirmed in exam. It is hidden adjustment. It's an hidden adjustment for you to figure out. How do you figure out that you have to do AMT? Very simple. Look for the 3 items. Look for the 3 items. If you see in your question, you have 3 items like 35 AD, export profits 10 AA, 80 JJAA, QQB and RRB. Please also check for AMT. But yes, I will clarify this once again. AMT only needs to be checked when the question asks for tax liability. If the question is asking for total income, I don't care, because total income will only be as per ATR or DTR. Tax liability alone is the problem, because government is expecting more tax, more income, more tax, and therefore please understand tax liability ketta mattoda you have to do AMT, otherwise you don't need to do AMT. Clear? Yes, there are 2 places where I have told you this, that you should only, there are 3 places where I told you to check for tax liability alone, if you remember. AMT, agriculture income partial integration, capital gains immobile property, where we check whichever is lower only at tax liability level. Yes, so when you get a tax liability question, there are 3 places you should be watching out for. One at AMT rules 18.5, second at agricultural income because partial integration, and third LTCG 112 immobile property, where you have to do 20 with index, 12.5 without index, whichever is. Keep that in mind. Yes, these are 3 small summaries for you to keep in mind when a question asks for tax liability. Are you clear? Yes. Now, tax liability as such as a question can only come in question number 1. Naito, sometimes it comes as a case study question in MCQ format. Yes, Angamatto, these 3 things you have to keep in mind. Other than that, you should be able to figure it out. Any doubts on this part? Are we clear to go? Yes. If you have done AMT properly, I think the next chapter is almost more of a summary that we have already discussed earlier. Yes, DTR is the provision which we have already discussed, so there's not much to play on. Yes, DTR basically comes and talks about a new regime where income tax says, beta, all this while I've been choosing ATR, but I will now give you DTR as a benefit. Choice is yours. Choice is yours. Some benefits are going to come to you if you choose DTR. 1, I am going to give you a lower tax rate regime. I'm going to give you a lower tax rate regime, and we have already discussed this. Chapter number 1. Lower tax rate regime starts with, for every 4 lakhs, I'll give you a 5% increment, which means I'll start with 0 to 4 as 0, 4 to 8, 5%, 8 to 12, 10%, 12 to 16, 15%, 16 to 20, 20%, 20 to 24, 25%, more than 24, 30%. People, if you want the shortcut, please note for the first regimes, the number is going to hit 3 lakhs. The number is going to hit 3 lakhs. Be careful. Second, this regime applies to anyone. It doesn't matter whether you're senior, non-senior, don't care. Whether you're resident, non-resident, don't care. It applies to everyone. You can use the same slabs. Don't change the slabs. Second, income tax says in this DTR rule, you can become poor rebate. You can become poor rebate eligible if your total income is up to 12 lakhs with an eligible rebate of 60,000. With an eligible rebate of 60,000. Yes, with an eligible rebate of 60,000 rupees. But be very careful with the amendment of current year. The amendment says you cannot claim rebate on any special income. Matlab the 60,000 limit is given only for your slab rules. Only for your slab rules. Third, if you are a rich person, I can levy you surcharge. If you want surcharge, surcharge will happen after an income of 50 lakhs, 10%, 1 crore, 15%, 2 crores, 25%, and stop. But the same rules as ATR, people. 25% will not apply on 4 incomes: 112, 2A, 1A dividend incomes. Those will be restricted off to 15%, which means after 2 crores you'll again split. 4 incomes will ask only 15%. Other incomes will say minimum 15%. Go to 25 and stop. Go to 25 and stop on a standalone basis. Things to be kept in mind. DTR also gives you something called marginal rebate, where you check up to a limit of 12 lakh 60,000. Check up to a limit of 12 lakh 60,000 and leave it there. You also have marginal relief. Coming in for surcharges. Marginal relief can be checked on every number close to 50 lakhs, close to 1 crore, close to 2 crores. Please be mindful of that. That is what the provisions was all about. Yes. Then we started understanding how does DTR impact you on an income level. And we said every chapter has its own impact. Some impacts I'm just showing it to you people because we've already discussed it and referred it in the past. Not to be relevant right now, but just for your memory recollection. First, when we started the chapter of salaries, if you remember the format, we did basic, DA, bonus, commission, no change. Allowances start பண்ணும்போது first thing we did HRA, income tax said not allowed under DTR. Then we did special allowances where I said transport, all travel related things you can claim. All travel related things you can claim, everything else will be denied to you, which means traveling allowance, transport allowance, any daily allowance and any conveyance allowance can be claimed as deduction. Apart from that, you have child education, child hostel, uniform, helper, research, not allowed as deduction. Yes. Then we moved on to other allowances which were anyway taxable. Then we moved on to retirement benefits. No change in retirement benefits. All provisions remain as it is. Moved on to perquisites. Perquisites, my first item we learnt is leave, travel, concession, income tax said not allowed in DTR. Then we did medical benefits, no problem. Then we discussed something called subsidized food. Income tax said be careful. Food are split into two components. One, food during office, allowed. But if you give a food coupon, not allowed as deduction, which means I'm going to deny food coupon deductions to you. Every other perquisite remains as it is, no changes. Then we moved on to something called deductions. And in deductions, income tax said, beta, all the deductions will be denied, like professional tax, like entertainment allowance. But the standard deduction will now get increased to 75,000. That is what we discussed of. These are the provisions. We moved on to HP chapter where I told HP like you have two kinds of house properties. One is SOP, one is LOP. LOP remains as it is. SOP is not allowed. SOP becomes 0. But then we also discussed about losses, people, if you remember very detailedly. I told you any SOP losses will not be carried forward. Any LOP losses of current year cannot be carried forward, cannot be set off also. Cannot be set off also. You can only do intra-head. Yes. But if you have any past SOP loss, deny under DTR. Past LOP loss, claim it in the current year. Claim it in the current year. We discussed that. Yes, we didn't set off question, careful on that. Yes, then we did PGBP, people. In the whole PGBP chapter, there are very few things to be kept in mind. One, income tax said don't give additional depreciation for manufacturing sector. Second, don't give contribution to scientific research. Understand, people, scientific research are split into two components. In-house, donation. In-house, allowed. Donation, not allowed. If you get a DTR question in exam, 100% this adjustment will be there. 100% this adjustment will be there, where ICI will come and put it in the P&L saying donation made to scientific research. And the question will say compute total income as per ATR also, DTR also. Understand, donation is already there in P&L. ATR will say keep it as it is, no problem, ignore because 100% allowed. But when you do DTR, you will say not allowed, therefore reverse. Therefore reverse, or in simple words, disallow. Disallow. Third is likey business. You cannot claim deductions of likey business, but please understand when I say cannot claim, it means it becomes normal business. Claim depreciation, same as AMT. Same as AMT. Same rules, no. Same as AMT. In AMT also we reverse and we claim depreciation. Same logic. 3 adjustments you have to make under DTR for PGBP. Yes. Then we moved on to chapter number 4, which was capital gains. Luckily, no changes in capital gains. Capital gains will remain the same whether you choose ATR or DTR. No impacts whatsoever. Yes. Then we moved on to IFOS. In IFOS, there is only one change. If you remember, family pension, where I told you family pension is 1/3 or 15,000, whichever is lower. Now it will become 1/3 or 25,000, whichever is lower. Very good. Yes. After IFOS, we moved on to clubbing. Clubbing may no change. There is only one change, that the 1,500 ka deduction which is given to minor children will not be allowed as deduction. Reverse it off. Reverse it off. Moved on to set off. Set off, I already discussed HP order provisions. If you have any LOP loss, you can set off only against LOP profits. Illana deny. Illana deny. Apart from that, income tax says any other losses that you have, any other losses which you have relating to an item which is not eligible under DTR, deny the deduction. There is only one item like that, people, which is likely loss. So in the past of likely loss, if you have any likely loss which you try to set off in the current year, income tax will say not allowed. We did a set off question on that if you remember properly. Yes or no? Yes, that is what set off talks about, people. Any doubts on this? After set off, we did deductions, and deductions is very beautiful. Income tax said the whole DTR chapter says deductions is not allowed. 2 deductions alone you can claim. One is 80 JJAA and next is 80 CCD subsection 2, which talks about employers contribution to NPS, which will increase to 14% of employees' salary, which will increase to 14% of employee salary. Yes or no? Yes. After deductions, we just now did what is called AMT, and we confirmed AMT is not applicable under DTR, and that's how DTR chapter gets over. That's how DTR chapter gets over. Any doubts on DTR chapter? Yes. Two things that I want you to keep in mind, people. One, a theoretical question. A theoretical question on the fact that how do you choose DTR? Is it automatically given to you, or do you have to prefer for it? Income taxes, it is automatically given. In fact, if you want ATR, you need an approval. You need an approval, which means income taxes, every person will always start with DTR. If you want ATR, you have to choose the option. You have to choose the option. Now, why am I telling you this, people? If you get a question in exam where the question says current year return was filed late, it means you're automatically going DTR, because you never got a choice to make an option. You never got a choice to make an option, which means a person filing a return late is auto assumed going DTR. Yes, but May 26 gives a clarification that provision only applies for current year, which means if the question says that past year you filed the return late, don't make that assumption. Past return was filed late, don't make that assumption. In fact, ICAI is now very indirectly clarifying DTR order rules are only applicable for current year. Which means for all the past years, assume that the person was always under ATR. Assume that the person was always under ATR, whether he filed the return on time, he did not file the return on time, it doesn't matter. Yes, so by simple theory, people, every past years are ATR. Current year you may choose DTR. That is what the understanding ICAI is trying to make with you. Are we clear on this part? Yes, so be very careful on the return filing deadlines. Yes. Second, income tax is clarifying to you that beta, if you are a normal non-PGBP guy, what are you? Normal non-PGBP guy. I will give you a choice to choose ATR, DTR every year. Matlab current year I chose DTR, next year I can go ATR, adhik next year I can go DTR, no problem. But if you are a PGBP guy, what are you? PGBP guy, you have to start with DTR. If you want ATR, choose ATR, no problem. But if you choose ATR, please stay consistent. Continue with DTR for, continue with ATR forever. Continue with ATR forever. Look carefully. I have to start with DTR. If I choose for ATR, I have to continue with ATR. Now, in the future, if I realize I've made a mistake and I want to come back to DTR, can I come back? Yes, but only once. But only once. In simple words, I started with DTR, moved to ATR, came back to full stop. DTR, ATR, DTR, full stop, nothing else can happen. Can I once again go back to ATR? Not possible. Not possible unless you stop PGBP itself. Unless you stop PGBP itself, because the moment you stop PGBP, the rule changes. The rule says you can choose any year. You can choose any year. That's what the provision says. Look, it says when a person is having business or profession, they can opt out of 115 BAC. A opt out matlab ATR. They can opt out of 115 BAC before filing the return of income. Once this option is exercised, it will continue for every year. Matlab I have to continue ATR. But if I want, I can be withdrawing this only once, which means I can come back to DTR. But after that, I have to stick to DTR. I have to stick to DTR. A person not choosing business or profession, income taxes, you do every year, I don't care. 1 year you choose ATR, 1 year you choose DTR, it's your choice. I have no problems whatsoever. Completely fine with me. Completely fine with me. Yes or no? Yes. This then confirms how the English works in examination, people. I've put out a small understanding to understand how the English works. Careful on this English. Very important, because of late ICAI is not bothered about your income tax. Of late ICAI is more bothered about how you read English. Yes, and therefore careful on English. First line says, I wish to pay tax under 115 BAC. Matlab I'm going DTR. Second one says, I wish to opt out of paying tax under 115 BAC. ATR. Third one says, I wish to pay tax as per regular provisions of the Act. ATR. Next I say, I wish to pay tax as per special provisions of the Act. DTR. I say, I've by mistakenly not filed my return on time. DTR. I say, I do not want to opt out of DTR. DTR. Question says, choose whichever regime is beneficial to you. Choose both, whichever is lower. Question says, want to avail the maximum benefits of the law. Do both and check whichever is lower. That's the English for you. That's the English for you. Any doubts on this English? Yes, be very careful when you read the question, people. Whenever you start any question in exam, before you read the first lines, always read the last line. Always read the last line so that you confirm first what is your regime. Now take at least 10 seconds to read the last line patiently. Yes, it's a very subtle difference by saying opt out of DTR, not opt out of DTR. Yes, that not can make a huge impact in your regime and the answer can change substantially. So be very careful to read the last line very carefully before you proceed on forward. If it helps, read the last line carefully, underline the words and make sure you write the regime properly before even start reading the question. Are we clear? Yes. Any doubts on this part? Yes, this is your two simple straightforward chapters on AMT and DTR. Clear? Yes, good. Chalo, we're going to do comprehensive questions, people. 2 comprehensive questions for you to perfect yourself for examination and get that easy 15 marks in exam. Yes, so we're going to look at the comprehensive questions very carefully. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the video on pause. You people put the video on pause. Make sure that you look at the whole question, trigger, find out whatever is the important areas, mark all those things, and then I will start discussing with you and then we'll do it together. See if you're able to match what I've done. Yes, so I'll give you 10 minutes exactly. Take 10 minutes, read the whole question. Tell me where and all what triggers are there. Please mark them out. Please mark them out. Come on, give it a shot. Let's see if my review and your review matches the same answers. Come on. Question says, I have a person called Mr. Brajesh. Mr. Brajesh has set up a unit in SEZ. I saw SEZ and the first thing which struck me is this is 10 AA, but that's the only thing. I also have AMT. We just discussed. Yes, you have to check for AMT because the moment you have 10 AA, provided the question asks for tax liability. Coming on the bottom, question says compute the total income and tax payable by Brajesh under DTR and normal provisions. Person wants ATR, DTR and AMT. All the 3 have to be checked. These are a 3 module question. Yes, I'm assuming you've done it properly to that extent. You will automatically find it's more than 20 lakhs. Don't worry about it. Yes, it's gonna be that number only. Second thing, people, which you probably missed out is to notice it's May 2018. Yes, now I did clarify to you, SEZ for your year, it's only going to be 50% of export profit. But why is it 50% of export profit? Because it is after 5 years. So when you started in May 2018, it means 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. This is your 8th year of operations. And therefore, this is your 8th year of operation, clarifying to you that you should have only taken 50% of the data. Should have only taken 50% of the data. I'm assuming you have done it accordingly. Yes, come on. Next one says the total turnover, export turnover and net profit is given to you. Do you need all the information? Yes, I need export turnover for numerator, total turnover for denominator. Net profit is to be first to be added to PGBP. You remember we discussed, people, whenever you start 10 AA, always remember SEZ profit is first a PGBP income. Yes or no? So 7.5 lakhs first is going to be triggered as your PGBP income and then going to be used for the purpose of your 10 AA deduction. Because otherwise, if you don't add the 7.5 lakhs, what happens? You ended up giving up deduction for something which you never even taxed. Correct? Yes, we did the same adjustment in PGBP topic, people. Yes, remember this carefully. Out of the turnover only of 45 lakhs, only 40 lakhs has been received in convertible foreign exchange. Now they've given me 2 export turnovers. Which one should I use? Which means I'm going to skip off 45. I'm going to skip off 45. This is my number. This is my number. I'm confirming this as my ETO, export turnover. Yes, come on. It says during the previous year 25-26, Brajesh has commenced a warehousing facility for storage of food grains. Very good. Likey business. This has now become a likey business. Likey business now has an impact in AMT also, ATR also. Yes, so be careful. Net profit of the business is 8,50,000. Again, this is my PGBP. This is my PGBP. So see, now I have 2 PGBPs. One on the 75, one on the 85. I'm assuming you took both of them. Yes, good. Next says the following items are debited to P&L. Debited is means they're already there. They're already there. Yes, looking at the first item, it says personal drawings. People, this is drawings. Drawings is a personal expense. Therefore, please add back under the head PGBP. under the head PGBP. Second, it says advance income tax paid. I have paid some income tax for which year? Current year. People, I told you any income tax payment is not allowed as deduction, so to be added as PGBP adjustment, but at the same time this is paid for the current year, which means it's also a credit for you, so you can reduce it from your final tax liability. You can reduce it from your final tax liability. Agreed? Agreed. Come on. It says purchase of a warehouse building of 10 lakhs on 10th June 25 for the purpose of storage of food grains. I bought a building. People, if I bought a building, wrong. People, is this item already there in P&L? Yes, I am in ATR. ATR will say ignore because it was anyway allowed as deduction. In ATR, what do we say? Any expenditure 100% allowed as deduction. Is it there in the P&L? Yes. Should it be there in P&L? Yes. Therefore, kindly. Very good. Which means in ATR, what will I do? In ATR, I will say ignore. In AMT, I will say plus and claim depreciation. In DTR also, I will say plus and then claim depreciation. Yes or no? Yes. I hope everyone got this right. What does ATR say? Any like a business expenses can be 100% allowed as deduction. Is it there in the P&L? Yes. Did you already claim the deduction? Yes. Do you have something more to claim? Therefore, answer is ignore adjustment. Therefore, answer is ignore adjustment. Are we clear? Careful. You've already claimed it as deduction. No? How can you claim depreciation? When you've already claimed the whole building as deduction, what is the cost of the asset now? If the cost of the asset is zero, depreciation is also nothing else to claim. Yes? Come on. They say the following items are credited to P&L. Now, I want you to be very careful here because the one mistake students do is they only focus on PGBP. You have to also focus on other heads. It may not be just PGBP, it may be other heads also, so carefully focus. It says interest on savings account with post office. I'm going to trigger post office carefully. First, this item is there in P&L, not there in P&L. Therefore, first, minus in PGBP, add to IFOS, minus in 3,500 in OS. Post office savings gets you a deduction of 3,500 under IFOS. Also, 10,000 of 80 TTA. Also 10,000 of 80 DTA. When nothing is given, assume non-senior. When nothing is given, always assume non-senior. Matlab minus 10,000 in 80 TTA. This is one of my super 50 adjustments also, people. I told you to keep in mind. Multiple activities happening here. Be very, very careful on the adjustment of. Yes? Come on. Next one says interest on fixed deposit with SBI. Again, take out of PGBP. Add to IFOS. Any deduction possible in IFOS? No. Any deduction in chapter 6A? No, unless it was a senior citizen. Do I see a senior citizen? No, which means leave it there. It is. Dividend from Indian companies 32,000 gross. A gross means it's before TDS. Nothing to change, which means remove in PGBP, add to IFOS and close. And close. Question. People, will you assume TDS was deducted? No, don't make that assumption. Only when the question says it is net, then you will assume TDS is deducted. Any doubts? Clear? Come on. It says 10. Yes? Come on. Question says Brajesh is also a working partner in Neil Kamal Associates. A Brajesh is a working partner. Tell me, am I doing this computation for Brajesh or firm? Brajesh, which means I'm looking from the partner perspective or firm perspective. Partner perspective. Careful. Yes. Look, it says he is also a partner in a partnership firm. Brajesh has contributed 15 lakhs as capital in the firm. Relevant, not relevant? It's my capital, not relevant. Ippodukku not relevant information. Yes. Next, partnership deed authorizes him an interest payment of 13%. People, he's going to pay 13, receive 13. Receive 13. And I've told you, a firm can claim a deduction of 12. So partner will tax also. Very good. Which means here, I don't care about the 13. I will tax 12% of 15 lakhs under the head. Very good. Under the head PGBP. under the head PGBP. Correct? Yes. Next, I also got a payment of remuneration to partners at the rate of 20,000 per month. Total payment 240. Total payment is 240 to be taxable under the head again PGBP. Please don't claim standard deduction. This is not salaries. This is not salaries. Whole of the remuneration is allowable as deduction for the Neel Kamal. The firm has claimed deduction. That is why I am taxable. People, in this case, if I would have told firm was only able to claim 230, I was also taxable only for 230 then. That is what the understanding is. Clear? Yes, come on. It says Brajesh has also paid a premium of 60,000 on life insurance policy of her married daughter. Which policy? Life policy. Life policy goes under, very good, life policy goes under ATC. People, married daughter is covered. Yes, it is covered. It is self, spouse, any children, no parents. It is self, spouse, any children, no parents, matlab deduction eligible. The policy was in 2019. After 2012, allowable amount 10% of 5 lakhs. Allowable amount 10% of 5 lakhs. I was allowed 50,000. I wanted 60,000. I can only claim 50,000. I can only claim 50,000. That's all. Question says compute total income and tax payable. Yes or no? Yes or no? Not a very difficult question, people. Yes, manageable enough. Sorry? Yes. If it was net, let me put it the same example. Imagine if this question would have said this 32,000 is net. It means this is after TDS. TDS rate is 10%. Upon 32,000 is 90%. How much have you put in the P&L? 32. So first from the P&L you will minus 32,000 as a deduction because you need to reverse it. Then you will go to IFOS. In IFOS, should you tax 90% or you tax full 100%? Full 100%. So what will you do? 32,000 divided by 90%. Answer hit something. Let's assume 35,000. This will get taxed under IFOS. But because you have now deducted TDS, question says tax liability. How much TDS got deducted? 3,500. This 3,500 can be reduced as TDS credit when you compute tax liability. When you compute tax liability, that is how we would have done. Yes, very far-fetched understanding, will not be tested in examination, but this is how you have to do this question. Yes, when the question says net, this is what you would do. When the question says gross, leave it as it is, no problems whatsoever. Are we clear? Any doubts on this? Yes, come on. Can we start solving this? Let's see if you can get the right answer with me. I think we are at comprehensive. Come on, let's do comprehensive. Let's do comprehensive questions. I am at question number 1. I'm at question number 1. People, you now have a choice. You now have a choice to first think about the format carefully. So tell me, would you like to do DTR first and then make changes to AMT and ATR? Would you like to do ATR first and then make changes to everything? ATR. Come on, let's do ATR first, which means I'm going to do computation of total income of Mr. Brajesh. Let's do total income. Tax liability will be different table, right? Computation of total income of Mr. Brajesh for the AY 26-27 under ATR. Is ATR a permitted short form? Yes, it is. Yes, it is allowed as a short form. Yes or no? Yes, 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 yes. Good. Now, people, before you start a question, one recommendation I always make is to make sure you write on the bottom side what is his RS and what is his age. These are two recommendations I'm always going to give because it becomes easier to trigger at a later stage, whether you want to do ATT, TA, TTB and all those stuff. Yes, it just helps a lot. Yes, so make sure you write it down. In the question, nothing given, assume ROR. Nothing given in the age, assume less than 60. Yeah. Leave it as it is. Yes, this is a good assumption to write so that you write the answers properly. Yes, we can now start creating columns. Come on, quickly create columns for me. People, how many columns do I recommend? 3, because the question asks for total income of multiple heads. Question is asking for total income of multiple heads. Come on. Always make sure amounts column is not very significantly huge. Keep it smaller enough. I need more space for writing notes. Quickly. Yes. Come on. People, now I want you to think about this before you proceed. We have done the whole understanding. You know which heads we are triggering. Yes. Are we triggering salaries? No. Are we triggering HP? No. I had a warehouse somewhere. That's a likely business. Yes. Now I want you to understand this carefully. There are some people who are always getting confused here. There were some mock papers that I saw. Understand, if I say rent from warehouse, this is HP. If I say business of storing food grains in a warehouse, this is likely business. Be very smart and careful about it. Rent from warehouse is not a business activity. Rent from warehouse goes into HP unless you are in the business of it. But saying business storage, that means likely business. So be smart and careful about it. Are we clear? Yes, come on. Keeping that thought in mind, I am now going to do particulars. I think I don't have salary, I don't have HP, directly going on to PGBP. Yes, so Roman numeral number 1, PGBP, put an underline just to clarify, this is heading. Yes, people, presentation. Come on, tell me how many PGBP items do I have? I have 3. Very good. 1, SEZ. Second, 35 AD. Third, partnership firm. One by one, easy bit. First is called SEZ profits. First is called SEZ profits. Tell me people, do I have any changes to make an SEZ profit? No. Please be careful. Deductions is the last stage. You cannot bring it here. Matlab here the profit is fully taxable. How much did you make? Very good. 7,50,000 hits the second column. No changes to make. Keep it as it is. Keep it as it is. Clear to go? Come on. B says business of storage of, let's say storage of food grains. Storage of food grains. If you know the section, you can write down section 35 AD. Section 35 AD. People, what are we going to do here? We're going to say first net profit. We're going to say net profit. Number is 8 lakh. Do I have to make changes to this? Yes, I have to make changes. Now I have some deductions to claim. So 8,50,000 will go in inner column. Will go in inner column. Now I want you to look at each adjustment and tell me, are we taking, we are ignoring. Item number 1 was personal drawings. We are going to disallow. Yes. So I am going to say add items to be what? Very good. Add items to be disallowed. People in the recordings, I am assuming you are also writing. Come on, items to be disallowed. Hey, first one. Personal drawings. Do I have to write a note? Not required. Word itself says personal. Leave it go. Number is 70,000. Huh? Number is 70,000. Come on. Next one is advance income tax paid. Advance income tax. People, tell me what note should I write? Any? Make it one word. Very good. Any income tax payments is not allowed as deduction. Simple. Yes, keep it on the bottom. Any IT payments is not allowed as deductions. Any IT payments is not allowed as deductions. Number is 1 lakh. Next one was purchase of warehouse. Purchase of building. Huh. What should we write? Any capital expenditure incurred for a specified business. Any capital expenditure incurred for a specified business is 100% allowed as deduction. Full stop. Huh. Conclude. Since it already forms part of P&L, since it already forms part of P&L, huh? No, no adjustment is required. Don't ignore people. Come on, number is 0. Number is 0. Yes, once you're done with this, I think we are done with all the disallowances. We had some deductions. Minuses are there. Yes, tell me people, looking at all the minuses, is everything getting minus or is only some getting minus? Everything is getting minus. And why are they getting minus? Because, yes, so I can simply put one line. I can say less incomes taxable in other heads. Yes, keep it very simple. Finish it off in one single line. Incomes taxable in other heads, one by one. Interest. Don't care. Just write interest within bracket IFOS. And I'm going to write them together itself. Both are interest only, no people. Number is
15 plus 20.
15 plus 20. Now, if you want, you can show the breakup, but I'm anyway going to show the breakup in IFOS. No point wasting time here. Yes, so it is 35,000. People, I'm going to put in plus or minus. Please put a bracket. Please put a bracket because everything else I've put in plus. Yes, so please make sure to put in bracket so that you understand carefully how you're writing it down. Next. Dividends. Number is 32,000. Number is 32,000. Any changes to make? Any other things? Final answer. Come on, give me a total. $9,53,000. Agreed? Yes. This is my business number 2. Moving on to business number C. We call it remuneration from Nilkamala. Remuneration from Nilkamal. Remuneration from Nilkamal. Yes, under that people, I think I got two things. One is interest on capital. What should I write on the bottom? You can write a partner is taxable only to the extent of 12% per annum. A partner is taxable only to the extent of 12% per annum. Yes, now here is where one mistake the students end up making. They write this English, but they don't show the computation. Question has never given you the number. You have to show the computation. Number is 15 lakhs into 12%, which is 1,80,000. Yes, showing that computation may take you extra 10 seconds, but it carries a lot of marks, so be careful. Point number 2 is called salary. Point number 2 is called salary, which I think was 20,000, right? 20,000 into 12, number is 2,40,000. Total gives 4,20,000. Total gives 4,20,000. Correct? Correct. Anything else in PGBP? Good to go. Can you total the second column? 18 lakh 83,000. $21,23,000 is my PGBP. Yes, clean, simple, beautiful format gives me very good presentation answers. Yes, yes. I also kept my notes to the very simple people because in this question there was not much to do. Yes, other chapters we probably have to write merger adjustments. We'll do in question number 2. We'll figure it out there. Yes, but a clean, simple template always gives you better marks. Better marks. Are we clear? Done with PGBP? Any CGs? IFOSs? Let's go IFOS. Let's go IFOS. I'm doing Roman numeral number 2, IFOS. Again an underline. Come on people, fill for me. Point number A is interest on post office savings. Number is 15,000. People tell me, do I have to make any changes to this? Yes, upper peak it in first column. Keep it in first column. Let's keep it in first column. 15,000 goes to first column minus deduction. Number is 3,500. Total hits. Very good. B is interest on FDs. Interest on FDs. Any adjustment to make? Direct number is 20,000. C is dividends. I think dividends was given in gross, nothing to change. Therefore, the answer remains 32,000. Any other IFOS people? Total answer hits 63,500. Clear? Clear? Come on. People, I think heads of income is done. Can I total? Tell me, if I am totaling, I will get income from all heads. But after that, I can only make some adjustments, which is clubbing and set off. Do I have any clubbing and set off? No, which means final answer is also going to be GTI. So, do I have to write income from all heads or can I write GTI directly? GTI. Let's write GTI. So, I'm going to call it gross total income. 21,86,500 is the number. After income from all heads, you will do clubbing. You can do it in the respective heads also, that's fine. Yeah. If it is a minor child, I would do it in the last only because I need to know whose parent income is higher. If it's any other things, I can put it on the top itself. Yes, you can. Clear? Yes. People now have to claim. Deduction. Come on. I think we have chapter 6 here. We have chapter 6 here. Okay. We have chapter 6A deductions. Under chapter 6A deductions, I think point number A should be ATC, I guess. Only one ATC or multiple things? One ATC, which is your, very good. So ATC hyphen mark says life insurance for married, life insurance for married daughter, within bracket 50 lakhs or 5 lakhs, 5 lakhs into 10 percentage within bracket close, since policy is taken after, people, now you are unfortunately not allowed to use 2012. That is a shortcut which I taught you. 2012 always means financial year, which means 1st April 2012. Yes, every time you remember an year, people always make sure to understand whenever Rahul Bhai has told you year, he meant financial years only. Only one exception is 2014 is also, it is 2018, which is 31st January 2018 for 112A. For 112A alone, it is 31st January 2018, where I told you there alone we'll do FMV or sale value, whichever is lower, compared with cost value, whichever is higher. Yes, so that alone is 2018 on 31st January. Everything else is 1st April. Careful on that. Advanced forfeiture is also 1st April only. Indexation 23rd July is not important for your exam. Come on, life insurance numbers 50,000. No other changes to make. Keep it on the second column. Any other chapter 6? TTA is there. We have 80 TTA, which is interest on post office, I think, which is interest on post office. Always be careful, people. You are claiming 10,000 only because you have that much number left. So go back to IFOS and check and tell me, do you have 10,000 worth of limit left? Because you have 11,500. So you can claim 10,000. Assuming after the 3,500, the number was only 9,000. Could you claim 10,000? No. In that case, you can only claim 9,000 rupees. Careful on that. I think the answer is 60,000 here. People, the final answer will be total income, correct? Huh? No. You have, very good, you have 10 AA to claim. Come on, be smart, people, careful. You have 10 AA to claim. That is still a deduction pending for you. That is still a deduction pending for you, which means I am now moving and saying minus 10 AA. Minus 10 AA deduction, or you can say minus SEZ deduction, whatever it is. Minus SEZ deductions. Show a formula here. Formula is 7.5 lakhs multiplied with 40 lakhs divided by 120 lakhs into 50 percentage. Very good. Within bottom you will say, since this is the 8th year of operations, since this is the 8th year of operations, answer is 1,25,000. We'll write down 1,25,000. Are we clear? Yes. Come on, people. On the bottom, you're also going to first put a bracket here, and then you're going to write a note also. Note, you're going to say ETO was considered as 40 lakhs. That is the amount received by, the question is given the date. No, it's not due date of return filing. That is why I asked you to look at the date, because it is within 6 months from the end of the financial year, which is 30th September. Yes, that is why I did not mention that. I directly wrote the date itself. Be smart. Question is given you the date, just use it as it is. Clear? Come on, people. Give me the final answer. 30 lakhs, huh? 20 lakh, 1,500. 20 lakh 1,500 has been confirmed as my total income. Has been confirmed as my total income. Yes? Good. People in this place itself, can we finish off the tax liability itself? So I'm going to simply put tax liability with a dash. With a dash. Tax liability always has to follow certain steps. Always check for total income. Split into special and normal. Do I have any normal specials? No. If I have no special, which means no Kaju Katli. Yes, at that stage I'll ask you, are you ATR, DTR? I'm going ATR. Asking next, rich, poor, middle class, normal slab, normal tax. Yes, I'm checking for my age. Age is less than 60. Basic exemption of 2 lakh 50. Simple words, I can say up to 10 lakhs. Up to 10 lakhs, answer is 1 lakh 12,500. Balance at the rate of 30%. 300,450. Total answer hits 4,12,950. Any surcharge to apply? Any rebate to claim? Any marginals? Final with cess. Add HND cess at the rate of 4%. Answer come 16,518, totaling to, don't round off, 429. 429, 468. Please do not round off, people. You're pending on some things. You have advance tax to claim off. Only then can you round off. But advance tax can only be claimed after you confirm which liability to use. Because now we have only completed ATR. Correct? Yes. Come on. Keep the pace. Don't round off. Computation of total income as per AMT Muchalla first. As per AMT. People, any too many adjustments? Can I use one column alone? One column should do the job. Tell me, should my starting point is total income. My starting point is total income. From the top, it is 20 lakh 1,500. People, from the top of your mind, adjustments which can be triggered under AMT. 35 AD, 10 AA, 80 JJAA, QQB, RRB. From the top. Go from bottom up. Can I 10 AA to be reversed? Add 10 AA. Number is 1,25,000. Yes, now I'm sure you're smart enough to understand this, people, but be careful. I'm only reversing the deduction, not the profit. Don't end up also reducing 7.5 lakhs. 7.5 lakhs is taxable. The only thing I'm not allowed is deduction on that. Yes, then add. Going from the top. Anything else to remove? Chapter 6A? Fine. IFOS is fine. Anything else? From the top, I have income, purchase of building. Yes, so I will say add expenditure on warehouse claimed under 35 AD. Claimed under 35 AD. Number was 10 lakhs. But the moment you trigger 35 AD, always remember, very good, minus depreciation on the building. People, when did you buy the asset? Before Gandhi Jayanti. Building depreciation rate is 10%. Building depreciation is 10%. Careful, answer is 1 lakh. Reducing the number, answer hit 30 lakh 26,000 500. Yes. What do I call this? Adjusted total income. I call this adjusted total income. At this stage, what will I say? Let's calculate AMT at the rate of, very good, AMT at the rate of 18.5 percentage. This number should be more than 20 lakhs. People, if AMT has to apply, this number has to be more than 20 lakhs. Don't worry, every exam question will be more than 20 lakhs only. Number 559, 902, 3. People, decimals to be immediately rounded off. Hey, do I look like a person with surcharge? No. My adjusted total income is less than 50 lakhs. No surcharge to apply. Directly cess 22,396 299 582,299. Clear? Yes, AMT is that easy, people. Easy 1 mark in exam. Just have to write the adjustments and close it off. Correct? Yes. Is the question done? Question is asking for DTR. Computation of total income as per DTR. Computation of total income as per DTR. People, now question, if you're doing DTR, what is the best way to start? Should I start from AMT sort of income or should I start from ATR income? Always prefer to start from ATR income. Yes, so it is again total income as per ATR, which is 20 lakh 1,500, I guess. Yes. Yes. Now, I'm going to tell you the easiest way to do ATR, DTR, people. Yes. Always look at your table. Always look at your table. Go from bottom and ask each question whether should I claim or not claim. Should I claim or not claim? From the bottom, first thing I claimed is 10 AA. Can I claim? No. Reverse 10 AA. Reverse 10 AA. The answer is 1,25,000. Going on the top. People, chapter 6 has a heading itself. Can I claim? No, I could have only claimed CCD 2 and JJAA. Do I see them? No. Up full remove, matlab you can directly put plus chapter 6A deductions. Which I guess is 60,000. Correct? Come on. People, I only claim one deduction, which is 3,500. Any problem? No problems here. Moving on to remuneration to partners. No problem. Moving on to other heads. No problem. Moving on to purchase of building. Issue. Yes, purchase of building is a deduction claimed under 35AD. So I will say plus deduction under section 35AD. In the inner column, number is 10 lakhs. Minus depreciation on the building at the rate of 10 percentage, which is 1 lakh, giving me the answer as 9 lakhs. Giving me the answer as 9 lakhs. Yes, from the top, anything else? Advance income tax, personal drawings to be disallowed. As he said, profit is anyway taxable, and that's the final answer. Yes. $30,86,500 to be confirmed as my total income. To be confirmed as my total income. In this total income, all I have to do is compute tax liability. People, under DTR, if you are crossing 24 lakhs, life is easy. You can say up to 24 lakhs. It's a simple 3 lakhs. On the balance, I will do at the rate of 30 percentage. Answer hit 950, huh? Five lakh 5,950. Do I look like a person with surcharge? No, directly add cess. 20,238 totaling to 5 lakh. 5,26,128. Correct, correct, correct. Now, people, this is what the tax liabilities are. But the question said compute total income and tax liability as per all the regimes, which means you need to confirm which is better. Which is better? Always AMT or ATR, whichever is higher. Looking at the numbers, I have 582299, 429468, whichever is higher. Number became AMT. Yes, now I'm looking at AMT or DTR, whichever is lower. Answer is DTR, which means 526, 189, 188 is the final answer. Yes, so you will say since the tax as per DTR is lower than the tax as per ATR after considering AMT. After considering AMT, Mr. Brajesha. Hey, Mr. Brajesh should opt for, may opt for. May opt for. I always told you this in class. Should is when you want to enforce a law. May is when you're giving something beneficial. Beneficials are always a choice, and therefore you should say may opt for DTR. May opt for DTR. Moving on, closing this. It's called final tax liability. Final tax liability is tax payable as per DTR. Number is 526,188 minus advance tax paid. Minus advance tax paid. Number was 1 lakh. Answer hit 426,188, and then I said round off is 426,190. Is 426,190. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes, people, if I understand this properly, we started this as 8:15 and now it's 9. Exactly 45 minutes, and you only have only 22.5 minutes. Yes, which means these things are impossible to complete. These things are impossible to complete, and we were actually very fast. We were not taking a breather time for even doing things. Yes, we did it really fast, but still we took that much time. That's how the papers are prepared, people, which means ICAI has made a very indirect confirmation to you that, my dear child, question number 1 of direct tax is the last thing to always do. It's always the last thing to always do. If you ever attempt it in the first, please don't worry about the balance paper because you're not going to write it. Yes, that is what the ICAI's prediction is. So please note, 45 minutes for a 15-mark question is definitely not worth it. Yes, and therefore for these kind of questions, please do it in the last. Yes, and when I say do it in the last, I also mean do it after you have completed IDT order question 1. Because IDT question 1 will also be something a little more easier to cover. It will take time, but it will take lesser time than this one. No problems. Yes, so make sure that this question is only for your brownie points. Is only for your brownie points. Every extra point you get here is a bonus for you. Assume 15 marks in DT is a normal loss. Everything you score from here is a bonus. Yes, keep it on that level. That is the only thing I can tell you as a faculty myself. Yes, otherwise if you think you can do this question, Rahul bhai, it's very easy. PGBP veche senjirla. Trust me, paper will senjirva on you. Yes, don't do that. Don't do that. Be careful and smart about it. Are we clear? Yes, no doubts PGBP is important for exam, but not as important as losing 45 minutes in an examination hall. Yes, so please take attention on that level. Are we clear? Yes, good. I don't think you should be having any problems with comprehensive number 2. You should be able to solve that yourself. Come on. Let's see how many marks you got in this. Question says, Mrs. S.C. Bose, aged 62 years. I already know one thing. Senior citizen is confirmed. Yes, she's a senior citizen confirmed to me already. But the problem will only come in ATR. It will not come in DTR. So careful. I am moving on to the last line. Last line comes and says compute total income under DTR and ATR. Now, I want you to notice something. Question says only compute. Never wanted tax liability, which means in this question, do you have to confirm whichever is lower? No, you don't have to do. You just have to create the two tables and leave it there itself. You don't have to confirm what the tax liability is. That is the requirement. So be very careful on the requirement. Wasting time on tax liability, getting whichever is lower is not going to help at any point of time. Yes, which means even if the person is a senior citizen, technically I don't care. It's not like I'm going to compute his tax liability unless the question starts giving me interest and all for deduction purposes. Yes, anyways, is a widow of public sector employee who died during his service in his 2012. People who died, husband died, not relevant. She earns an income from running a flower bouquet shop at Kolkata and is also earning income from royalty of writing books of science and selling in India and abroad. I have two incomes. One is flower bouquet, one is royalties. Profit and loss account of the 31st March 26 is given to you. I've always told you to start from right side. Always start from right side, and the trigger number 1 comes here itself. I look at sale of flower bouquets, 36,75,000. I know I'm eligible for presumptive taxation. Meaning I need to now check presumptive or normal, whichever is lower. Family pension from PSU is given through banks, 3,60,000. This is what we discussed that day. When you say a family pension, even though the person has died, I will still be liable for family pension. Take it out of PGBP, add it off to IFOS. When you do, make sure to claim 1/3 or 15,000, 1/3 or 25,000, whichever is lower. People check 3,60,000 ka 1/3. 120, which means it's either going to be 15 for ATR and 25 for DTR. That's the answer. Yes. Next, royalty from California books from books sold. Now here you will have to make a choice of whether I want to tax this in PGBP or should I tax it in IFOS, because one place they say they're running a business of running a warehouse and the next one says income from royalty. It doesn't say it's a business, which means an assumption can be made that this is IFOS. If you're going to make that assumption, I'm going to take it out of PGBP. I'm going to take it off to IFOS, but I also now am eligible for 80 QQB. I'm eligible for 80 QQB. Yes, QQB worth of deduction will be granted only under ATR. But this also means AMT is now applicable. You're only thankful and safe to the extent that the question never asked tax liability. Yes. Now, if this question would have asked for tax liability, then again it would have been AMT, ATR and DTR, and that's where things would have gone rocket science. Yes, because you also had to do presumptive, by the way. So it's AMT, ATR, DTR, presumptive included. You were just saved by the fact that there is no tax liability in this, and therefore AMT was skipped. Clear? Careful. Come on. It says dividend net of TDS. See, dividend is net of TDS. Now, before you impact on anything, first realize something is sitting in P&L, which is wrong. So first remove that. How much am I going to remove? I should remove 4.5 lakhs from PGBP, no doubts, because that is a number to be impacted accordingly. But when I'm going to IFOS, I will say, I'm sorry, I need to tax the whole number. Now, one hint I've given to you in exam, people, there is only 2 TDS rates which ICAI loves to test you. One is winnings for 30% and everything else will go 10% only. Do you see winnings? No, which means the rate is 10%, meaning this number was 90%. Reverse working answer is 5 lakhs. Reverse working answer is 5 lakhs to be taxed under the head IFOS. Do you have to claim the TDS credit? No, because question never asked for tax liability. Question never asked for tax liability, so TDS credit is ignored. I don't need that line. I don't need that line. Come on. It says interest on FDR, no TDS was deducted. Interest on FDR, fixed deposit receipts. Matlab, remove from PGBP, add to IFOS. Very good. We have an 80 TTB coming into picture because the person is a senior citizen eligible for 50,000 deduction. Eligible for 50,000 deduction. Yes, a very small thing, subtle thing which students end up making a mistake. Please be careful on this. Come on. It says closing stock. People, closing stock is part of PGBP. Nothing to do, which means ignore information. Left side quickly. Opening stock. Ignore. Purchases. Ignore. Salaries and wages. Ignore. Expenses relating to books authored by her. Going on to IFOS. Meaning I remove this from PGBP. I take it off to IFOS. Please be careful when you take it off to IFOS. Now, when you claim 80 QQB, you should know that the IFOS should be more than 3 lakhs. So, if you check, my royalty is 425, expenses is 75, removing the number 350. Luckily, you have 3 lakhs worth of limit to claim and therefore you are claiming full 3 lakhs. If after reduction, imagine the number was 250, could you claim 3 lakh deduction? No, because IFOS itself has only 250, you could have only claimed 250. Luckily, you are having the number here, therefore fully eligible for deduction. Yes, good. Next one, expenses in connection with dividends. First the wrong head, therefore add in PGBP. People, will I claim IFOS? No, because I told you ICA has to give an explicit confirmation it is interest. Do you see interest word? Which means ignore in IFOS. Oh, sorry, not minus, it's add. Yes, sorry. It is add in PGBP and subtract in IFOS. Correct, sorry. Yes, please notice expenses in connection with dividends will be simply ignored. It will not be taken because I need to take only interest. Do I see interest word? No, which means ignored as an answer. Yes, come on. It says repairs and maintenance. Ignore. Then I come to amount paid to IIT for scientific research. Told you it always comes in exam. I will ignore in ATR. I will add in DTR. Very good. I will ignore in ATR. I will add in DTR. Ignore because it is already there in P&L. ICI income tax says allowed. But DTR says, I'm sorry, DTR will only give in-house. DTR will not give donation. Therefore, disallow. Clear? Yes, come on. Computers and other electronics purchased on 1st December, 4,50,000. What on earth is computer doing in the P&L? Please disallow under PGBP and claim depreciation at the rate of 20%. Computers are 40. December means after Gandhi Jayanti, going for 20. Going for 20. Can I claim additional? No. Because person is into book K business, not in manufacturing. Not in manufacturing. Correct? Correct? Careful. It says purchases now includes 2 lakh relating to flowers and creepers directly purchased from farmer in cash. Trigger area is cash. First trigger area is cash, and I said okay, cash you should not pay more than 10,000. Number is 2 lakhs. Cross the limit. Then I said okay, do you have an exception? He said yes, I made it to a farmer. Farmer is an approved payment and therefore it is already there in P&L. No impact to make, therefore ignore. Next, repairs and maintenance includes one-time deposit of 2 lakhs paid to electricity and water department. We did this earlier. I told you ICA has come and confirmed saying a one-time deposit does not look revenue in nature. Therefore, disallow. Now, I know that time also I told you the same thing. The assumption can be that when you say one-time deposit, you have to ask a question, is it refundable or non-refundable? If it is refundable, it means it's an asset for me which I have to return back. But if it is non-refundable, technically it can be an expense to me, which means in that case, I will claim it as an expense. ICA should have ideally given you alternate assumptions, but ICA never did that. ICA said one-time deposit, treat non-revenue and therefore disallow. Can I claim depreciation? No, there is no asset coming into existence and therefore this is the only statement they made. Now I'll clarify to you, this same adjustment has come in CA final multiple times and there they will say it is allowed as deduction. which means I said CA inter level thinks differently and CA final thinks differently, because apparently income tax does not apply the same both across. Yes, right now it is disallowed. Right now it is disallowed. Next, computers and other electronics includes 1 lakh paid for television and washing machine for household nature. I have a problem now. In my 2 lakhs, in my 4 lakh 50 worth of purchase, 1 lakh is personal usage. Matlab now depreciation is only on 3.5 lakhs. Clear? Yes, come on. It says salaries and wages includes 2 lakh 40,000 paid to illiterate brother, where the reasonable salary is 1 lakh 80 paid to brother. Brother is related party. Payment should not exceed fair market value. Market value expected 1 lakh 80. You paid 2 lakh 40. Excess paid 60,000. There in the P&L. Therefore, disallow. Yes, yes, come on. It says she purchased a residential house for 1 lakh 10,000, for which 75 lakh worth of loan was taken from State Bank of India. Accrued interest was 3 lakh 37,500 till 31st March 26. Previous year, previous year. Previous year, which was paid on 10th April 26. Some interest she incurred and she paid in the next year. People, does it have a problem? No. We discussed in HP. HP municipal tax alone is on cash basis. Interest can be on accrual logics. No principal or interest amount was paid in the year till 31st March 2026. Completely fine. No problems. Ground floor of the house was used for shop and first floor was used for a residence. Here is the problem. I now have an interest which is paid for the house, and the interest is of two natures. The interest is of two natures. One is SOP, one is PGBP. There is no LOP here. One is SOP, one is PGBP. I am using the ground floor for my shop, which means shop confirms this to be PGBP and first floor confirms this to be SOP. First floor confirms this to be SOP. Yes or no? Yes. Here is the question. People, is this interest there in the P&L? How do you know? Because it is an additional information. Unless the question would have explicitly said that this interest is there, you would have not put it. At which stage you now have to be careful. People, interest is not there in the P&L, and some part of the interest is my PGBP interest. Can I claim?
Yes.
Yes, I can claim. Because if you know, any interest to bank can be paid up to 31st October of 26. I made the payment on 10th April of 26. Payment has happened within time. Deduction is allowed. Is it there in P&L? No. Should it be there in P&L? Yes. Therefore, minus. Therefore, minus. A 337,500 minus A by 2 is, which means I will say minus 168,750 going on to PGBP and minus 168,750 going on to HP. Correct? 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 Yes. Where does it say it's pre-construction? Did the question anywhere say that the loan was taken before the house was completed? In that case, don't assume that it is pre-construction. Not an assumption to make. Second, people, notice carefully. At some stage, the question says no principal was paid. If the question would have said principal is paid, I would have claimed ATC. When nothing is paid, I can't claim ATC. ATC is only given when you repay the house loan. Did you repay the house loan? Nothing to claim as deduction in the current year. Are we clear? Yes? Come on. When we come to DTR, we'll make changes accordingly. Yes? Come on. It says she purchased an electric vehicle on 30th September 25 for 25 lakhs for business purposes. People, I purchased electric vehicle for business purposes. Did the question anywhere mention interest? If the question would have mentioned interest, I would have gone 80 EEB. Claimed 1 lakh 50. Nothing is given. This is a business expense. It's an asset. Depreciation at the rate of depreciation at the rate of 40%. Depreciation at the rate of 40%. Electric vehicle. Good for India. Electric vehicle, good for India. Solar panels, renewable energy, good for India items, eligible for 40% depreciations. Yes or no? Yes or no? Careful. People, where I wrote in the depreciation schedule, I only wrote motor vehicles for 15%. Hired motor vehicles for 30%. Electric vehicles is a part of the solar panel list. Going for 40 on the list. Going for 40 on the list. Are we clear? Careful on the understanding, people. Come on. She purchased 10,000 shares of SBCL Limited for 2,65,000 on 16/8/24. 16/8/24 is previous year. Up to 265 is my cost of acquisition. Company has bought back these shares for 11,66,000 on 11th December. I have a bought back. There is IFOS. Matlab income tax will say 11,66,000 will be taxable under IFOS, and the 2,65,000 will become my LTCG or STCG. How do you know LTCG? How do you know it is LTCG? Where does it say it's listed? Where does it say it's listed? How do you know it's not listed? STT is different from being listed. STT is the number which you pay when you sell it on that market. Doesn't mean it's listed accordingly. STD is for 112A benefits, people. Understand? Here the company simply says limited, which means first of all it's not a private company. Yes, that still does not mean that it is a listed thing. Understand this carefully. I've never come and confirmed to you that you put it under 112A or 111A based on listed. You put it there based on STD payments. Do you have STD payments given here? No. When no STD payments are given here, understood it is as 24 months period. Understand it as 24 months period. This is short term. It is not long term, it is short term. Anyway, for this question, it will not really matter, because at the end of the day, whether you have a short term loss or a long term loss, you could have only set it off against capital gain profits. Do you have any capital gain profits? Which means anyway this was to be carry forward. Anyway this was supposed to be carried forward. You cannot lapse it, people. You have filed the return on time. Yes, so you had to carry forward this thing. You have to carry forward this thing. Are we clear? Fourth one, salaries. Clubbing applies for what? Clubbing applies for spouse where I have substantial interest. He's my brother. Unless you have some different plans, but yeah. Because buyback says any money you get is IFOS, any money you paid is CG. That is the amendment of the year. Buyback rules are simply to that extent. You cannot do CG profits here. That is what buyback rule says. Buyback rule clearly says whatever money you get is IFOS, whatever money you paid is CG. Full stop. Can't do a corresponding impact. Are we clear? 80 EEB can only come when you've taken a loan and you've paid interest on it. Do you see that word anywhere? That's true, but it doesn't matter anyways. No, does the question talk about interest? Forget it off, doesn't matter. Clear? This is what the computation looks like, people. Any doubts on the computation? Are we clear? Yes, come on. Let's see your improvement in English. Again, people, would I prefer ATR first or DTR first? ATR, yes. Now let me clarify. When I say prepared this question, I say first did DTR and then changed off to ATR. I would prefer the other way around only. Becomes too complicated when you do DTR first. Way too many things to keep in mind. Always prefer ATR. Always prefer ATR. It's computation of total income. People, do I need tax? No. Of Mr. Yaar, Mrs. Miss S.C. Bose. Computation of total income of Miss S.C. Bose for AY 26-27 under ATR. Under ATR. People, always write two additional things. RS and age. I think here the age is very important. So RS is ROR, age is 62 years. Clear? Yes, come on. How many columns do I need? That many impacts are there. Huh? Go on, make lines. People, do I have salaries in the question? Do I have HP in the question? Yes, I had HP loss. So I'm going to put income from house property. I'm going to put income from house property. Hey, LOP, SOP. Okay. LOP, SOP. Where is LOP in the question? Loss from SOP portion. Loss from SOP portion within bracket was 3.38 lakhs. Huh? 337,500. 337,500 multiplied with 50 percentage. Answer came as 168,750 directly in the last column. Directly in the last column. Now, people, I want you to be cautious here. In this question, I can very easily put 168,750 in the last column. But imagine if this number was 2,10,000. SOP gets restricted to 2 lakhs, and therefore the number on the last would have only gone 2 lakhs. Yes, but imagine if this was LOP and I had a loss of 2,10,000. You would have still only put 2 lakhs. Tell me why. Because an LOP loss also can be set off against other heads only to the extent of 2 lakhs. Which means in that case also you would have said, even though my loss is 2,10,000, I can only set off 2 lakhs with the other heads and 10,000 has to be carried forward. So be very cautious on how you show your presentation. Yes, 2 options I can give you. One, this option is preferable. You do it this way itself, easier. Or what you can do is you can put the LOP losses 168,750 in the inner column. In the inner column, and then on the bottom say to be adjusted against other heads later. So that when you do the other heads, that time when you adjust the loss, you'll have more clarity. You'll have more clarity. Although I prefer this presentation, I will leave it to your choice. That just increases work because then you have to show this thing twice. Yes, this is what I would prefer, but I leave it to your choice. Just be smart and careful on how you show it. Yes, the one thing I can give you as a hint is that when you have a HP loss, make sure that the last column never goes beyond 2 lakhs. Keep that clear. If that understanding is clear to you, you'll never make that mistake. Simple, straightforward. Are we clear?
210 है यहाँ पे, assuming LOP है 210 है, तो कैसे दिखाना उसको?
You would have shown 210 in inner column, and then on the bottom you would have said 10,000 to be carried forward. Therefore, last number becomes 2 lakhs. Clear? Come on. I move on to PGBP. I think the starting says net profits. People answer was
3670.
huh? Net profit 20,69,000. Net profit is 20,69,000. From the table, people add disallowances. From the table, do I have any disallowances? Which one? Yes, so I think I can put a dash and I can say expenditure pertaining to, only one is there, no? Then I don't need to do that. Let's put it directly. What can I say? Expenses of, which one? Other heads related expense. Other heads related, people, if other heads related expense is there, then I'll put one heading and I'll put multiple things. But if only one is there, I can write it directly. Yes, so I'm going to say my dash expenses of books. Expenses of books within bracket to be considered under very good, to be considered under IFRS. Number is 75,000. To be considered under IFRS, the number is 75,000. That's the number. Yes, yes. Next in the table, XA. We have multiple heads, no?
Multiple है वो डिसअलाउ करके वाला नहीं करना वाला
But it's part of IFRS only. No, you'll move it to IFRS and there you will say not allowed as deduction. So anyway, you've written it off, can't do much. Expenses of dividends. See, the point is now what you'll have to write is for this also you'll have to write the same thing. It's a repetition, you notice?
Yes.
What I could have done is I could have written one heading. I could have said expenditure pertaining to other heads. And under that I would have written two things. It would have just become easier for you. Yes, but nevertheless, no problems. Number is 12,000. The number is 12,000. Clear? Yes, next.
110.
No, from the table. First, finish the table. There is one more before that. People, scientific research has to be mentioned. No, even though it is not even though it's an ignored item, you need to mention all ignorances. Yes or no? Yes, so you'll have to mention the ignorance because otherwise what will happen? No, if you don't write it here, when you do DTR, you're only going to refer the table and you may end up missing it out. Correct? Correct. So it's better to note it down here so that what happens is when you write DTR, you just have the understanding that yes, you should take this also into consideration. Yes or no? And anyway, I told you all ignorances should be noted down. Yes. So I think I'm going to say 1 second.
The 2 point table के अंदर उनको ignore करते
Not everything, but this ignorance is important because this technically should have never been part of P&L itself. Scientific research was never a expenditure, but ICA is putting it in the question. Matlab you have to show why you're ignoring that item. Yes, so it is contribution to, what is it?
IIT Madras.
IIT Madras, huh? IIT Chennai लिखा है क्या? Contribution to IIT Chennai. Yes, what will you write on the bottom? You will say any contribution to scientific research is fully allowed as deduction any contribution to scientific research is fully allowed as deduction. What do we conclude with? Too many sins, as the expense is already in P&L. What will you write? No adjustment is required. Clear? Come on, move next.
Computers.
I think this became 0. Computers is also from the P&L. We have an adjustment for that, no? No, I want the reference number. Reference number 3. People, if you remember, I told you this in my class. It's always better that if you mention the reference number from the notes, it just becomes easier for ICI to do it properly. Yes, so that ICI knows that the respective reference number has been taken into considerations. Yes, so I have written note number 3 and I've said computers. Computers and other electronics. Computers and other electronics, within bracket, what are you going to write? You're going to say disallowed as capital in nature. That is for us to worry when we do depreciation. We will worry about the personal part of it when we do depreciation. Right now, it's not important. Doesn't matter. Would make the same difference. That's okay, but it's the computer includes this is given, no? So it's referring from there, right? That's fine. Yes, number is 4,50,000. Anything else from the table? No. Let's go to the P&L. Let's go to notes. People, which one should I take? Note number 2. Note number 2 says, what is it? One-time deposit, huh? Just write the same thing. One-time deposit. within bracket. People, I don't feel this is capital. I can rather say it's not revenue. That's all. There's a difference because when you say capital, you mean depreciation is granted. But when I'm saying not revenue, it's not necessary to do it that way. Yes. So I can say to be disallowed as non-revenue. To be disallowed as non-revenue. You very well can write capital, no problem, but I'm just being smart about it, nothing else. Yes, number is 2 lakhs. See if you're done till here. Next.
Salary.
4 is people give me a suitable side heading, the one which will make sense. Related party is never a suitable reference. Reference which an examiner will understand from the question. Better to write always salary to brother. You write salary to brother, at least he is able to understand, okay, what are you talking about? Yes, this one you will have to write the provisions properly. Hey, I think note number 1 was also to be written. That was farmer payments, right? Farmer payment was an ignored item, no? That was also PGBP, right? I told you we are always going to put everything in the table itself. Please make sure to do it. People, keep the sequence clear, no? Otherwise, it just becomes confusing for the examiner. Now, if after 2, 3, and 4, you're suddenly going to put 1, it looks weird, right? That's why I told you, that's why we're writing everything, and I asked you very clearly, when we're ignoring, also know why we are ignoring. All ignorance have to be written carefully. Anyways, since we have written it, we can't change it now. Salary to brother. What do you write, people? Payments to related parties in excess of fair market value should be, that's all. Payments to related parties in excess of FMB should be disallowed. Should be disallowed. Close bracket and give me the number. I think it was 2.4 lakhs minus 1,80,000. I wrote payment, no, it's understood. Next. Shall we finish note 1 also? Give me a heading. Heading which will make sense. 2. Very good. It's cash payment to farmers. How will it be minus? Isn't it already there in the P&L? Flower is the business activity. Royalty is IFOS. What are you confused with? It will, which is why I asked you the very valid question. Should you want it under PGBP or IFOS? Since you confirmed IFOS, our assumption would go that way. Had you confirmed to me this was PGBP, then I would have taken the revenue from PGBP of royalty and for flower bouquet together, and then I would have done presumptive. I would have. Yes. It doesn't matter. QQB and RRB has no impact on the deduction or the head of income you choose. That's fine for both the sides. Then you'll only give deduction for 1,50,000. Yes. If after presumptive the royalty came to only 1,50,000, you would have only granted 1,50,000 to him. Yes, definitely. Clear? Yes, careful people. Cash payments to farmers is confirmed to you. What do we write? We have to write a proper note on this. Understand, farmer was an exception to the main rule, which means first you'll have to write the main rule. Yes, what does the rule say? Any. We have already used any once, I guess.
Payments and excess.
We have written payments. Achha, so let's use any. Payments we have written above. So any payment in excess of 10,000 to a single person in a single day. Any payment in excess of 10,000 to a single person in a single day. Very good. Other than by prescribed modes. Other than by prescribed modes shall be disallowed. बात एक ही है. Shall be disallowed. Now write the exception. What is the exception, people? Always exception starts with however. However, payments to farmers can be paid in cash. However, payments to farmers can be made in cash. Now I have to give you ICS verbatim. ICS verbatim here would be say, as per section 48(3) of the Income Tax Act, any payment made in excess of 10,000 to a single person in a single day, other than by account pay check, account pay draft, electronic clearing system and other prescribed electronic modes shall be disallowed. However, as per Rule 6DD, any payment made to farmers is permitted as a approved payment mode. Yes, that is what their English should be. Do you want that? Keep it simple. However, payments made to farmers can be made in cash. Hence, the amount debited in P&L requires adjustment, requires no adjustment. Requires no adjustments. Requires no adjustments. Sorry? The point is to write bigger notes because you want to convince the examiner about it. You write it in the end, it just becomes painful for the examiner to keep swinging around. You then are expecting him that he will read this adjustment here, he will read the notes somewhere else. What I would do if I'm an examiner is, I will see that you've only written the answers. I will start cutting out one mark for every note. And then later on I'll realize, oh, you have written notes somewhere, which I probably will not give you marks for them. Trust me, I should not be your examiner. Come on, any other adjustments to make? Check if there's any other pluses. No pluses? All done? Give me the total. $28,66,000 is the plus. Hey, is that the plus or after the number? Only the plus. 7,97,000, is it? 7,97,000 is my plus value. Come on. Less deductions / reductions. Less deduction / reduction. I think here I remember there are multiple incomes. Yes, so we are going to put a very simple dash. We're going to say incomes taxable in other heads. I mean, okay. Whatever. Incomes taxable in other heads. I think we can put it off, people. Point number 1 is family pension. Point number 1 is family pension. Within bracket goes IFOS. Number is 3,60,000. Next one. Don't put in brackets. You can total and put the brackets on last. Royalty again goes to IFOS. Number is 4 lakh. 4 lakh 25. Next, dividends. People, it says net of TDS, right? Do I make the number change here or IFOS? So here number remains as it is. Number is 4 lakh 50. 4 lakh 50. Any other incomes? Oh, we have that many here. Interest on FDRs also go to IFOS. Number is 76,000. Anything else?
No.
That's it. Okay. I think this is done. Don't total. Don't total. Wait. We have some other adjustments to make. Check any other minuses. We have depreciation. Yes. Note number.
Specific note.
It's there, no? Computers. But I think people, there are two depreciations. We have electrical vehicle also, if you remember. Yes. So let's do that later then. Let's keep it in the last. One more. Anything? Interest on loan. Yes. I think that was note number 5. Note number 5 says interest on loan paid for ground floor, I think. Ground floor. Interest on loan paid for ground floor used for business. Interest on loan paid for ground floor used for business. Number was 3.37500 into 50 percentage. 168,750. Yes, come on. You're following mercantile accounting, no? Does the question say you're following cash accounting? The question doesn't say cash accounting, it's assumed you're following mercantile accounting. If it was payment after October, I would have not claimed it. Yes. Yes. Any other deductions? Both the depreciations together? Okay. So I'm going to put note number 3 and note number 3 and note number 6. Note number 3 and note number 6 under that point number A. I think electronics excluding personal. I'm just going to use the word electronics, people, just makes it easier. It says electronics excluding personal items. What is it called? Personal use. Excluding personal usage. Excluding personal usage. I think the number was 4 lakh 50 minus 1 lakh into 20 percentage since put to use for less than 180 days. I think the number hits point number B. Electric vehicle at the rate of 40 percentage. Number is 25 lakhs. 25 lakhs into 40 percentage should give me 10 lakhs. Should give me 10 lakhs. Any other deductions? No? Come on, total. $25. $25, $49, $750. People, I think PGBP is done. Can I get the total? I feel like I'm going to make a loss. No, I almost saved 3 lakh. Hey, by the way, keep it inside. Don't put it in the last column. 316, 250. Keep it inside. 316, 250. Yes. I'm going to put a note. As the turnover of bouquet business, what do you call it? Sorry, flower, bouquet, whatever, flower. Boutique बोलते हैं क्या उसको? No, boutique is the clothes, no? Okay. As the turnover of the flower business is less than 2 crores, huh? Is less than 2 crores. Mrs. Bose may opt for presumptive. Ms. Bose may opt for presumptive. People, now the problem is question does not say turnover is in permissible or not permissible. When nothing is given, always assume non-permissible. Better to give higher tax.
2 lakhs.
That will not make a difference. Yes, assuming the receipts are by non-permissible modes. Assuming the receipts are by non-permissible modes, PGBP shall be hit number. What was the number turnover? 36,75,000 multiplied with 6%, 8%. Should have chosen presumptive. See, should have chosen presumptive. Because your PGBP is 3,16,000, whereas presumptive is showing 2,94,000. Better to choose presumptive. You missed the presumptive, gone case. Full PGBP is wrong. Yes. Presumptive is the answer. All the people, I would like to clarify this to you. This is, I think, May 25 examination. May 25 exam paper. I forgot to do presumptive. I forgot to do presumptive. I give PGBP as that number only, 3 lakh, whatever that number is. Yes. So I'm not sure. See, you should do presumptive definitely for sure, because that is how it should go. But that is what I did in May 25. That's what I told you. No, May 25, September 25, Jan 26, and May 26. Every paper there is one question has found a new adjustment altogether. But they are suddenly deciding that, whatever is there in the study material is wrong, we'll do our own wish. Right? It happened in every paper. Like last paper, I told you LOP loss. The previous paper, they had some nonsense regarding no, that's what LOP this time was. Last time that word, you remember that one question we did where we said a trust we gave 10 lakh rupees and we got back 2 lakh 40 clubbing. There I made an assumption 240 is an interest without even confirming anything. And if you remember that one question where we did VP HUF, where HUF was running the land and Paul was running the factory. And they assumed both partial integration. That happened in that paper. Adhikku munadi September paper, what happened is they suddenly said mobile allowance, whatever money you're getting is fully exempted. Because telephone allowance is also taxable, telephone reimbursement is exempt. But there they said no, mobile allowance you got fully exempted. Why? Don't know, some reason. And this was May 25, they forgot. Presumptive. They forgot presumptive. Probably because they said we forgot to tell you whether we should do 6% or 8%. Apparently that is what the logic is. I don't agree. 294 is the answer. PGVP done. Head 3.
That time the reason as well as that वो एक और एक दूसरा business भी था दो business आ गए
Royalty. Still wouldn't make a difference. Right. Head 3 is IFRS. Oh, we have CG, huh? We are carrying forward, right? Acha, okay. We just have to mention note then. Yes, so we are going to write short-term capital loss. STCL on buyback of shares. Within bracket to be carried forward for 8 assessment years, since STCL can only be set off against other capital gains. What was number 265? Seven. No, don't put it in the last column. I put it in the first column and I left it there because I'm confirming it is being carried forward. 4. Damn lengthy question. And we've still not completed DTR. Imagine getting these. This is an exam question, by the way. Nothing I've changed. Same question. IFRS. Yeah, same. RTP will be more difficult than this. Be more elaborate and difficult. IFRS people. Come on. Point number A was family pension, I think. Point number A was family pension. Family pension number was 360, huh?
360 without deduction.
Yeah. 360 in the first column. Less 1/3 or 15,000. Whichever is lower. I think the number should be 15,000 here. Second column goes 3 lakh 45,000. Point B was royalty from books, which was, I remember, 4 lakh 25 less
Foreign exchange into India कोई effect नहीं आया.
nothing has been confirmed, no? That is only at the time of deduction, not at the time of incomes. Expenses was 75,000, which is 3 lakh 50,000. Point C was, I think, dividends, which was, people, dividends was gross, right? Dividends to be grossed up. We have to gross, no? We have to gross, which is number of 4.5 lakhs divided by 90%, which is 5 lakhs. Less expenses within bracket not allowed. After 5 years of experience, there is something which I can realize, don't worry. I know you're going to become qualified, I am already there. Not allowed since interest is the only allowable expense. 0, giving me the answer as 5 lakhs. Any other incomes, people? I think FDR or something is there. D is interest on FDRs. Any deductions there? No? Number is any post office savings was previous question, is it? Okay, let it go. I think there's one more. Very good, buyback. I think adjustment number 7. Which is buyback of what shares? Which? SBCL. Buyback of SBCL Limited. 11 lakh 25. 11 lakh 66,000. Any other incomes? Total answer. That is what is written. 24,37,000. A person is running an IFOS better than PGBP. All because of buyback only. Any other incomes? Total on the last column. ஏதோ பேப்பர் லீக் ஆச்ச மாதிரி இருக்கு 25 25 60 to 250. People, do I have any income clubbings? No. Set off I've already done above, which means this is my GTI. This is my GTI. Yes.
The question is too long and we still some explanation.
Yeah, go for it. If it works for you, go. I leave it to how you're comfortable in exam. I don't want to comment on that. Chapter 6A, people. Hey, what chapter 6 is do we have? TTB is coming from the table. I think TTB is 50,000, right? FDR was how much? 76. So we can claim the whole thing as deduction, which is 50,000. Then we have 80 QQB, which I think it was IFOS is 350. I can claim maximum 3 lakhs. Any other deductions? Nothing else? Nothing else? Come on, total 3 lakh 50 with the total income of 22,12,250. Trust me, if you've written only 3 sides, you've actually underplayed yourself. This answer key, if I remember, I say I would have written at least 5 sides with the stories and everything. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, you're never done. Computation of total income as per DTR. People, I'm going to start with total income. I'm going to do total income as per ATR. Nothing is given in the question, no? So assuming everything is correct. 425 is the royalty. It is 15% of the revenue. In the questions we did earlier, if you remember, the question said 288 is 15%, which means that was already the 15. Here 425 is the royalty which I'm saying. I need 15% of the revenue. Nothing given, assume all conditions are satisfied. Simple. Because I have also not been confirmed whether the money has been received in India within 6 months. I need to get that confirmation also. Nothing was given. I assumed everything is satisfied for me. Yes, that is what it is. Total income of ATR is going to be confirmed as 2212,250. People, I want to do this very carefully. Shh, there is one place you're going to go wrong. So look carefully. I'm going to go from bottom up. Let's remove the whole chapter 6A off. Let's remove the whole chapter 6A off, which is 3,50,000. Yes, now I want to go back top. People, if I notice any changes in buyback, FDRs, dividends, royalty, no. Family pension, yes. Family pension now gets an 25,000 deduction. I have already claimed 15,000. I need extra. Plus or minus? Minus. 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 Additional deduction of family pension. Minus additional deduction of family pension, which is another 10,000. Which is an additional 10,000. I'm putting them in brackets to be careful that I need to reduce this number out. Clear? Next. Anything change in STCL? No, we are anyway carrying forward. People, PGBP has a problem. Do I have any impacts to make in PGBP? The contribution. But here's the question. People tell me 316,250 plus contribution is. How much was the contribution payment? 316,250 was my PGBP. In that I'm going to disallow the contribution. Number is 35,000. Number becomes 351,250. Now look carefully. My question is very simple. The contribution which has to be disallowed has to only be disallowed when you do PGBP as per normal provisions. But my PGBP showing as presumptive. The disallowance also which you're making is only under normal provisions. People, does it change your presumptive? Does it change your presumptive? No, presumptive is still going to remain the correct. Yes, so which means this has to be written a little carefully. I will say add contribution, no? Yes, definitely. I'll tell you how to do this. Add contribution to IIM or IIT. Contribution to IIT Chennai. Within bracket you will write, what is the amount? 35,000 is to be disallowed while computing $35,000 is to be disallowed while computing PGBP as per normal provisions. While computing PGBP as per normal provisions, hence the revised PGBP will be 350 is the number, no, originally. Oh, 316,250 plus 35. 351,250, which is nothing but 316,250 plus 35,000. Normal provisions has varied meanings in income tax. In PGBP, normal provisions means non-presumptive. But in regime rules, normal provisions means ATR. Here it means non-presumptive. Yeah, careful. However, since the presumptive income However, since the presumptive income is rupees 294, Miss Bose may opt for the same under DTR as well. Hence, no adjustment required. Yes, this is probably the reason why I say I did not do presumptive, I guess, but that doesn't mean you can violate the law like that. Yes, if I am a smart person and if I am in favor of both, I would come and say please do presumptive only. I mean, if someone was smart enough, they should have written that, but anyway. People, PGBP के अलावा you have HP. Can you claim this loss? Up, I have to reverse the loss also. Let's reverse the loss. Plus loss from SOP, which was 2 lakhs. Oh, sorry. It was not 2 lakhs, is it? It was 1,68,750. Giving me the final total income as. I'll explain. 27, 21. That's all. $27,21,000. Yes, which means under my normal provisions the answer was 22,12,250 and under my DTR it is 27,21,000. Can I confirm which regime to choose? No, I can't. You can only do that at tax liability stage. The question is only asking for total income, which is this is the final answer to conclude. This is the final answer to conclude. Pathetic level question, but still fun enough to solve. Yes, at least covers majority of things. You understand how approach works. The format is something that I want you to realize, people. This is the format that you have to prepare. Anything short of this, you're not going to get marks, which means you have to realize you may not complete the question. You probably will do a handful of adjustments. You'll probably do a handful of adjustments. Out of 10, if you can score some 7 and 8, brownie points. 15. Out of 15, if you can score 7 and 8, brownie points. People, the reason I told 10 is because 5 will come for DTR. You'll never reach there itself. You're reaching only ATR. So ATR 10 marks, 7 you get in that, still happy. Still happy, no problems whatsoever. Yes, so figure it out to that extent, people. But I'm assuming you now understand how to approach comprehensive questions. Yes, yes. If you're able to confidently at least start it off, that's already a good news for me. Because if you're able to tackle a comprehensive question, trust me, any other question, at least you now know how to approach first of all. Yes, a person who can approach comprehensive questions can very comfortably approach any other question clearly, whether it is DT or IDT as well. So if you have understood that much, that is already a success of this marathon. Yes, yes, good. All right. People, let's finish off the smaller topics. One topic which I personally feel is, let's put it in not even a category, the very important category list. Yes, I have two very, very small topics which can fetch you easy 4 marks in examination. The topics of payment of taxes and the topic of return filing. Yes, not a topic you should ever skip off, because if you're going to do it along with clubbing and set off, you can easily score 4 marks in examination. The benefit of this topic is very simple. It will come as a theory question, 4B. But it's not just that. 4B will actually give you 2 multiple options as well, which means 4B will give you alternate answers. Yes, alternate questions will be given to you. You can choose to write any one of the 2. Which means even if you don't know one of the theory question, the other theory question can easily score you a mark. And ICAI has made it extremely clear. One of the theory questions will be like a case study format. One of the theory questions will be a direct theory question. Yes. So we already have a list of theory questions that we have discussed till now. This is also continuation to that. We should be able to easily get that 4 marks in examination. Yes or no? Yes. Come on, let's focus on those theory questions. I'll tell you what and all to refer, and that's what we'll proceed with. The first topic that we're going to discuss is called payment of taxes. Payment of taxes is very simple. Income tax is coming and telling, beta, after you have computed your income, after you have filed your taxes, after you have prepared your statement, it's now important that you have to pay this off. It's important that you have to pay this off, and therefore we are trying to understand how do you pay your taxes. Yes, income tax is confirmed that you can pay the taxes as per inter syllabus in 3 methods. For an inter syllabus, you can pay it in 3 methods. First, very obvious, it will be called TDS and TCS. Someone else will do it for you. Yes. Second, whatever liability is pending with you, you can pay the taxes in your own name by the name of advance tax, and third is called self assessment tax. Yes, so three payments that you're going to make: one TDS, which the vendor will do; second, advance tax, and third is self assessment tax. I want you to realize this one thing, people. If you pay something in the PY, if you pay something in the PY, it will be called as advance tax, but if you pay something in AY, it is called self assessment tax. That is the understanding you need to keep in mind. Yes, step number 1, MCQ question number 1 or theory question number 1. When do you have to pay advance tax? When do you have to pay advance tax? Income tax confirms to you advance tax is payable when you have a tax liability more than 10,000 rupees. You have a tax liability more than 10,000, please make sure you pay your advance taxes. Now I want you to notice one thing, people. Does it say the word tax liability or does it say the word advance tax liability? It says advance tax liability. What does advance tax liability mean? It means after TDS has taken place. In simple words, I have a payment of 1 lakh. On this 1 lakh, the other party will also deduct TDS. Yes, imagine he deducted 10,000 worth of TDS. I am now supposed to pay 90,000. 90,000 should be more than 10,000 ka limit. That is what they're basically confirming to you. Yes, so advance tax liability should be more than 10,000 if you want to be liable for advance tax. If it is less than 10,000, advance tax is not required. Yes, what does that mean? Can you say I don't want to pay taxes? No, you just don't have to pay it in the form of advance tax. You can pay it in the form of self-assessment tax, which means you can pay it along with the return filings. Any doubts on this part? Yes, come on, let's understand this carefully. Income tax says you have to have an advance tax liability more than 10,000 if you want to be liable to pay advance tax. Second, you should not be a senior citizen who does not have a PGBP income. If you are a resident senior citizen not having PGBP income, income tax will say it's okay. You don't have to pay advance tax. You can pay it in the form of self-assessment tax. Think about it logically. People, I'm a resident senior citizen with no PGBP. What on earth am I earning? Pension or HP interest. Pension, HP interest, any of those three things are happening. Income taxes, in that scenario, you don't have to pay advance tax. You can pay it in the form of self-assessment tax. Clear? Yes, two conditions, people. What condition number 1? Advance tax liability should be more than 10,000. You should be a resident senior citizen not having PGBP income. In that case, advance tax liability is not required. Are we clear? Yes. Theory question number 2. If you have to pay advance tax, when do you have to do that? If you have to pay advance tax, when do you have to do that? Income tax says pay advance tax in 4 quarters. How many quarters? 4 quarters. 4 quarters starts like this. You start with April, May, June. Last month order 15th. So April, May, June you will pay June 15th. July, August, September 15th. October, November, December 15th. Jan, Feb and March 15th. In simple words, it is June 15th, September 15th, December 15th, March 15th. Yes, how do you pay this? Income taxes in the first quarter you should have paid 15% of your total tax liability. Yes, in second quarter you have paid 45% of your total tax liability. Now when I say 45%, I don't mean pay extra 45. I say cumulatively 45. Which means if you have already paid 15, pay balance 30. If you have already paid 20, pay balance 25. If you have paid only 9, pay 36%. That is what the logic is. Any doubts on the logics? Yes, come on. In the quarter 3, I have to pay 75 and quarter 4, I have to pay 100. Yes, so quarter 1 asked for 15, quarter 2 goes 45, quarter 3 goes 75, quarter 4 goes 100. Quarter 4 goes 100. What happens if I don't pay this on time? Income tax will start levying interest at the rate of 1% per month or part thereof. Income tax will start levying 1% per month or part thereof. So notice carefully, people. April, May, June. When do I have to pay? June 15th. How much I have to pay? 15%. If I don't pay the 15%, from June 15th, they will start levying 1%. They'll start levying 1% until next quarter, which means I'll have to pay interest for 3 months. 3 months. Yes. June 15 to July 15. July 15 to August 15. August 15 to September 15. Totally 3 months. I have to pay interest for 3 months. Matlab interest rate will be 3%. Then again, I have to in quarter 2 pay 45. If I don't pay 45, again it will go 3%. Yes, then December I have to pay 75. I didn't pay 75, I have to pay 3 percentage, and then in March I have to pay 100 percentage. If I didn't pay, I will stop at March, which means I'll only pay 1 percentage. I'll only pay 1 percentage. So look carefully, it says you have to pay an interest on these amounts 15, 45, 75, 100. If you don't pay them on time, I will start levying 3 percentage, 3 percentage, 3 percentage, and 1 percentage, and 1 percentage. Yes, because March, no, 15th March to 31st March, 1 percentage. No, you will get a separate interest for it. Yes, so we are only looking at the interest in the form of advanced tax. Advanced tax interest should be 3331 because 31st March kapro, there is no more advanced tax, there is self-assessment tax. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes, two things you have to learn here, and this is where the theory question will come from. Theory question number 1. When do you not have to follow this? When do you not have to follow this? 1. Income tax is if you choose presumptive. What are you choosing? Presumptive. If you are choosing presumptive, two kinds of presumptives you have, people. One is business, one is profession. Forget the transport operator. 2. Business and profession. Income tax is out of 4 quarters, ignore the first 3. Ignore the first 3. Only pay the last quarter, matlab 15th March. On 15th March, I expect you to pay the full 100 percentage. You give me full 100 percentage, I will leave you. You don't pay me 100 percentage, I will levy interest only for 1 month, which is 1 percentage. Simple, straightforward. Yes, exception number 1, people, when you have presumptive. Exception number 2, if you have some incomes which you could not have predicted. If you have some incomes which you could not have predicted, items like casual incomes, items like dividends, items like capital gains, and items like PGBP for the very first time you're starting. PGBP for the very first time you're starting. Income taxes for these 4 sources of income, you could have never predicted when the payment will start. And therefore, for these 4 payments, you don't need to pay advance tax from first quarter. You can start paying advance tax from the quarter in which you earned the money. From the quarter in which you earned the money. For example, if Rahul comes and says, I earned the lottery on 16th December. I earned lottery on 16th December. Tell me, people, on 15th June when I was supposed to pay, sorry, on 15th June when I was supposed to pay 15 percentage, did I know? Will I pay advance tax? No. In 15th September when I was supposed to pay 45 percentage, did I know? No. Would I have to pay? No. On 15th December when I was supposed to pay 75 percentage, did I know? No, because I only got to know on 16th December. Would I have paid advance tax? No. But on 15th March, when I was supposed to pay 100 percentage, did I know? Yes. Appo income tax will say for that quarter, you pay the whole 100 percentage on the winnings. You pay the whole 100 percentage on the winnings. Are we clear? Yes. Similarly, people, imagine on 10th September, I had capital gains. When? 10th September, I had capital gains. Tell me, people, on 15th June, did I know? No. On 15th September, did I know? Yes, I knew on 15th September, meaning I was available and ready on this in second quarter itself. Income tax will say, compute tax on that capital gains. And 45 percentage of that should have been paid on 15th September. Balance whatever is left, pay on 15th December. Balance whatever is left, pay on 15th March. In simple words, income tax tells you advance tax will only start from the quarter in which the income is earned. For 4 cases. Case number 1, casual income, dividend income, capital gains, PGBP for the very first time. That is what is given here. Look carefully. It says in these 4 scenarios, I will not expect you to pay advance tax every quarter. I'll expect you to pay it only from the quarter in which you earn the money. But if you are in presumptive, forget everything. Only pay in the last quarter. This is an exceptional rule, people. Are we clear on the exception? Sure, sure. Yes, moving on forward. Second, income tax comes and says, beta, I am asking you to pay advance tax. Quarter 1, 15, quarter 2, 45, quarter 3, 75, quarter 4, 100. If you don't pay it, I will levy you interest. I will levy you interest. But if you want to avoid interest, I'll give you a back door. Back door is first quarter instead of 15. If you pay 12 also, I am fine. First quarter, if you want to pay 15, if you pay 12 also, I'll fine. I will not levy you interest. I will not levy you interest. Similarly, quarter 2, how much am I supposed to pay? 45. Yes, 15 became 45 into 3. Up to 12 will become 36 into 3. Into 3. So second quarter also I am saying instead of 45, you can pay 36. If you pay 36 also, I will levy no interest. Ilana, interest is levied. Interest is levied. Now look carefully and tell me, people, quarter 2, how much am I minimum supposed to pay? 36. Imagine I paid 37. Will you levy interest? No. Imagine if I paid 34. Will you levy interest? Yes. Now tell me, interest will come from 45 to 34 or 36 to 34 It will have from 45 to 34, which means income tax is saying you achieve the 36, I am safe. You don't achieve the 36, I will ignore the 36 itself. What was the requirement? 45, you pay me interest on the full thing. You pay me interest on the full thing. Are we clear? Yes. Help me from the top. Advance tax is levied when the tax liability is more than 10,000. Not applicable on a resident, senior citizen, not having PGBP income. If you want to pay advance tax, pay it in first quarter, 15%, second quarter, 45, third quarter, 75, fourth quarter, 100. First quarter, it's okay if you pay 12. Second quarter, okay if you pay 36. Third quarter, mandatory 75. Fourth quarter, mandatory 100. First quarter, you fail, I will levy interest of 3%. Second quarter, you fail, I will levy interest of 3%. Third quarter, you fail, I will levy interest of 3%. Last quarter, 1% will be levied to you. If you don't want to pay advance tax in 4 quarters, there are some exceptions. Exception number 1, presumptive guys will only pay last quarter, and 4 incomes ke liye I will only collect advance tax from the quarter in which it is levied. CG, casual, PGBP for the first time, dividend incomes. Any doubts on this? Clear? Yes. Good. After this, people, income tax said, if you have somehow did not pay your advance tax properly, if you still somehow did not pay your advance tax properly, no worries, my child. You can come to the next year and you can pay self-assessment. You can pay self-assessment tax. Make sure to pay it before filing returns. Make sure to pay it before filing returns. If you don't pay it before filing returns also, I will start levying additional interest. I will start levying additional interest until you file your return. But beyond that also, I expected you to pay it advance tax. Since you did not pay advance tax, every month that you delay, I will keep levying interest. I will keep levying interest. This comes as section 234B. 234B says, from 1st April, I will start levying interest at the rate of 1% for every shortfall that you have. For every shortfall that you have. Simple example, imagine I was supposed to pay 1 lakh. 10,000 TDS they deducted. I was supposed to pay advance tax of 90,000. Imagine I only paid 40,000. People, remaining number 50,000. Imagine if I pay this 50,000 only in July. Imagine if I pay 50,000 only in July. Government will say, beta, for April, May, June and July, I want interest at the rate of 1% mandatory. I want interest at the rate of 1% mandatory. You have to give this to me before you pay the final payment. Before you pay the final payment. Are we clear? Are we clear? That is what the provision is. However, this provision is also not applicable if you can confirm to me that at least 90% of your advance tax was already paid. At least 90% of your advance tax was already paid. In my example, I said 1 lakh is a liability, 10,000 is TDS, left number 90,000. Of that 90% will be 81,000. So if you would have paid at least 81,000, I would say no interest. But if you have not paid 81,000, I will say start levying interest on the complete shortfall. On the complete shortfall, you will have to levy interest on me. Are we clear? Are we clear? That is what this chapter is, people. Very simple, sweet chapter. 2 things will happen, either advance tax or self-assessment tax. Advance tax will ask for a liability of advance tax will ask for liability of 15, 45, 75, 100. Not applicable if your liability is less than 10,000 or you are a senior citizen not having PGBP income. Presumptive will only do last quarter. Capital gains will do from when it is earned. When it is earned. Casual will do from when it is earned. PGBP for the first time, and dividend income also same. First quarter I can also pay 12%. Second quarter I can pay 36%. Third and fourth is 75 and 100 only. First quarter if I default 3%. Second quarter 3%. Third quarter 3%. Fourth quarter 1%. If I don't pay by 31st March also, April and I will levy an additional interest of 1% until I pay the tax. Until I pay the tax. Will not be applicable if your advance tax liability is minimum 90% already paid. Advance tax liability of minimum 90% is already paid. Are we clear on this? Any doubts on this part? This is your simple sweet payment of taxes. Clear? 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 Yes? Good. Come on, continuing with the topic of return filing. Again, I want your attention on this because every single topic here is a theoretical topic. Yes, so look very carefully because you're going to get easy 4 marks from this. We're starting the chapter called as return filing, where income tax makes it very simple. Question number 1. Who and all should file a return? Who and all should file a return? Income tax says every person will have to file a return if they are crossing their basic exemption limit. Yes. Now, if you understand, company and a firm does not even have a basic exemption limit, so their return filing is mandatory. Every other party will have to file a return file if their basic exemption limit is crossed. If their basic exemption limit is crossed. But here is where the trick is. Income tax does not say your total income should cross basic exemption. Income tax says your GTI ignoring CG exemptions. Your GTI ignoring CG exemption should cross basic exemption limit. What is CG exemptions, people? The house to house, house to bonds, land to land, anything else to house, 54 series. Yes, so income tax is saying what your GTI ignoring capital gains exemption should cross basic exemption limit. If it does, please file your returns. Please file your returns. Are we clear? Are we clear? But there are some exceptions, people, and this exception is what will come in examination. The exceptions on when do you have to mandatory file a return? When do you have to mandatory file a return? I'll make it simple. Come on, people. Current account, it is 1 crore deposit. Savings account, it is 50 lakh deposit. So current account is 1 crore. Savings account is 50 lakhs. If you are going to incur electricity, it is 1 lakh. If you are incurring foreign travel cost, it is 2 lakhs. Electricity is 1 lakh. Foreign travel is 2 lakhs. Business turnover should cross 60 lakhs. Professional turnover should cross 25 lakhs. Sorry, professional turnover should cross 10 lakhs. Yes, business turnover should cross 60 lakhs. Professional should cross 10 lakhs. Once again, people, from the top, my current account deposit is 1 crore. Savings is 50 lakhs. Electricity 1 lakh. Foreign travel 2 lakhs. Business turnover 60 lakhs. Professional 10 lakhs. Professional is 10 lakhs. Then my TDS credit should have crossed 25,000 if I'm a normal citizen and 50,000 if I'm a senior citizen. In those cases, income tax says please mandatory file your return. Even if your income is 0, I don't care. Even if your income is 0, return filing is mandatory. Return filing is mandatory. Help people. Savings account is 50 lakhs. Current account is 1 crore. Business turnover is 60 lakhs. Professional receipts 10 lakhs. TDS for normal person 25,000. TDS for senior guy 50,000. Professional receipt is 10 lakhs. Current account is 1 crore. Electricity is 1 lakh. Foreign travel is 2 lakhs. Foreign travel is 2 lakhs. These parties have to mandatory file a return in India. Have to mandatory file a return in India. When you don't cross this, I will come and ask, what is your GTI ignoring CG? What is your GTI ignoring CG exemption? If you say it is crossing basic exemption limit, I will say return filing is mandatory. Can you help me with the basic exemption limit? ATR normal 2.5, ATR senior 3 lakhs, ATR super senior 5 lakhs, DTR guy 4 lakhs, DTR guy 4 lakhs. You cross the basic exemption limit, you need to mandatory file a return in India. Any doubts? Non-resident senior citizen is others. Yes. Are we clear? Yes. Then question number 2. When should you file your return? When should you file a return? Income tax says, beta, mandatory return filing is 31st October when you have an audit. Mandatory return filing is 31st October when you have an audit. When you don't have an audit, it is 31st July, full stop. So only 2 things you have. 31st October is audit. 31st July is non-audit. People, I'm a salaried guy. Non-audit 31st July. I'm a presumptive guy. Non-audit 31st July. I am an audit guy. 31st October is the answer. Yes. Here comes part number 2. Understand this one carefully. Income tax says, if you're a partner in a firm, what are you? Partner in a firm. Your due date will be the same as the firm. Your due date will be the same as the firm, which means if the firm is filing 31st October, partner will file 31st October. If the firm is filing 31st July, partner will also file 31st July is the important thing. So if you get a question in exam, the question says a sleeping partner's due date of return filing where the firm is audited? 31st October. Very good. I don't care whether I'm a sleeping partner or I'm a active partner. At the end of the day, if the firm is filing 31st October, I will also file 31st October. Any doubts on this part? Are we sure? People, company order due date 31st October because a mandatory audit. LLP order due date 31st October. Yes or no? Yes or no? People, I am a person who does not want presumptive. 31st October. Very good, because I have to then do audit for my case. I have to do audit for my case. Any doubts? Come on. Yes. Clear? Yes. So what did we discuss, people? Audit cases will go 31st October. Non-audit will go 31st July. Partner will also use the same due date, which means partner will use the same due date of the firm to get the right answer. Are we clear? Yes. Come on. People, I have missed my return filing. I have missed my return filing. Can I still file it? Yes. Income taxes, you can file it by 31st December. You can file it by 31st December. 31st December of AY. 31st December of AY. For your exam, it will be 2026. For your year, it will be 2026. But, people, if you file your return late, I am not going to let you go. I am not going to let you go. There are some issues. Issue number 1, I will have to choose DTR. Issue number 2, you cannot carry forward your losses. Issue number 3, you cannot claim heading C of chapter 6A, 80, double JAA, 80, QQB, 80, RRB, not allowed, not allowed. Adhe mari one more income based deduction we discussed. SEZ 10AA, that also I will not give you. That also I will not give you. Come on, people, 4 items. I will be mandatory choosing DTR, cannot carry forward my losses except for HP and UD, except for HP and UD, unless I'm in 80. If I'm in ATR, I can carry forward, people. But if I'm in DTR, I cannot carry forward. Yes or no? Yes. Now you may come and ask, Rahul, how the hell will you be in ATR? I may be a business guy. I may be a business guy. Last year I would have chosen ATR. Current year also I will continue ATR only. In that case, my HP will get carried forwarded.
Yes.
Will get correct. Yes, come on. Once again, I will have to mandatory use DTR. Cannot carry forward my losses except for HP and UD. Cannot claim 80 double JAA, QQB, RRB. Cannot claim 10AA deduction. Cannot claim 10AA deduction. 2 more issues, people. Issue number 1, income taxes. You have to pay me fine, late fee. You have to pay me a late fee. How much late fee you have to pay? I will ask you to pay me a late fee of rupees 5,000. I will ask you to pay me a late fees of rupees 5,000. But if you tell me, no, sir, my total income itself is up to 5 lakhs. My total income itself is up to 5 lakhs. I will ask you to pay only 1,000 rupees, which means 5 lakhs cross kiya to 5,000. Less than 5 lakhs is 1,000. Less than 5 lakhs is 1,000. That is what the provision says. Hey, what is this? This is my late fee. Question. People, I had to pay this late fee. Can I claim it as deduction under PGBP?
No.
No, because any income tax payment is not allowed as deduction. We discussed this. Yes. Apart from this last item, income taxes, beta, if on the due date of return filing also you have not paid some taxes, then from the next day I will also ask you to pay one additional 1% interest. I will also ask you to pay one additional 1% interest, which is what is given here. If you delay the filing of return, whatever tax is pending on the return filing due date, whatever tax is pending on the return filing due date, additional 1% will have to be paid by you until you file the returns. Until you file the returns. A additional 1% per month or part thereof. Any doubts? Yes. 5 items, people. When you miss the return filing, you have to choose DTR. Cannot carry forward losses except HP and UD. Cannot claim heading C of chapter 6A. Cannot claim 10AA and late fee of 5,000 or 1,000. Additional interest of 1% for every pending payment per month. For every pending payment per month. Are we clear? Are we clear? This is what the provisions are if you file the return late. People, imagine I have filed the return, but the return has some errors. Imagine if I filed the return and the return has some errors. Income tax says, no worry, my child. Even if you filed the return with some errors, you can now go and revise the return. You can now go and revise the return. But if you want to revise the return, the due date is again 31st December. 31st December Kule, if you want to revise, please revise. I have no problems. I have no problems. Please note 31st December is the due date for revising return. Before that, any number of times you can revise. People, I filed an original return in July. I want to revise in August. Will you allow? Yes. I want to again revise in September. Will you allow? Yes. I want to again revise in December. Will you allow? Yes. I want to revise it in January. Will you allow? No. People, I did not file my original return. I filed a belated return. What return? Belated return. So I filed a return only in September. And I want to revise September or return. Can I revise? Yes, I can revise. Income tax says revised return can be filed for anything. Can be filed for anything. Anything matlab, I can file it for the original return also. I can file it for the revised return also. I can also file it for the belated return. Any return can be revised as long as it is done by 31st December of AY. As long as it is done by 31st December of AY. Any doubts on this? That's not important for C Inter syllabus. Don't worry about it. Yes. So as long as I file it by 31st December, it is completely allowed. Are we clear? Are we clear? But imagine people, imagine I have still not filed my return. 31st December also crossed. I have still not filed my return and I'm scared. I'm scared that department will send me a notice and ask me to pay penalty. Ask me to pay penalty. Can I avoid that? Yes. Income tax says I am giving you an option to file something called as updated return. What is the option? Updated return, and updated return timelines are 4 years. Updated timelines are 4 years. 4 years from end of AY. 4 years from end of AY. Help me out, people. What is my AY? 26, 27. What is my due date of filing? My AY is 26, 27. So for AY 26, 27, the last date will be 31st March 27. From here I can go an additional 4 years. Which means I can file my return up to 31st March 31. I can file up to 31st March 31 with some problems. With some problems. People, problem number 1. Income tax is coming and saying, my dear child, look, your return is PY 2526. For PY 2526, when can you latest file the return? 31st July 26. This is my original due date. This is my original due date. I am now going forward and saying there are some mistakes, sir. I want to file by 31st December 26. What? Either I want to file a revised return or I want to file a belated return. Whatever can happen. Whatever can happen because I am till December. From here I will go until the end of the year. What is the end of the year? 31st March 27. Yes or no? Yes. From here, people, income taxes, I am giving you 4 more years. Which means up to 31st March 31. Up to 31st March 31, I am giving you some more time. Correct. Yes, but there is a problem. My dear child, if you want to file an updated return, there are some rules you will have to follow. Rule number 1, you can only file updated return when department is getting favored. You can only file an updated return when department is getting favored. In simple words, updated return can only be filed to pay more tax. You cannot file an updated return for reducing your income or for claiming more refunds. Which means, understand people, if my income was 6 lakhs, I want to report 10 lakhs, will department allow?
Yes.
Yes. My income is 6 lakhs, I want to report 5 lakhs, will they allow? No. I have a loss of 3 lakhs, I want to make it to loss of 5 lakhs, will they allow? No. I have a loss of 3 lakhs, I want to make it a loss of 2 lakhs, will they allow? No. Again, I told you, you have to pay tax. People, if 3 becomes 2, I still don't get an updated return tax. And therefore, income tax said no. I have a loss of 3 lakhs. I want to make it a profit of 4 lakhs. Will department allow? Yes, they will allow. People, I have a tax payable of 60,000. I am now saying, sir, reduce it to 50,000. Will they allow? No. I have a tax payable of 60,000. I am saying, sir, I want to pay 70,000. Will they allow? Yes. I have a refund of 5 lakhs. I am saying, make it a refund of 4 lakhs. Yes, because when you say refund of 4 lakhs, what will happen? I have to now pay 1 lakh extra. I have to pay 1 lakh extra. People, I have a refund of 5 lakhs. I am asking refund of 7 lakhs. Will they allow? No, they will not allow. Last, department said, Beta ji, if I have sent a notice to you, what have I done? Sent a notice to you. No more updated return for you. Now, penalty will only start. Penalty will only start. And finally, if you have filed an updated return once, you can not file an updated return once again, which means updated return cannot be revised. Cannot be revised. Are we clear? Yes. Now there is a certain problem and an MCQ question for your examination in current year. Very, very carefully, because May 26 they did not ask. They will ask it in September 26. Income tax says, I'm giving you timeline. What timeline? I'm giving you timeline until 31st March 2031 to file an updated return. Yes, but this comes with a cost. This comes with a cost for every 1 year that is getting over. Help me, people. First year will be 31st March 28. Next year will be 31st March 29. Next year will be, help, 31st March 30. One more year will be 31st March 31. Income tax says, my dear child, every time you want to file an updated return, I will ask, how much delay have you made? How much delay have you made? If you are going to file any updated return in this period, which period? In the first year. In the first year, you have to pay me extra 25%. Hey, when I say extra 25%, what does it mean? How much tax I was already paying? Beyond that, I have to pay 25. Which means I was already paying 100. Now you'll ask me to pay 125. Hey, correct. Yes. In the second year, government will say, Beta ji, I want this number to become 50%. Which means if I was supposed to pay 100, now I will pay 150. I will pay 150. This is the amendment. If I have to pay something in third year, government will ask me to pay 60%. Which means if I was supposed to pay 100, now I will pay 160, and in the last year government will ask me to pay 70%, which means now the number will become 170. The number will become 170. Any doubts on this? Yes, look very carefully, people. Updated return. Income tax says updated return is for the period of 4 years from the end of AY. From the end of AY. In the first year, pay me extra 25. Second year, pay me extra 50. Third year, pay me extra 60. Fourth year, pay me extra 70. If you want to file updated return, follow some rules. Rule number 1, if you have already filed updated return, I'm not going to allow once more. Second, if you want to file an updated return, income should only increase. I'm not going to allow an income decrease. Third, if you want to file an updated return, tax should increase. Tax should not decrease. Don't ask for refund. Don't ask for refund. Fourth, if already a notice has been sent to you, then updated return is not allowed. Updated return is not allowed. Are we clear? Yes. 3 returns we spoke about, people. First, we spoke original return. Second, we spoke belated return. Third, we spoke revised return. Now we have spoken updated return. Any doubts? Yes. Scenario number 5. I have something called as defective return. What return? Defective return. A pure theory question in examination which comes and says, how do you have a defect in a return? Income tax will say, if at any point of time there are some data missing in the return. What is missing? Data is missing in the return. Income tax department can send you a notice and can say, my dear child, your return has some errors. Errors because you have not filled some data. I am giving you 15 days time. Kindly rectify this error. Kindly rectify this error. Hey, what did I tell you? You have a return. You made some data errors. Government will ask you 15 days time. Within 15 days, please rectify the defect. If you rectify the defect, I will say, okay, matter closed. Let's use the return. Let's use the return. If you tell, no, I am not bothered. You take the defect, get lost. I don't care. Government will say 16th day. I will assume that you never filed a return itself. I will assume that you never filed a return itself, meaning now I will say you have not filed a return. Now you have only one choice, either file a belated return or file a updated return, or wait for me. I will send you a notice and ask penalty. That is how it will work. This is a one short 4-mark question which has come many times, people. Question will ask, what is a defective return? How do you rectify a defect? How do you rectify a defect? Simple, straightforward. What will you say? A defective return means a return in which some data is missing. In case of a defect, the officer will send a notice asking for rectification within 15 days. Where the defect is rectified, the return will be accepted. However, where the effect is not rectified in 15 days, it will be assumed that the return was never filed. It will be assumed that the return was never filed. Any doubts on this? Are we clear? Very good. People question. I am telling you, return has to be filed. So the question is, who will sign the return? Who will sign the return? For an individual, who will sign? He will itself sign. People, if he is a minor, ask the parent or the guardian. Ask the parent or the guardian. People, if the person is not even in India, give someone a POA. What is POA? Power of attorney. Give someone the power of attorney. Ask a person in India to take a power of attorney. Ask him to sign on your behalf. On your behalf. People, if it's an HUF, Karta is not available. Any member of HUF can file except for a minor. Minor and all will not be allowed to file a return. People, does it have to be a male or a female? What is no? Does it have to be a male or female? Doesn't matter. Both are allowed. Both are allowed. A firm, partners. Yes. Any non-minor partner, because minors and all will not be allowed. LLP, designated partner. He is not available. Any other partner, company, managing director, MD is not available. Any other director can sign. Any other director can sign. Should not be a problem. Yes or no? Yes. So matlab individual is self. I am not capable. Guardian or parent. I am outside India. POA, HUF, Karta not available. Non-minor member, partnership firm, non-minor partner, direct company, MD not available. Other directors, LLP, designated partner, not available. Other partners can sign it off on his behalf. Not a problem at all. Are we clear? Are we clear? Very good. Once you're done with defective return, people, there is nothing else to discuss. The only thing which is pending, we have discussed the consequences also, is something called PAN and Aadhaar. There is one topic which I personally ask every student to skip off, is the transactional due dates. Where they will basically come and say, beta, where and all do you have to quote PAN? Trust me, people, if this question comes, kindly use the or. Don't skip. Kindly use the or question. Don't attempt this question. It's completely fine. Too many due dates for you to keep in mind. There is only one due date that I want you to know, is that if you are wanting to get a new PAN, the due date is confirmed as 31st of May. 31st of May is the due date for getting a new PAN for yourself. 31st of May is the due date for getting a new PAN for yourself, which means if in life you have never got a PAN, this is the first time you are going to apply for a PAN, please make sure that you get the PAN by 31st May of AY. 31st May of AY. Why 31st May, people? Because by July you have to file a return. If you want to file a return by July, you should have a PAN. Now people, if you apply on 31st May only, it will take 30 days for them to give a PAN to you, which means the PAN will come by 30th June. Then you need 1 month to prepare return also, no? Correct. Yes. So income tax confirms PAN due date is 31st May of AY. 31st May of AY. Any doubts? Clear? Yes. So if you want to file a return, please make sure you need a PAN number, and the PAN number should be obtained by 31st May of AY. Without a PAN, no return can be filed. But I have another problem. Problem starts with Aadhaar. Problem starting with Aadhaar. Income taxes. My dear child, if you have an Aadhaar and a PAN number, please, for the love of God, make sure they are linked. Please make sure they are linked, because if they are not linked, I am going to assume the PAN was not yours. In simple words, I will assume PAN is inoperative. Inoperative matlab there is no owner of the PAN. If your PAN becomes inoperative, you will have certain problems. Problem number one, income tax will say no refund for you. Which means you go and stand before income tax department and say, sir, I want refund. He will be like, who are you? I'm like, sir, I'm Rahul Agarwal, this is the PAN. He's like, this is not your PAN. Because this PAN is inoperative. I don't know who's the owner of this PAN. I will not give you refund. Get lost. Not allowed. Situation number two. I will not get any interest on that refund. Again, more at CA final level, but just for you to know. Yes, refund gets you interest, but income tax will say no interest for you because I was ready to give refund, but I don't know whom to give. I don't know whom to give. Situation number 3, because you have not submitted a PAN, TDS chapter will come and say deduct TDS at a higher rate of 20%. Deduct TDS at a higher rate of 20%, and if you don't give a PAN, TCS will then get collected at a higher rate of 5% or 2 times the rate given. Or 2 times the rate given. Already rate given is there. 2 times the rate given or 5% will be the TCS collection for you. 4 issues will come if you don't link your PAN with Aadhaar. No refund. No interest on refund. TDS at a higher rate. TCS at a higher rate. I want to avoid all this. I want to avoid all this. What will income tax say? Please go and link. But to link you have to pay fees. To link you have to pay fees. Give me 1,000 rupees. Give me 1,000 rupees. If you pay me 1,000 rupees, I will let you link your PAN with Aadhaar, and by 30 days, I will link your PAN with Aadhaar. After that, you are safe. After that, you are safe. Clear? Clear? Yes. So the questions which come in PAN and Aadhaar is very simple. First question will come and say, what is the procedure to link PAN and Aadhaar? What is the procedure? Pay 1,000 rupees, apply for it. 1 month later, they'll give you the linking. 1 month later, they'll give you same 3 lines. You have to write 4 marks guaranteed. Second, what are the consequences when you don't link your PAN with Aadhaar? No refund, no interest, TDS at higher rate, TCS at higher rate. There is a small amendment in the current year, people. The small amendment of current year comes and says the last 2 is there. No. What is the last 2? TDS and TCS. I will not give that impact to you for another 2 months. For another 2 months, which means if you can promise me that in the next 2 months you will get your Aadhaar PAN linked, I will say don't deduct higher rates. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. But if for the next 2 months also you are not getting it linked, then I will start deducting higher rates. I will start deducting higher rates. Any doubts? Sure, sure. Yes, yes. This is what the chapter is, people. Help me out. If I want to file original return, electricity expense, 1 lakh, travel cost, 2 lakhs, current account, 1 crore, savings account, 50 lakhs, TDS credit, 25,000, senior citizen, 50,000, business turnover, 60 lakhs, professional receipt, 10 lakhs, foreign asset, mandatory, foreign asset mandatory. If you have a foreign asset or a foreign bank account, mandatory return filing. Foreign asset or foreign bank account, mandatory return filing. Due date original is 31st July for non-audit and 31st October for audit. A partner in an audit firm, 31st October. Partner in a non-audited firm, 31st July. I did not file my return on time, 31st December. If I filed and I made a mistake, revise by 31st December. Did not file or I want to pay more tax, updated return for the next 4 years. First year pay extra, 25, second year pay extra, 50, third year pay extra, 60, fourth year pay extra, 75, 70, not 75, 70. Yes, people, return has some mistakes. Correct the defect within 15 days. Correct the defect within 15 days or return will become invalid. Return will become invalid. I want you to get a PAN number for yourself.
Before 31st May.
31st May of AY. 31st May of AY. If you want to link your PAN with Aadhaar, please pay 1,000 rupees fee to link your PAN with Aadhaar. Not linking will give you 4 consequences. Will give you 4 consequences. People, one more issue. One more issue is very simple. If at all PAN is wrong, PAN is inoperative, or you're giving someone a wrong PAN number, in the sense fraud, income tax can levy a penalty of 10,000 rupees on you. Income tax can levy a penalty of rupees 10,000 on you. See, I put it here. Yes. So for every default you are going to make in PAN, I am going to levy a penalty of 10,000 rupees on you. Don't quote wrong PAN. Don't quote wrong PAN. Otherwise, I'll go 10,000 rupees ka penalty. MCQ question for you to keep in mind. Any doubts on this part? Yes. Beautiful, simple, sweet, nice chapter, getting you 4 marks in examination. Clear? Yes. Yes. Come on. Let's see the theory questions. Come on, reading the questions together. I think I have 3 questions prepared for this. Should be able to answer it. Question says, You are required to state with reasons whether the following persons should file their return or not as per the provisions of Income Tax Act. Very simple. Do you have to file a return or not? If you say yes, if you say return has to be filed, I will say yes. If not, no. Simple. Yes. Question says Anis is age 31 years, opted for DTR, had a total income of 3,90,000. Anis is opting for DTR. Basic exemption is 4 lakhs. Does he have to file a return? No, because he is below basic exemption limit. Because he is below basic exemption limit, return filing is no. I will say below BL. I will say below BL, basic exemption limit. Clear? Yes, come on. It says Mr. Kalra, resident individual, 55 years, opted out of DTR, ATR for the PY 25-26, is engaged in the business of trading textile yarns. During the PY 25-26, the net profit which was carried on by him was 3.9 lakhs. 3.9 lakhs. He has no other source of income. He decided to contribute 1.5 lakhs to PPF. 80C. Very good. 80C. He has no other source of income, contributed 1.5 lakhs. As his income does not exceed maximum amount chargeable to tax, he believes that he does not have to file a return. Is he correct? By very good. You don't check TI, you check GTI. My GTI is showing 3.9 lakhs. Person has gone for ATR. ATR or a basic exemption limit is 2.5 only. Yes, which means here I will say ATR guy. Here I will say ATR guy, and therefore return filing is mandatory. It is GTI ignoring CG exemptions. GTI matlab before deductions or after deductions? Before deductions. Yes. So I will say yes, GTI is equal to 3.9 lakhs crossed BL. Correct. Yes. Finish. Question says Dhruv is age 62 years. People, Dhruv is 62 matlab senior guy. Dhruv is 62, senior guy, having interest on FD amounting to 2,70,000. A senior guy basic exemption is 3 lakhs. The TDS deducted on his fixed deposit was 26,000. TDS for senior guy 50,000. Is this more than 50? No, leave it there. No other tax was deducted or collected at source. He also made a cash deposit of 10 lakhs in savings account. Cash deposit 50 lakhs for savings. 50 lakhs for savings. But the total deposit in his bank account, including the current deposit, is only 48 lakhs. Is only 48 lakhs, assuming he is opting out of DTR. People opting out of DTR matlab, yes, which means now I have been given multiple facts. I need to look at each one by one. Come on, people, first condition is my basic exemption limit should be crossed by GTI. Is my GTI crossing basic exemption? No, because my GTI is 2,70,000. My limit is 3 lakhs, did not cross. Second, savings contribution was 48 lakhs only. I was looking for 50 lakhs, did not cross. Third, TDS was supposed to be 50,000. Here it is only 26,000, did not cross. All conditions are safe. Matlab person's return filing is not required. Understood. Yes, which means I will write 2,70,000 ke bagal mein less than 3 lakhs, 26,000 ke bagal mein less than 50,000, 48 lakhs less than 50 lakhs. See if you understood. Savings account deposit requires minimum 50 lakhs for you to file a return. Current account is 1 crore. Correct? Come on. It says Shrimati Patel, age 65 years. Ayo. Senior. Has a TDS credit of 55,000. Crossed 50,000. Return filing is mandatory. See, this is how they'll give you. They'll give you some 4 questions and they'll be like, tell me whether you have to file a return or not. Even if one question goes wrong. 3 marks. File a fine. Gross receipts of Ajit, age 45 years. Architect was 12 lakh rupees, but the professional receipt is only 2 lakh 25 and he has no other income. People, if I only look at the receipt, that is below 250. That is below 250, but on a receipt level, it is more than 10 lakhs. Should I file return? Yes, return filing is mandatory. Yes, so I will say this is crossed 10 lakhs. Got the trigger? Got the trigger? Come on. Turnover of Ashish business is 65 lakhs. More than 60 lakhs. Return filing is mess. Subhash has incurred expenditure of 90,000 for electricity. Very good. I am less than 1 lakh. Return filing is not mandatory. Deepak has a savings account in SBI and HDFC and a current account with an opening balance of 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs and 30 lakhs respectively. A question, is it 1 crore in one current account or all current accounts? It's all current accounts. Yes, so I have a savings account and a current account. Savings account is in SBI, HDFC. Current account is in Axis Bank. 20, 10 and 30. 20 is savings, 10 is savings, 30 is current account. He deposited 40 lakhs in savings, 25 lakhs in HDFC and 75 lakhs in Axis. People looking at Axis alone, Axis is current account. Deposit should be more than 1 crore. This is, hey. People, current account alone I'm asking. You should have deposited current year. Current year deposit. You cannot look at your lifelong savings, people. Yes, current year deposit is less than 1 CR. Correct. But savings check karo. Savings I did 40 and 25 crossed 50. Crossed 50. The moment it crossed 50 lakhs, I said yes. I said yes, yes or no. Yes, come on people, don't be stupid. You cannot come and say I'm looking at 1 crore deposit for my lifelong savings. Yes, looks weird. I am looking for 1 crore deposit in 1 year, but all accounts. I am looking at 50 lakh deposit in 1 year, but all accounts. Correct? Yes, come on. They're not applicable. If you would have told SBI is 15, that would still become 40 plus 15 is 55.
No, SBI में 15. SBI is right.
Oh, 15. Okay, sorry. 15 plus 25 will be 40, not liable for return filing. Saving separate, current separate, obviously. Yes, Kumar is age 50 years, withdrew cash of 1.2 crores during the year from savings account in our HDFC bank. Mr. Kumar regularly files his return till 25-26. People, am I talking about deposit in savings or withdrawal from savings? Deposit in savings, which means withdrawal is not important. Yes, but here you have to know a little bit of TDS. You have to know a little bit of TDS. There is a chapter of TDS which comes and says you cannot go to a bank and withdraw more than 1 crore. You cannot withdraw more than 1 crore. Where you withdraw more than 1 crore, bank will take away TDS from you. Bank will take away TDS from you at the rate of 2% for the amount exceeding 1 crore. For the amount exceeding 1 crore. Therefore, my TDS will be 2% of 20 lakhs, which is 40,000, which has crossed, very good, 25,000, making my return filing mandatory. This was a very poor linkage between TDS and return filing chapter, so be careful. Clear? Yes, come on. Shall we go? Come on. It says, Paras is age 55 years, resident in India. During the financial year, interest of 2,88,000 was credited to his non-resident external account. 30,000 is interest on FD with SBI and was credited to his savings account. Also got 3,000 as interest on his savings account. People, we have discussed this in the past. I've told you, when you have a non-resident external account, any money from there is exempt. Any money from there is exempt, and therefore this 2,88,000 becomes fully exempt. This 2,88,000 becomes fully exempt. How much more income left? 30,000 is interest on deposit, 3,000 is interest on savings. Am I looking at GTI or TI? GTI. What is my GTI? 33, which is below 2,50,000, which is below 2,50,000. Therefore, answer is no. Yes, something for you to keep in mind, people. A non-resident external account interest are fully exempted. It's part of the exemptions chapter. Exemption chapter, there is only one thing which I asked you to mark very long back, where I told you share of profits in a firm is exempt, share of profits from HUF is exempt, NRE interest is exempt. NRE interest is exempt. We don't pay tax on those. We don't pay tax on those. That is what the provisions from here are. Any doubts? Clear? That is it. This is non-resident external account. Doesn't say the account is outside India. Non-resident external account is a special account which is given to you by RBI in India only, but given to you because you are a non-resident, which means it's an Indian account only. Don't worry about that. Clear? Yes, yes. Come on. It says Manish and Sons HUF have sold a residential house which then arose a long-term capital gains of 12 lakhs, invested them in bonds of 54 EC and said that the capital gains is exempt. My total income has become 0. My total income has become 0. Can I file a return? Can I file a return? Yes, I have to, because it is ignoring CG exemptions. Ignoring CG exemption, number is 12 lakhs, which is crossing basic exemption limit. People tell me HUF for a basic exemption limit 4 lakhs. HUF is also eligible for DTR. HUF is also eligible for DTR, so basic exemption will become 4 lakhs. If not, ATR asks 250. Anyways, return is mandatory. Return is mandatory. Correct? Yes, come on. Archana was born in Germany, married in India. Okay. Her residential status for the year is ROR, resident and ordinary resident. She owns a car in Germany which she uses for her personal purpose during her visit to her parents' place in the country. People, return filing is not mandatory. Why? Very good. Personal car is not BA pass DJ, does not qualify as a capital asset under income tax. I said foreign asset. Foreign asset obviously means as per income tax. Is a car an asset? No, a personal asset does not cover car. A personal car does not get covered in asset, and therefore not a foreign asset, not liable for return in India. People, if I tell I have a personal land there, then return filing is mandatory. Then return filing is mandatory. Here return filing is not mandatory because no foreign capital asset no foreign capital asset. Are we clear? Are we clear? Careful on this, people. Very, very careful. That's what I asked. No, if it was a personal land, then it's a capital asset. It doesn't matter. I'm asking about a capital asset. Definition of capital asset we discussed in CG. Any immobile property is covered, and movable may only BA pass DJ is covered. As long as those assets are there, I will ask for return filing. Otherwise, return filing is not mandatory. Cash is not an asset. Foreign bank account is already covered anyways. Clear? Yes. True or false questions, people. It says Vegetable Limited has filed its return for 25-26 on 15th December 25. Hey, check and tell me. AY 25-26 I filed the return on 15th December 25. Return is late. Return is late. Return is late. People, AY 25-26 May 25 is a late return because I should have filed it by 31st July or 31st October. On 2nd January 26, accountant of Vegetable Limited realized that he forgotten to claim a genuine business expenditure and wants to file a revised return to claim this expenditure. Can he file the return? Because revised return due date is 31st. Very good. Answer is no. Revised ROI is 31st December 25. Clear, 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 clear. Come on. Mention the due dates and the time limits up to which the action has to be taken under the Income Tax Act. Filing of an updated return of income by a partnership firm. People, does the assessee make a difference? No, assessee doesn't make a difference. Updated return due dates are 4 years from the end of the assessment year. I'm telling updated, not defective return. Updated return timelines are 4 years from the end of the AY. This was May 26 question. That is why. Correct? Come on. Income tax return under 139(1) in respect of a non-working partner of a firm whose accounts are audited 31st October of AY. Next, applying for a permanent account number of an individual if his total income is going to cross, which is not chargeable to tax on 31st August 25. 31st May 26. Very good, 26. People, here you cannot use the word AY because they have given you a date. If they have given you a date, you have to play with the date. Hey, this date becomes your PY. Upon next year will be AY, therefore it is 26. Therefore it is 26. Come on. State with appropriate reasons whether the following statements are true or false. An income tax return can be revised only once. False. Updated return cannot be filed if an original return is a loss return. False. I told you, loss return can also become updated if you are ready to report a profit. If you are ready to report a profit, answer is false. Rajiv is a non-working partner in a partnership firm whose turnover is 18 crores and the books of accounts are to be audited. The due date for filing return for Rajiv is 31st July if he is only getting interest on capital from the firm and does not have any other income. They are basically saying firm will get audited, but Rajiv has to file by 31st July only. False, because if the firm is getting audited, partner is also 31st October. See, these are all the questions which has come in examination, people. Fairly easy. Yes, an updated return comprehensive question specifically put because of amendments in current year. Yes, so let's focus on this. Let's see if you're able to answer the question for me. Question says, Rishi is 34 years, did not file his return of income for 2021, 21-22 and 22-23 also. For 23-24, he has filed his return on 31st July 23. Check karo, on time, before time, after time. On time. He filed an updated return on 139.8A on 30th April 25 for AY 24-25. For AY 24-25, he's already filed an updated return. He is already filed an updated return. Check and tell me, updated return allowed, not allowed? Allowed, not allowed? Allowed, because AY 24-25 I have time until 4 years from that year, which means 31st March 29 tak time hai. 31st March 29 tak I can file. I have filed it on 30th April 25, no problem. I filed it in the first year itself. AY 24-25. AY 24-25 is my year of filing return. Then I am filing 30th April 25. Which means FY 25-26 I am filing next year, no? For AY 24-25 return filing due date is 31st October 24. It's AY, not PY. Yes, which means you filed the return in the first year of the updated return. You might have paid additional tax of 25%. The following details are given to you. People under 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23 forget information. 23, 24 I have a loss reporting of 3,50,000. I have an income reporting of 7,50,000 as per my updated return. As per my updated return. For the first case, I am telling you my tax liability is 14,50,000. TDS deduction has been 5 lakhs. Interest which I have to pay is 2,90,000. which I have to pay is 2,90,000. Tell me people, how much is my net tax payable? For 2021, how much is my net tax payable?
1240.
People, 14,50,000 is what I have to pay. 5 lakhs is a credit or a tax extra? Is a credit. Should I plus or minus? Minus. 2 lakhs is extra payable or less payable? Extra payable. Therefore, plus. Number is 1240. Huh? Number is 1240. Now look carefully and tell me, for AY 2021, did I ever file a return? No. Now that I want to file, I am ready to report 1240. Will they allow me updated return? Will they allow me updated return? Yes, I am ready to offer extra tax. I am ready to offer extra tax. Question is, when should I file? Different conversation. Right now, can I file updated return? Allowed. Yes, come on. Year 2. People, my tax liability was 5,60,000. TDS deduction is 10 lakh rupees. I am expecting a refund of 440. I am expecting a refund of 440. Do you think you will allow me to file the return? No, chance ही नहीं है. मतलब 21, 22 is out. 21, 22 is out. Correct. Come on. Year 3. I have a tax payable of 630. My TDS deduction is 2 lakhs plus or minus. Minus. Interest is 90,000 plus or minus. Plus. Self assessment is 1 lakh plus or minus. Minus. I have paid. 420. People, are you getting this? Should I repeat? Clear? Yes, tell me. Now for AY 20 to 23 also, I am showing an additional tax payable of 420. Will you allow me to file a return? Yes, you will allow me to file a return. For 23, 24, I only have a loss of 350. I only have a loss of 350. Am I ready to pay something? No. Will you allow me to file an updated return? No, not allowed. That is for 24, 25. Will you allow me to file? No. If you want to claim extra loss, I will not allow. Even otherwise, this loss has to convert to profit to become a return. Yes or no? Yes. Coming to 24, 25. People, you have already filed an updated return. Do you think I am allowing you one more? No, which means this is also gone. This is also gone. Correct. Yes, come on. Let's read the facts. Let's see if you have to make some additional changes. The bottom one, people, says in May 2025, Rishi came to know about the loss of house property of 2 lakh rupees, which he forgot to file when claiming the return of 23-24. Matlab the number of 3,50,000 showing is wrong. Is wrong. I want an extra 2 lakhs. I want an extra 2 lakhs, making it 5.5 lakhs. When did he get to know? May 25. Tell me people, for AY 23-24, if I ever had to file a revised return, it would have been 31st December 2023. This is AY, people. Revised returns are filed on December AY. So AY 23-24 ka revised return due date is 31st December 23. When am I asking? May 25. Will you give it to me? No, you could have only given it to me by updated return. But the problem is updated return says loss cannot increase. Loss cannot increase. Will you allow me this 2 lakhs? Gone. Moreover, in AY 24-25, he earned a dividend income of 4,500 and 4,150 from A Limited and B Limited respectively, which he has not reported in his return of income. That number of 7,50,000 is also wrong. I want to report some more numbers. Some more numbers. Will you allow me? No, because I have already filed an updated return. Can I file one more? I am not allowing that to you. He approaches you on 16th May 25 to file updated return for all the assessment years in order to clear the income tax record. When did this guy come? 16th May 25. People, tell me, only 2 years are pending with me. That 2 years, will you allow me to file updated return? First is 2021. Due date is 4 years from the end of 2021, which is 31st March 25. When are you approaching me? 16th May 25. Will I allow? No, which means this is also gone. This is also gone. Correct, correct. Come on. I am in assessment year 22-23. Due date is 31st March 27. 4 years, no? 31st March 27. Now I want you to look at this one carefully. If I have to draw this diagram, people, I am in AY 22-23. I have time until 31st March 27. Correct only, no? 4 years. Yes. People tell me, when did I approach you? 16 May 25. I am approaching you on 16th May 25. Looking very carefully. People, my first year got over on 31st March 24. Second year got over on 31st March 25. Third year would have been 31st March 26. When did I approach you?
Third year. In the third year.
When did I approach you? I approached you on 16th May 25. 16th May 25. Look carefully and tell me, people, during this period would have been 1 year. You would have asked 25. During this year, it would have been 2 years. 50. During this year, it would have been 3 years. Matlab, you're asking me for 60% extra. How much was I originally supposed to pay? 420. I was originally supposed to pay 420. You want an extra 60 from me? Total is 672. Yes, you're asking me for extra. You're required to provide a suggestion of which years he can file an updated return, and the tax payable also has been asked. I can only file it for 1 year, which is AY 22. AY 20 to 23 I can ask for 3 lakh, 4 lakh. 4,20,000 plus 60%. Answer is 6,72,000. Answer is 6,72,000. See if you understood. Yes, I am repeating myself once again to be very careful on what is happening. People, for the first AY 2021, I was supposed to pay updated return. The only problem is I came in late. I came after 4 years, therefore it denied for time request. For AY 21-22, problem was I was asking for a refund. You said not allowed because I can only ask for tax. I can only ask for tax. Third one, I was already having a loss. I am asking more loss. Not allowed. Sorry, third one was fine. Third one I was asking 420. Third year you came, I said allowed, no problem, pay extra 60. Fourth one, you were already having a loss. You're asking more loss. I will not allow. Fifth one was a case where you wanted to pay extra tax. The problem is you've already filed an updated return. You cannot ask for a revision. You cannot ask for a revision, and therefore you lost the game. Therefore you lost the game, and that's how updated return has come back to you. Yes, a theory question of updated return is very much expected in exam this time because it's an amendment. This is the only amendment which is there in return filing chapter, and therefore please pay attention to it properly enough. 4-mark question for your examination. Are we clear? Yes, no revision for updated returns. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes, good. Come on. Last topic for you to understand for your exams, a mandatory topic in exam as a part of question number 2B. We are looking at TDS and TCS. Also expect this as a part of a case study MCQ format, which means 1-2 mark from there also. Overall weightage of the chapter is 6 marks. 6 marks weightage of the chapter. And in chapter which is important but at the same time difficult enough to remember, so I leave it to your choice. Yes, nevertheless there are some things which I would like you to remember for exam whatsoever, and therefore let's pay attention to that. Yes, easiest way if I have to teach you chapter of TDS is to notice this diagram chart. Yes, this diagram trick is what I want you to always notice for examination. If you ever want to do TDS TCS properly and you don't remember anything, follow the logic. Follow the logic. We have done this logic in the class, people, that you know when you see a question, you have to always ask yourself, what is the business structure? What is a business structure? People, if my business structure is where I'm going to get free profits. What profits? Free profits. For example, winnings, casual income. Free profits, no efforts. Income tax will say the highest TDS rate of 30%. Income tax will say highest TDS rate of 30%. Second, a profit with less risk. A profit with less risk. For example, putting money in bank account, getting interest, doing professional services, less risk, good service. Less risk and good service, answer is 10%. 10%. If you tell me the business has a really good competition, profit margin is less, profit margin is less, I will ask for 2%. Profit margin is less, I will ask for 2%. And 4, if anywhere you are being forced upon TDS, what are you being done? Forced upon TDS. Matlab TDS was never applicable to you itself, but income tax, because they wanted to introduce alphabets, started giving you new sections. Rate becomes 2%. Rate becomes 2%. Apart from that, left off with only one is that immobile property goes for 1%. Immobile property goes for 1%. Do you remember this? What is the remembrance, people? If it is free profits like winnings, 30%. Business with low risk, 10%. Business with high risk, 2%. Anywhere you are forced upon TDS, 2%. Anywhere sale of immobile property, 1%. That's the logic. Yes, keep this logic in mind. 90% of the sections can answer with this. We can answer with this. Any doubts on this? Shall we go? Yes. Now, how to read this chapter is very simple. You need to first understand who is the payer. Second, who is the receiver. Third, what is the nature of transaction. Fourth, what is the TDS rate. And 5, what is the threshold limit. What is the threshold limit? Once again, people, who is the payer, who is the receiver, what is the nature of transaction, how much is the TDS rate, and finally, what is the threshold limit. Please notice the couple of things. Shall we go? Yes, come on. One by one, people. First, we discussed what is called as winnings. I told you very simple. Winnings is a free profit, taxable rate 30%. Taxable rate 30%. Threshold limit is 10,000 rupees. Threshold limit is 10,000 rupees. With the amendment of current year clarifying, it is 10,000 per transaction. Per transaction, which means if the question comes and says on one date I did 15,000 and another date I did 8,000, you will deduct TDS only on 15,000. You will not deduct TDS on 8,000. 15,000 p TDS rate 30%. Yes or no? Come on. Second, we had online winnings. People again winnings, free profits. TDS rate 30%. Threshold limit not applicable. Threshold limit not applicable because if you remember, we discussed winnings never taxes on the winnings alone. It taxes on the differential money you get, which means I deposited 1 lakh. I got back 2 lakhs. Winnings is only 1 lakh. TDS rate will be 30% on 1 lakh. But income tax confirms to you, if you are going to get winnings in kind, you're going to get winnings in kind. Please understand, never use the cost price. Use the market price. What price? Market price, which means understand, if I come and tell I am in the business of selling clothes, I am in the business of selling clothes, I have given you a free t-shirt. The cost of making the t-shirt for me was 10,000, but I was selling it in the market for 40,000. People, you will know about 10,000 or 40,000? 40,000. Up TDS will happen on 40,000 only. TDS will happen on 40,000 only. Any doubts? Yes. Option 2, I am in the jewelry business. I am in jewelry business. I am giving you t-shirt. People, how will I get t-shirt? When I buy from outside. Now, if I buy from outside for 40,000 rupees and I am giving this t-shirt to you, the winnings is 40,000. TDS happens on 40,000. Are we clear? In simple words, people, winnings is asking for the market value. The market value which I will sell for, or the market value at which I bought for. At which I bought for. Any doubts on this? 2 sections we discussed. Winnings 30%, threshold of 10,000 per transaction. Second, online winnings, TDS rate of 30%. If winnings are in kind, please grant FMV. Please grant FMV. That is what the questions are. Any doubts? Good to go. Yes, come on. Next, we then discussed what is called interest on securities. Tell me, people, interest on securities, matlab interest coming from loans and advances and all. Tell me, high risk profit, low risk profit. Low risk profit. I have to only put money, I will get interest. TDS rate will become 10%. Threshold limit is 10,000. TDS limit is 10%. Threshold limit is 10,000 rupees. Now, people, this is interest on securities. Income tax very simply says, if you see weird names in exam, TDS is not applicable. If you see weird names in exam, TDS is not applicable unless the question itself says the bond is taxable. The bond is taxable. If you see the word which says 7.5% gold taxable bond, I will say TDS is applicable. But if you say 9.5% sovereign gold bonds, no TDS is applicable. Correct? Yes, come on. That is interest on securities. Can we go? Yes. Next one is called interest on deposits. Deposit matlab made with bank. Deposit matlab made with bank. Tell me, high risk, low risk. Low risk matlab TDS rate is 10%. Income taxes. Notice one thing carefully. I am only talking about interest on recurring deposit and FDs. I am not talking about interest on savings account. Meaning income tax is confirmed. No TDS on savings account. Be very careful. No TDS on savings account. TDS is only on RDs and FDs. RDs and FDs. Limit alone is a problematic area. Limit is given as 40,000 rupees for normal person and 50,000 rupees for senior citizen. What is the limit? 40,000 limit for normal person. Oh, it's an amendment of current year. Correct. Sorry. People, the amendment of current year clarifies it is 50,000 for normal citizen and 1 lakh rupees for senior citizens. Yes or no? Yes or no? Here is a question. People, how does this number get verified? Income taxes. If you are ever going to put money in a CBS facility, what facility? CBS, core banking facility. It means all branches are talking to each other. All branches are talking to each other. When all branches are talking to each other, TDS happens on a bank level. What level? Bank level. If CBS is not there, up a branch can talk to each other, not talk to each other. Not talk to each other, then the limit is on a branch level. Which level? Branch level. Once again, people, I am looking at interest on deposit. Which deposit? FDs, RDs. Limit is given as 50,000 for normal citizen, 1 lakh for senior citizen. If the bank has a CBS, then it is per bank. If the bank has no CBS, it is per branch. Yes. Apart from that, I have company deposit. What you learn in Companies Act, income taxes, there the limit is 10,000. There the limit is 10,000. If you want to remember this, same logic as securities. People, who will give securities? Company only. Who will give securities? Company. Up where the limit was 10,000, here also limit is 10,000. Simple, straightforward logic. Any doubts on this part? Yes. One case law for you to keep in mind. Case law number 1, income tax says, if two people are fighting, if you and me are fighting, and because of the fight, we have gone to court. We gone to court and we told the court, sir, we are fighting over money. Do one thing. This money you keep. Who keeps? Court is keeping. Now, obviously, court will not keep in his hand. Court will keep it in a bank account. People up a bank will get interest. Tell me, will they deduct interest on the court? No. What will they say? Wait. Wait for the case to be solved. Wait for the case to be solved. Let's decide who's going to be the winner of the case. Until that time, TDS is not applicable. TDS will only happen after the case is solved, and therefore TDS will happen only after receiving the final order. After receiving the final. Correct. Yes, come on. What does it say? It says no TDS will happen on savings and post office savings. When you have a time deposit with CBS facility, go per bank. No CBS facility, go per branch. Interest on deposit, which is with the registrar court, will not attract TDS until you find the winner of the case. Are we clear? Yes, come on. Next, we went on to dividends. Tell me, people, dividends, high risk, low risk? Low risk. TDS rate is 10%. Threshold limit is now 10,000. Threshold limit is now 10,000, but they clarify 10,000 threshold is only for an individual. Only for an individual whom you make a payment other than by cash. Meaning, if I am going to the individual and I am going to give him dividends by cash, threshold limit is 0, which means TDS is mandatory. But if the person is coming and saying, no, sir, give me in bank, then I have a threshold of 10,000 rupees. I have a threshold of 10,000 rupees. People, tell me where and all we learn 10%. Interest on securities, interest on bank deposits, interest on company deposits, and dividends. Very good. Any doubts? Come on. Next one was commission. People, tell me, commission matlab I am an agent. High risk business, low risk business? High risk business. Because I will only get money when I make the sale. Matlab my whole profit is success fee model. Not easy business, people. Very high risk business. I am a agent in the middle. My margins are going to be extremely low, and therefore TDS rate is also 2%. TDS rate is 2%. Current year threshold is 20,000 per annum. Already tested in May 26. Chances of being tested is low. Not important. 20,000 per annum.
from a party.
From one party, yes. From one party, you should have not got more than 20,000 rupees. Clear? Clear? Sorry? What is Tino ka mila ke? No, no. Each transaction is 20,000. Every threshold gets 20,000, which means commission gets 20, insurance gets 20, and lottery also gets 20. That is what the limits are. Per annum per person. Between me and you, number should be 20,000. Yes, understand this. I have clarified to you earlier also. TDS happens between you and me, which means threshold also applies between you and me. We will not look at the threshold from any other party perspective. It is deductor, deductee specific. It is deductor, deductee specific. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes, come on. From the top, winnings 30%, 10,000. Online winnings 30%, no limits. Interest on securities 10%, 10,000. Interest on company deposit 10%, 10,000. Interest on FDs, RDs 10%, 40,000 or sorry 50,000 or 1 lakh. 50,000 or 1 lakh, that is what the transaction is. Dividend is 10%, 10,000 non-cash. 10,000, 10% non-cash, and then we discussed commission, which is 2%, 20,000. Which means if you notice, major cases it is 10%, 10,000, 2%, 20,000. Yes, yes. Small ways to remember things. Any doubts? Come on. After commission, people, we learned sale of immobile property. I expect this to be an important question from exam in the current year. Sale of immobile property. I just told you, people, will you get huge money, less money? Huge money you will get. Sale of immobile property matlab capital gain sale. Yes, income tax is TDS rate is 1%. 1% on the sale value. 1% on the sale value. Hey, hello. Yes, but people, you learnt it in CG. CG mein when we compute FOC, we do SDV or sale value, whichever is higher. TDS is also like that. TDS says it is 1% on STV or sale value, whichever is higher. Whichever is higher. At the same time, people, have a threshold limit of 50 lakhs right now. Threshold limit of 50 lakhs. 50 lakhs is also STV or sale value, whichever is higher. Once again, people, help karo. It is 1% on STV or sale value, whichever is higher. 50 lakhs is also STV or sale value, whichever is higher. Now, this topic alone is an exception. Here, income tax says the threshold of 50 lakhs is not deductor deductee. The threshold of 50 lakhs is per asset. Per asset, which means imagine if Rahul and his brother are together an owner, and you are going to pay me 45 lakhs and pay my brother 45 lakhs. I will still be levied TDS because we both are joint owner of one asset and that asset value was 90 lakhs. TDS will then apply because here it is per asset, it is not per person. It is not per person. Are we clear? Are we clear? Come on. Next one. We then discuss 194 LA. I gave you a small trick, people. Notice it is 1% 50 lakhs. It is 1% 50 lakhs. Do one thing. Shift the 0 here. Shift the 0 here. Matlab number becomes 10% 5 lakhs. When will this apply? When it is compulsory acquisition. Matlab government transaction. Government transaction chapter CG. Chapter C. Hey, hello. Yes or no? Compulsory acquisition chapter of CG where it is 10% and 5 lakhs. 10% and 5 lakhs. Any doubts? Come on. Next one we discussed 194 DA. I would suggest skip. 194 DA talks about life insurance proceeds. If you remember IFOS we discussed where a policy can become taxable when you pay premium more than 5 lakhs. Income tax says if the policy becomes taxable, TDS will apply at the rate of 2%. TDS will apply at the rate of 2% if you receive 1 lakh rupee. If you receive 1 lakh rupee, but this time when you do TDS, don't do TDS on 1 lakh rupee, do TDS on the profit that you made. What is the profit? Maturity minus the premium which you paid. Maturity minus the premium which you paid. Are we clear? Are we clear? Come on. Next one we discuss PF withdrawals. PF withdrawals. Tell me people, PF who put? Employer. Free profit for you. TDS rate is 10%. Income taxes. If you are going to withdraw any money from the PF, TDS rate will apply 10%, but will only apply when the PF is taxable. And if you remember in salaries, I told you PF is only taxable when withdrawn within 5 years, where 4 exceptions will not apply. medical reason, medical reason, employer shutdown, you have quit the company and transferred the PF, or employer has terminated you. Employer has terminated you. Only in those cases PF will not apply. Otherwise PF is taxable if withdrawn within 5 years. If that happens, please deduct 10%. Please deduct 10%. Correct. Correct. Come on. Next one we discuss 194I. 194I talks about rent payments. What payments? Rent payments. Now look people carefully. If I am going to give you my house for rent, if I'm going to give you house for rent, free profit, high risk, low risk, TDS rate 10%. If I'm going to give you my machinery, what will you do with machinery? Use for business, high business margin, low business margin, rate is 2%. To notice income taxes, TDS rate will be 2% for plant and machinery and 10% for all other items. 10% for all other items with a threshold limit right now of 50,000 per month. Now I want you to notice very carefully, it is 50,000 per month for all assets. For all assets, which means imagine when Rahul is giving you a building, saying the Rahul is also giving you laptop. Saying the Rahul is also giving you laptop. Now Rahul gave you building also, laptop also. Building Rahul gave for 40,000. Laptop Rahul gave for 15,000. Total Rahul gave you 55,000. Will you apply TDS? Yes, I will apply, because Rahul is the only man giving you things. Between you and me, limit has crossed 50,000 and therefore TDS is applicable. But when you do TDS on 40,000, you will deduct TDS at 10%, but on 15,000 you will deduct TDS at 2%. Very good. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes or no? Once again people, this is rent payment. If I am deducting TDS on immobile property, it is 10%. Plant and machinery is 2%. But when I check the threshold is not per asset, threshold is per owner. Threshold is per owner. Are we clear? Are we clear? But if I am going to give you a residential house, what house? If I am going to give you residential house, income tax says, then 194I will not apply. I will apply 194IB. People, now residential house and all personal payments. Do you want to deduct TDS? No, but I am forcing upon you. And I told you forced TDS rate is 2%. And therefore income tax at 2% with a threshold limit of 50,000. With the threshold limit of A, correct? Yes. Up look people, commercial property 10%. Residential property 2%. One small thing to be noticed here, income tax says in this forced section, don't do TDS every month. Whatever is the full year TDS deducted in the last payment. Whatever is the full year TDS deducted in the last payment. If the last payment is not enough, then whatever is there deduct, that is enough. Whatever is there deduct, that is enough. For example, last month payment was 2,000, but I wanted TDS of 7,000. Income tax will say, you give me 2,000, matter over. I will not ask anything more. I will not ask anything more. Yes or no? Come on, once again. People, if it is commercial house, 10%. If it is residential house, 2%. If it's plant and machinery, 2%. Yenna indalo threshold is 50,000 per month. 50,000 per month per owner. Per owner, that is the transaction. Any doubts? Come on. Yes. Then we moved on to 194C. I did mark it as important for May 26 and it came in May 26. Matlab September expectations are low. September expectations are low, where 194C comes and says any contract payments that you make. What payments? People, contract payments example means construction, catering services, advertisement services, job work, subcontracting, labor services, all those things income tax says high margin, low margin, low margin, low margin business. Therefore deduct TDS at 2%. Therefore deduct TDS at 2%. But if the transaction is with an individual, risk is even higher. Deduct only 1%. Deduct only 1%, meaning very simple. If Rahul is going to make a payment to an individual, I will deduct 1%. If Rahul is making payment to a non-individual, 2%. That is what the transaction is. Threshold limit is confirmed as 30,000 per transaction and 1 lakh per annum. How much? 30,000 per transaction, 1 lakh per annum. Items which you had to keep in mind, but probably you can skip off for me, is that if you are covered catering services, 194C, construction services, advertisement services, transportation services were all 194C, but transportation has a specific rule. People, you remember transportation can opt presumptive. When can they opt presumptive? When they are having less than 10 vehicles. So income tax says, if the transport guy comes and says, I have less than 10 vehicles and he is ready to give you a PAN number, TDS becomes 0. TDS becomes 0. Matlab, if he gives you a declaration, he has less than 10 vehicles and also gives you PAN number, deduct 0 TDS. He is not giving you declaration but gave you PAN number, go forward, deduct the normal rate, which is 1% for individuals, 2% for other parties. If he says, I will give you declaration but no PAN number, I want PAN, and here a problem will come, because you don't give me PAN, I will go higher rates of 20%. If you don't give me both, again I'm going 20%. Again I'm going 20%. Are we clear? Yes. Leaves me with the last one, people, where income tax said, if you're doing job work, and this is what came from 826. Yes. Income taxes, if you're doing job work matlab subcontracting. If you're doing subcontracting services, also 194C will apply. Requirement is very simple. You should give the raw materials. Who should give the raw materials? The person who's paying. The person who's paying should give the raw materials. Only if you give the raw materials, I will put it under 194C. If you don't give me raw materials, I will not call it 194C. This is a pure sale of goods. This is a pure sale of goods. So May 26 question was this only. They basically said a job work contract happened. However, the person making the goods bought the raw materials himself. Income tax says no TDS or TDS? No TDS, because he bought his own raw materials. I should give you raw materials for 194C to apply. For 194C to apply. In this case, sale of goods will apply, 194Q, and 50 lakhs would apply. In that question, the transaction was only 4 lakhs. And therefore, they said TDS is not applicable. TDS is not applicable. Yes, the person who's giving the raw material will be the person paying the money. That person will deduct TDS. Will deduct TDS. Yes, in the whole TDS chapter, the rule is very simple. Where a threshold is crossed, TDS is applicable on every rupee. TDS is applicable on every rupee, which means 30,000 threshold. If you pay 40,000 rupees, I will deduct TDS on full 40,000. There is only 2 sections in the whole income tax act where I will do above. I will tell you when the section comes. When the section comes. Beyond that, every other section, when the threshold is crossed, TDS happens on full amount. TDS happens on full amount. Are we clear? Yes. From the top, people, I remember winnings, online winnings, interest on securities, interest on company deposit, interest on FDRDs, dividends, commission, sale of immovable property, compulsory acquisition, then rent for commercial property, rent for plant and machinery, rent for residential property, life insurance proceeds, contract payments. Contract payments. Are we clear? Yes. Come on. Next one we discuss 194J. This is my highest expectation in September 26. Yes. The contract, the services of 194J, which talks about professional payments. Income tax says, if any professional payments are going to happen, high risk business, low risk business. Low risk business, TDS rate becomes 10%. TDS becomes 10% with the threshold limit confirmed as amended provision of 50,000 per annum. Amended provision of 50,000 per annum. Then if you are going to provide technical service, people, technical service does not need high qualifications. Matlab risk is also higher and therefore rate is 2%. Threshold limit is 50,000. Then we have call center services. Low risk, high risk business 2%, 50,000. Royalty services will go 10%, 50,000. And director remuneration. People, what remuneration? Who is not an employee? Basically getting sitting fees. He will have a limit of 10% with no threshold limit. I want you to appreciate one thing carefully, people. You notice 50,000. Is it 50,000 for full section or 50,000 per nature? It is 50,000 per nature. Meaning the question which will come in exam is like this. The question will say a person is paying FPS of 23,000. FPS is fees for professional service, and he's paying FTS of 35,000. Fees for technical services. People, 23 plus 35 add panning 57 something. Yes, will you deduct TDS? No, because each nature has to cross 50,000. Each nature has to cross 50,000, and that's what the request is. Any doubts on this part? Royalty together alone is 50,000. Yes. Any doubts on this part? Yes, expectation in exam is only the first two people, FPS and FTS. Nahi to director sitting fees. That is what the expectation is. Royalty not very critical. Completely fine to go. Are we clear? Per year. Each nature per year. Yes, between me and you, 50,000 per annum per nature. Per annum per nature. It's not per transaction, people. It is each nature full year. Which means full year my FPS should not cross 50,000. Full year my FTS should not cross 50,000, and that's how we proceed. That's how we proceed. Clear? Yes. Come on. Payments. Yes. Then we are looking on to 194R, which is business gift. It's not gift, it is business gift. 194R talks about business gift. People tell me business gift is free profits. TDS rate becomes 10%. Threshold limit is 20,000 per annum. Threshold limit is 20,000 per annum. Hey, what am I talking about? Business gift. I'm talking about business gift. Any doubts? Yes. Next, I have 194T, which talks about partner payments. Current year amendment, already tested in CA final May 26, expected in CA Inter September 26. Expected in CA Inter September 26. Income tax says partner payments. A partner payments matlab whatever payments you make to partners like interest, salary, full stop. Don't take share of profits. Don't take share of profits, because anyway that is exempt. Limit is the same, 10% with the threshold limit of 20,000. 10% with the threshold limit of 20,000 rupees. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on. Next we went on to 194M, which is forced section. Which is a forced section. When 194C contract, 194P, 194J professional service, and 194H contract service, all the three are not applicable, because you are making personal payments. What payments? Personal payments. Understand, people, CJH, all those are professional business related payments. But if anyone is doing it in professional personal capacity, what capacity? Personal capacity. Income taxes. I have a new section right now for you, which is 194M. Forced section. Rate of TDS 2%. Threshold limit is 50 lakhs. Threshold limit is 50 lakhs per annum. Not expected at all. Not expected at all. Be clear on this part. Yes, everything together. Only FPS. Only FPS. Yes, only FPS. Contract and commission all together should cross 50 lakh rupees in a personal capacity. In a personal capacity, if it does, I will ask for 194M with a TDS rate of 2%. With a TDS rate of 2%. Section limit is 50 lakhs per annum. 50 lakhs per annum. Are we clear? Yes. We'll come to that hijacker later. I have to discuss. Yes. Then we have 194, and we just discussed it right now when return filing came in. When return filing came in, I told you income tax says when you go to a bank, please don't withdraw more than 1 CR. When you're going to a bank, please don't withdraw more than 1 CR. If you're going to withdraw more than 1 crore, every money you withdraw after that will be liable for a TDS rate of 2%. Will be liable for a TDS rate of 2%. Every money which you withdraw after 1 crore. Meaning here up to 1 crore TDS rate is 0. TDS rate is 0. Unlike other sections, people, where threshold limit says do for everything. This section says only do after 1 crore. After 1 crore, but there is an exception. Exception last year for to test the exception, because next year this is amended. The exception comes and says if you don't file your return for the last 3 years, if you don't file the return for the last 3 years, any 3 years, all the 3 years, which means any 1 year also you file, I don't have a problem. But if you don't file the returns for all the last 3 years, 1 crore will come down to 20 lakhs. 1 crore will come down to 20 lakhs, meaning they will say don't deduct TDS up to 20 lakhs. From 20 lakhs to 1 crore deduct 2%. After 1 crore go 5%. After 1 crore get 5%. Income tax department will let the bank know how to know that the person has filed his return or not. That discussion and portal is already enabled for them. Clear? Yes, good. Next we moved on people to 194Q. I told you there is one exceptional section in the income tax which says if you are selling goods, I have a threshold limit of 50 lakh rupees with a TDS rate of 0.1 percentage, 0.1 percentage, and here income tax says don't deduct TDS up to 50 lakhs, meaning TDS will only happen after 50 lakhs, the second exception rule. Here also income tax says don't deduct TDS up to 50 lakhs, deduct TDS after 50 lakhs at the rate of 0.1 percentage. Are we clear? Yes, good. That leaves me with the last few things, people. First thing income tax says you have salaries. If you are going to deduct TDS on salaries on your employee, there is no threshold and all. If the employee has to pay 1 rupee tax, deduct TDS and give it to him. Matlab, employer will now calculate your income, calculate your tax, and then deduct TDS. How will he know? You will inform him. Second, any senior citizen crossing 75 years. Senior citizen crossing 75 years, bank will deduct TDS for you. On only two payments: pension, interest income. Let the bank deduct TDS for you. If the bank is deducting your TDS, you don't have to file a return also, meaning return filing will become exempt. Least possibility of these kind of questions in exam. Are we clear? This is what the topic of TDS comes back to you. Yes. Can you give me a quick summary on everything that we discussed? We understood TDS TCS in a simplified manner. First, I came and talked about extreme free profits like winnings and online winnings. Extreme free profits of winnings and online winnings will go for a TDS rate of 30%, where winnings gets 10,000, online winnings gets no limit. Then we started discussing free profits, or in the sense less risk, 10% rules. If you remember, we discussed interest on securities, limit of 10,000, interest on FDs, RDs, 50,000 or 1 lakh per branch if it is no CBS, per bank if it is with CBS, interest on company deposit, 10,000 rupees. Then we discussed dividends, 10,000 only for permitted modes. Then we discussed PF withdrawals, 50,000 ka limit. We discussed compulsory acquisition, 1% for 50 lakhs, 10% for 5 lakhs, 10% for 5 lakhs. Then we discussed fees for professional service, 50,000, royalty service, 50,000, director limit not there. Then we discussed business gift, 20,000, and partner payments, 20,000. Then I told cases where I have high risk business, liable for 2%. I had contract payments. But if it is individual, I'll go 1%. Limit of 30,000 or 1 lakh, 30,000 per transaction, 1 lakh per annum. Then we discussed commission. 3 commissions we discussed: normal commission, lottery commission, insurance commission. Enna commission indalo 20,000, 2% 20,000. Then we discussed FTS, fees for technical service, limit of 50,000. Call center service, 50,000 per annum. If I have rent, we discussed people rent plant and machinery, 2%. Rent immobile property commercial, 10%. Rent immobile property personal, 2%. Only on the last month payment. Then we spoke about some forced sections like cash withdrawals above 1 crore, 2%. If you're not filing returns properly, above 20 lakhs, 2%. Above 1 crore, 5%. Yes. And then I told one exceptional section where we said contract, commission, professional. If you are making personal payments, please deduct 2%, 50 lakhs. Same 50 lakhs we discussed for sale of goods, where 50 lakhs it is 0.1%, but it is above 50 lakhs. That is what we discussed. Any doubts on this? Apart from that, we discussed sale of immobile property, which goes for 1%, 50 lakhs. which goes for 1 percentage, 50 lakhs. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? In all these scenarios, people, there is a certain rules. Rule number 1, please never deduct TDS on government payments. Government will never get TDS, which means if I am paying government money, no TDS. No TDS. Second, I will never deduct TDS on bank and all. Bank will deduct TDS on me. I will never deduct TDS on bank. Third, never deduct TDS on GST. Which means if you're making GST payment, don't deduct TDS. Fourth, we just discussed, don't deduct TDS on any transporter giving you a declaration of less than 10 vehicles along with PAN. Along with PAN, please don't deduct TDS on all these items. And fifth, if you see any weird names coming in exam, exempt and no TDS. Exempt and no TDS, that is what we discussed of. Yes, but at any point of time, if the question says, I was asking for PAN number and the guy is not giving it to me. If the guy is asking for PAN number and he's not giving it to me, deduct 20%. Deduct 20% or actual number, whichever is higher. Which is basically 20% only, except for winnings. Because winnings is anyway at 30%. Winnings. No. Same. Clear? Clear? It's always 20%. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes, that leaves me with the last few things, people, which is on TCS. I'm going extra reverse, people. I'm going extra reverse. Income tax comes and says, beta, now ulta is going to happen. Ulta is going to happen. TDS was happening by the person who's paying. TCS will happen by the person who's collecting. Meaning when I collect money from you, I will collect extra money. Same like GST. Same like GST. What are the TCS rates? You just have to remember the rates, people. Question is 1. I am going to sell any kind of tendu leaves. I am going to sell any kind of tendu leaves. Go 5%. Timber goes 2%. Forest produce goes 2%. Everything else goes 1%. What is everything else? Alcohol for human consumption. Alcohol for human consumption. Scrap goes for 1%. Coal goes for 1%. Any luxury products, items like motor vehicles, wristwatches, art piece, collectibles, yacht, rowing boats, canoe, helicopter, sunglasses, bag, shoes, sportswear, home theater, and horse for racing, all those things will be liable for 1% if the value exceeds 10 lakhs. A question, when they say value exceeds 10 lakh, matlab after 10 lakhs I should deduct, or on everything I should deduct? On everything I should deduct. Meaning if I am making a payment of 11 lakhs, please deduct TDS on 11 lakhs at the rate of 1%. At the rate of 1%. Come on, people. Once again, tendu leaves are 5. Everything else is 2. Everything else is 2, like timber, forest produce is 2%. Every other thing you know, alcohol 1%, scrap 1%, coal 1%, luxury goods 1% when the value exceeds 10 lakh rupees. When the value exceeds 10 lakh rupees. And then we discussed what is called lease of toll plaza parking lots. Lease of toll plaza parking lots goes for 2%. And overseas tour package is the most important. Amendments of current year, very, very careful. Overseas tour package comes and says, beta, up to 10 lakh rupees, 5%. Up to 10 lakh rupees, 5%. After 10 lakh rupees, 20% is requested. After 10 lakhs rupees, 20% is requested. Notice what am I asking for? Overseas tour package. I'm asking for overseas tour package. Hey, overseas tour package, matlab, am I only asking for travel or travel with the package? Which means I should have travel, accommodation, food, all those stuff. Yes, those stuff should be given to me. If I see a package program, it is up to 10 lakhs. 5%. After 10 lakhs, 20%. Are we clear? Yes. Leaving me the last one, people, which is foreign payments. The most important expected question in examination. Foreign payments come and say, beta, up to 10 lakhs, I will not even ask. Up to 10 lakhs, I will not even ask. Meaning up to 10 lakhs, make whatever payment you want through LRS. Make whatever payment you want through LRS, liberalized remittance scheme. Make any payment that you want, I will not question. I will not question. But after 10 lakhs, I will start asking. Why did you send payment outside? Why did you send payment outside? You said, sir, I had to send payment because I am going for foreign education. foreign education. At that stage, income tax will say, beta, did you pay this money by loan or did you pay this money from your pocket? If you said, sir, no, I took a loan from a bank. Income tax will be like, genuine guy. He anyway does not have money. Let's not collect TCS. You say, no, sir, I had money in my hand. Based on that money only, I'm going to foreign education. Income tax will ask 5%. Income tax will ask 5%. If you tell, no, sir, I'm going outside India because I have some medical emergency. Income tax will say, oh, genuine guy, 5%. Apart from this, if you say, I'm going for any other reason, sending money outside India, giving gift to someone, buying something outside India, income tax will say 20%. Income tax will say 20%. Look once again, up to 10 lakhs. I will not ask questions. After 10 lakhs, if you are going by using education loan, 0. If you are going for education others, 5%. Medical reasons, 5%. Other reasons like gift and all, 20% will be asked and collected from you. The only one thing to be kept in mind for a TCS is that income tax says some people will never be liable for TCS. 1, government. 2, related agencies like embassies and all those people, high commission, legislation, embassies and all. And most importantly, a public sector company will never be liable for TCS. Any doubts? Yes, come on. People, overseas tour package says up to 10 lakhs, 5%. After 10 lakhs, 20%. If I'm sending money outside India, up to 10 lakhs, I will not ask. After 10 lakhs, I will ask, is it through education loan? 0. If it is for medical reason, 5%. Education by my money, 5%. Gifting outside India, 20%. Buying something outside India, 20%. I am buying motor car in India more than 10 lakhs, 1%. Buying sunglasses more than 10 lakhs, 1%. More items like these are 1%. If I am selling scrap, 1%. Coal lignite, 1%. Tendu leaves, 5%. Timber goes, 2%. Forest produce, 2%. Toll plaza, 2% is the TCS. And that's how the chapter looks like. Any doubts on the chapter? No. The one last thing for you to keep in mind is very important. Income taxes, for certain sections, TDS may not apply. We call it hijacker. What do we call it? Hijacker. Sections 194H, commission. Sections 194I, rent. Sections 194J, professional payments. Section 194A, interest payments. And section 194C, contract payments. With section 194R, business gift. For all these sections, income tax says TDS will not apply on the person doing TDS. Matlab payer. I will be told don't do TDS. If my turnover is less than 1 CR or my professional receipt is less than 50 lakhs in the last year. Matlab PPY. Hey, your PY is 25-26. PPY matlab 24-25. In that cases, hijacker will not apply. But that is where I told you people, when hijacker is not applying, 194M will apply. Where 194M will say contract, professional, commission, forced section of 50 lakhs with a rate of 2%. Yes or no? Yes. 194M has not been asked for a very long time, so don't worry about it, but I'm just letting it out to you. Yes, that is what the section says, people. So have a very simple trick in mind. Winnings are always 30%. Less risk profit, 10%. Huge risk profit, 2%. Immobile property, 1%. Forced section, 2%. Goods are 0.1%. Luxury products, 1%. Foreign travels are going 5 till foreign travel. I told her foreign travel is 5% up to 10 lakhs and 20% after 10 lakhs. If I am sending money outside India, I will ask for reason. Up to 10 lakhs not required. After 10 lakhs, I will ask education reason, 5%. Education loan, 0%. Medical reason 5%. Foreign gives 20% will be the answer given back to you. Will be the answer given back to you. Any doubts on this part? Yes, fairly a chapter which if you try 2 times, you will get through. You will sail through. Yes, you will sail through. If not, people, let me clarify. It's a 4-mark chapter. You will get 2 adjustments in exam. That's all. Two questions they'll ask. Only 2 questions will be asked. Each question carrying 2 marks. Yes. So if you ever come to a possibility in exam where maybe out of the 2 questions, one is not clicking, it's okay. Give a shot on the other one. 2 marks guaranteed. First question is anyway residential status. 6 marks. Total becomes 8. If you have an opportunity to answer this question, you can very nicely skip off question 3, which is heads of income. Yes. And then question number 4 becomes clubbing and residential, clubbing and theory, which can be easily answered. Yes, which means residential question easy, short question can be answered. TDS if you are able to manage it of 2 marks here, then you go clubbing set off, very small question can be easily managed. Theory question just have to write few things. If you have been able to complete this properly, automatically you can write IDT properly faster and then come back and finish off the comprehensive for a longer time. Getting you the 15 marks in examination. Yes or no? Yes. Now heads of income are anyway required because you need it for MCQ. But the only thing is question 3 takes time because you have 2 heads of income to answer it. Definitely is not a joke. Takes a lot of time to come up in examination. So yes, if you can manage TDS, I would strongly suggest one thing you can do exactly on the day of exam. Before you enter the exam hall, that first side alone I showed you. Keep that first side in front of you. Just see, glance 2 more times and then go into the exam hall. First, open the paper, write the rates off. Simple. Yes, you glance the paper 2 more times, go into the exam hall. The moment they send the question paper, forget everything. First open the TDS question, answer rates, full stop. Yes, you answer the rate, maybe make sure to write the limit also. You write the rate, you write the limit and then forget it off. Come back to it later on and then finish off the question very beautifully. EG marks for you people. Yes, I'm not going to deny this is going to be painful for TDS, but who tells you to remember it earlier? Do it on the last day. Simple. Yes, you just have to remember. That is the reason why we prepared that one sheet, people. That one sheet is such beautifully prepared that you can find everything there. Yes, you just have to read this one sheet. You can forget off the whole chapter. Doesn't matter at all. Yes, so use this one sheet. You anyway are taking a risk only. Might as well take it worth. Yes, I'm telling you very honestly because otherwise the problem is very simple. You open up question number 3. Yes, you may be able to answer, but there is a huge possibility that at least 1 or 2 adjustments you will go wrong, which will start losing you marks. But if you can answer the TDS off, every adjustment carries 2 marks. Pre-profits. Agreed. And therefore, I do tell people that if you can put a little bit effort on TDS, take it. Please take it. It really makes a lot of difference for you. Yes, that's a huge impact on you. Yes, you need time for IDT, but you also need to understand where you can save more time in DT. Are we clear? Yes, I'm not going to deny to you people, IDT is going to be the more easier scoring paper because of the less complexity of the paper. Yes, but DT is going to be the one paper which is going to make sure you get an exemption. DT is the one paper which is going to make sure you get an exemption, which means DT is going to be your savior, tiebreaker, whatever you want to call it. Yes, now you have learned how to save the subject from the savior, so let it go. Yes, let it go. My only request to you is going to be very simple as I conclude this marathon today. Please understand, papers are going to be difficult. Yes, don't expect otherwise. There is no fun otherwise. Trust me people, if the paper becomes easy, every bloody person will pass. And if everyone passes, the moderation will start. If moderation starts, automatically pass percentage will fall down. Yes, as the paper becomes difficult, it becomes easy to filter. When the paper is easy to filter, there is less people who will pass. You just have to ensure you are in that list. Yes, and therefore always expect the paper to be tough because you know the smarter ways right now. Yes, smartest way to realize is that even if a paper is tough, it cannot be possible that the whole 100 marks is tough. You just have to figure out where will you get the highest marks in the least amount of time. Yes, the one recommendation I'm going to very honestly give to you as I close this marathon, people, is that realize ICI will make mistakes. ICI has made it very clear to all of you, they don't care. Yes, they are going to purposely give you mistakes in the question paper. There are going to be errors in the question paper because finally when the suggested answer comes, they're just going to raise hand, they're going to come and say, yeah, the question was wrong. We'll give you grace marks. Yes, but the grace marks will not let you clear the paper, because the grace marks will only give you grace for that question. It will not give you grace for other questions, which means one thing which I am going to strongly recommend to you is open up your question paper for the first 15 minutes. First, strategize and realize which question would you like to take up first. Which question would you like to take up first? Yes, strategy is like this. You open up the question paper, you saw TDS, you immediately mark the answer. 1 minute over, 4 marks guaranteed. Yes, then you go and start looking at other questions. You probably start looking and you start realizing, people, no point of looking at question number 1. You know it has to be done. Look at question 2, 3, 4. 2 you have answered. TDS, if you're able to figure out, go back and check residential status. If it looks like a manageable question, then 2 is guaranteed. Now you have to go to 4. Don't go to 3, go to 4. Go to 4, just look at the question very quickly. Don't solve, just go and look at the question. See if all the adjustments looks like something you have seen earlier. If everything clicks, 4 is guaranteed, which means 3 you don't have to look at itself. No point looking into it. No point coming and saying, Rahul, what if I look at 3 and 3 becomes more easier? People, there is always going to be an alternate choice. Yes, you cannot look everything at an option. You have already decided this will get me to pass, enough. Don't be greedy more than that. That is enough for you. Immediately go IDT. You will know IDT, there is one question same as DT, theory question. Which means if you can attempt that theory question, it will come from that last part, the tax invoices, debit notes, credit notes and stuff. You know you can answer, registration included. Yes, if you know you can answer that question, guaranteed you have to take it up. Apart from that, one question will come from the value of supply, time of supply, place of supply. Can be answered, people. If you really put efforts, place of supply is the easiest topic to clear. Pure theory question, because it'll simply come and say, tell me where is the place of supply. Very easy question. You know the answer, you know the law, you can figure it out immediately. Yes, which means now you have guaranteed your question in IDT also. You know the 2 questions you want to attempt. Apart from that, question 1 anyway has to be solved. At this stage, if you are still left with that 15 minutes golden time, go and look at standalone MCQs. Please don't go and look at case studies. Waste of time. Absolute waste of time. Go and look at the standalone MCQs. Start plotting your answers off. You looked at the case study, standalone MCQs. You saw the question, you got the answer, you ticked it off. The moment the OMR comes in your hand, tick, guaranteed mark. The one thing which I'm telling you, people, never look at MCQs after the question paper, after 2 o'clock starts, because that is for the last. MCQs are always done best when the pressure is high. Yes, if you do it in the first time, you will always be relaxed. You'll always feel like, oh, we have time, let's do it slowly. Trust me when I tell you this, if you attempt MCQs in the first go, by the time you complete MCQs, you won't realize 1 hour is over. Waste of time, absolute waste of time. Yes, don't do it. MCQs are best attempted when the pressure is high, because when you know the pressure is high and you're not getting an answer, the first thing which will click in your mind is skip. Because trust me, if you are a good student and you have learned from me, the one thing you have already realized is, if you never got the answer in the first go, it means the question is, that's all. It means the question is wrong. Yes, you are already smarter enough, people. You know the answer, which means if you could not find the answer, there is no way there is a right answer. That's all, guaranteed. Yes, which means the only thing you can do is write something. Pick one option. Pick one random stupid option and write something. Trust me, people, if you skip the question, no mark. Write some stupid option, okay. Don't take 2 options. Yes, you will get when you get the, what do you say, instruction manual. The instruction manual will very clearly come and say, if you have ever ticked 2 options, I will not give you marks. Although ICI suggested answer will say B or C. That doesn't matter. You should have ticked only 1 option. So you pick anything you can. Yes, if you feel like, Rahul, 2 options are looking right, pick 1, go. Doesn't matter. Yes, never be worried about what is happening. The one suggestion I will give you for case study is, never read the case study. The one suggestion I'm going to give you is, never read the case study before reading the question. Trust me when I tell you this, people, because there is one huge problem which is going to happen. There are 3 different sets which should be given to you. Yes, and in every set of the question papers, what will happen is, in question 1 itself, let's say case study 1, one student will get in the same sequence. First it will say compute income of one head, compute total income, compute tax. Another student will get a different set where the question will say compute tax, then compute income, then compute head. Now, obviously, you cannot compute tax without computing the head. Yes or no? Yes, which means open up the case study, go and look at all the case studies, try to figure out what is the sequence of it. Understand which case study you can answer first. At this stage, if you've already become smarter and you know where things are flowing from, trust me, what will happen when you open up the case study itself, first para you read, you know the answer of first question. Second para you read, you will know the answer of second question. Third para you read, you'll already know the answer for the third question. It just becomes faster. Otherwise, what will you do? You'll first read the full case study. Then you'll read the question. Then you'll start identifying which case study will match with which question. Duplication of efforts, waste time. Yes or no? Yes. The one sequence I'm always going to recommend to you, whether it is DT, whether it is IDT, whether it is any other paper, learn the sequence. First 15 minutes is for you to figure out which question to skip. First 15 minutes is for you to figure out which question to skip. That is the only thing which the first 15 minutes should do, nothing else. Apart from that, if you still have time in the 15 minutes, touch standalone MCQs. Touch standalone MCQs and figure it out. Figure it out. Step number 2, as you start, always figure out which question you felt is strongest. Because trust me when I tell you this, the first 2 sides that you write will decide your fate. If examiner sees any scribbling on the first 2 sides, you can expect next attempt. You can expect next attempt. I'm being very clear and honest to you. This is my experience with the examiners I have spoken to. Yes, they get irritated. They will not even look at the paper. They would have already made up their mind. You clear also, they will fail you. Yes, so you don't need that kind of impulsion with them. Please make sure that the first 2 papers looks like you have done magic. Yes, it should look like the person is made capable enough to qualify CM. Yes, so write as beautifully as you can. Make sure to clock your time properly. Make sure to clock your time properly. Never sit on one question more than a required time. Always target 1.5 minutes is given for 1 mark. Yes, which means at certain stage you will realize the bells are ringing. Every half an hour there is a rule that the bell will ring. Half an hour or 1 hour, whatever it is. If the bell rings, don't continue the question. Stop and ask yourself, have you already wasted too much time? If yes, leave some space, move to the next question. It is okay that you have left the question. Yes, you may probably not get that mark, but trust me, that is only 2 marks which you're losing compared to the extra time which you're going to waste compared to any other question. Drop the question, it's completely fine. Trust me when I tell you this. I say I will always give you suggested answer scale step marks. Yes, so learn to let go. Learn to let go. Do it properly. That is important from your side. Yes or no? Yes. Once you're done with the strongest questions, people, now comes the opportunity for you to pick up everything else. Yes, start picking up everything else. Do it as much as you can. And then at the very end, when you hear the last 1 hour kabel, when you hear the last 1 hour kabel and they start coming and shouting saying we have the last 1 hour, stop everything. Go and complete your MCQs off. Go and complete your MCQs off. If you've already done your standalones, the only thing pending is case studies. The only thing pending is case studies, which will be about 12-15 marks. Yes, if you can answer that 12-15 marks in another 15 minutes, trust me, this time you'll answer it faster because huge pressure on your head. Yes, you know, because at this stage, your question number 1 has not even been started. And you need 45 minutes for question 1. Which means in 15 minutes, you will finish 15 marks. You will finish 15 marks, no doubts about it. You don't know the answer also, but you'll write something. Because at the end of the day, you just want to finish the paper off. Yes, 15 minutes, 15 marks, done, guaranteed. 45 minutes left, 1 question is left. It seems optimistic, but definitely possible. And this will only come by practice. You try yourself in 1 or 2 papers, you will get through it. You will get through it. At some stage, when you put yourself on the pressure, it will always work out. It will always work out. So use that 45 minutes, now finish whatever you have. At this stage, people, you would have already come to a stage where you will be like, you know what, I have already cleared. Everything which I write right now is bonus, cookie points. Yes, write whatever nonsense you want, it doesn't matter. For every 1 step you write, you will get 1 mark. Extra bonuses. Extra bonuses. Write, come out of the exam hall, let the world cry. Let the world cry. You come hopping outside, you're like, ha, paper either. Yes, that person should come and look at you and should come and say, were you writing the same paper I was writing? Yes, that is the impression that person should have. Trust me, people, when everyone else is crying, you should be the one standing tall and you should be coming and saying, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, because the difference between you and them is very simple. Where he started with all the difficult questions and did not complete the paper. You have already completed everything you wanted. Yes, which means the regret is going to be very different. Your regret is going to be you never knew the question, so you did not attempt. His regret is going to be he knew the question but could not attempt. And his pain will be much more than yours. Yes or no? Yes, that is not the pain you should have, people. Trust me, a regret of life is not that you have failed. The regret of life is that you could have passed, but did not. Yes, that is not a regret you should carry with yourself. That is why one thing which I always tell all my students, it doesn't matter whether you pass the exam or not. When you come out of the exam hall, you should have that confidence and the happiness in yourself to come and say, everything which I did to my capabilities. Yes, so if I cleared because of my capabilities. I did not clear because I probably did not study well. That is still something okay. Yes, but if you're ever going to have that regret coming outside saying I could have done better, it's not going to help. Yes, the burden is something we should not be able to carry for the next attempt. It's going to be very painful for you. Yes, so never attempt a paper feeling like you have left something out. Always complete the paper to the satisfaction of yourself. And trust me when I tell you this, a satisfaction can even come by attempting only 60 marks. It's okay to come and say, I did not know 40 marks of the paper, but I was satisfied writing the 60 because that's what I studied and that's what I deserve. Still fine. It's painful enough to come and say, you know what, I knew 60 marks of the paper, but I could attempt only 40 because I wasted too much time. Not good. Definitely not good. Yes, which is why people, a little bit of practice from your side does wonders. Yes, the whole intention of marathon to make sure that you sit with me and you practice was the reason, because I wanted you to realize you will have that much pressure with yourself. Yes, I was not giving you enough time for you to even read the question, because that's the pressure you have to build. You will have only one split second to look at the adjustment and decide for yourself whether it is allowed, not allowed, yes, no, true, false, taken, not taken, ignore, disallow, or reduce. That is the only pressure you can build for yourself. That is the enough pressure you should have for yourself. And these kind of pressure buildings can only happen in tests. It can only happen in tests. Give it up, people. Yes, give it up. It's okay if you're writing tests with someone. It's okay if you're not writing tests with someone. Sometimes you are the best evaluator for yourself. Go home, pick random papers, write the paper, correct your own paper, and feel shameful enough. Feel shameful enough that, you know what, I think I don't even deserve to create my own paper because that is how bad I've written. Trust me, that works wonders. That works wonders for me, because when I was correcting my own paper and I failed, I felt so irritating saying, why am I correcting this stupid paper? That stage you will realize how better should you write your own paper so that you feel happy about it first. When you put yourself in the shoes of the examiner, the difference is huge. Yes, you do it 2 more times. The third time what will happen is you will now start realizing how much better to present on the exam. What can you do better so that you feel convinced about the paper? And then you will start doing differently. Yes, the one request I'm going to make at today, because you have like what, 2 months pending for your exam. Yes, the 2 months I'll tell you people is one suggestion I've always told everyone. Please do not restart. There is nothing called doing restarting in life. Coming and saying, Rahul, the best way to learn a subject is to start over again. You don't have the time for it. It's never about doing it again. It's about doing better. Which means you have to realize, no matter how difficult the subject is, no matter how much you did not understand it, there are some subjects, there are some topics, there are some chapters which you still feel comfortable with. No point spending time over it. Yes, you can cover those things even in the test. There are time for chapters which you have not even touched. Chapters which score huge marks, but still you have not even played with it. That is going to be the painful point. Yes, which means right now is not the time for you to come and say, Rahul, I think I need time for accounts. Let's do one thing. Let's open up the question bank, solve every question once again. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. Trust me, it's like coming and saying, whatever I did in the last 10 months is useless. I'm right now only starting C Enter. If you want to do that, let's wait for another 10 months. Not going to work out for you. Yes, use this time strategically. That is why in my class also, when we were discussing together, I would never suggest you to go through my question bank and solve the whole thing. By the time we would have done the question bank, we would have sat in the class, we would have done adjustment wise topics also. But those are never going to come in exam. What is going to come in exam? A full-fledged question, which is always going to be in the last. So if you ever want to attempt a chapter, what should you suggest? Use only the last questions. Figure out only the last questions, or probably the LDRs which I have itself given to you. Do only those questions. See if you are able to answer the questions. If yes, you know the chapter, please move on. If you're still not able to get the chapter, probably that chapter needs attention. Spend time on that chapter. Trust me when I tell you this, efforts will become 1/4. Which means now you'll be able to cover your syllabus a little faster than anything else. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. So use your next 2 months to play smarter, people. Let's not become donkeys. You are not here to work hard. You are here to work smart. Yes. So use the next 2 months, do really good for yourself, enjoy, but at the same time, take care of yourself. Yes, there is no point putting pressure on yourself to come and say, Rahul, syllabus is too much pending. Let's study for 25 hours in a day. You may do whatever you want. For the next 2 months, you may struggle for 25 hours and then on the day of exam, fall sick. Doesn't help. What is the point of spending so much time at the end of the day not writing the paper itself? Yes, which means put only so much efforts that your body can take. Yes, but at the same time, do it. At the same time, do it. Don't lock yourself into four walls, people. Locking yourself into four walls, coming and saying, I will struggle myself here, because that is the kind of, struggle story I want to tell the world. That I locked myself, broke up all barriers, did not talk to my whatever. Doesn't help. Yes, people, if you structure your day properly, you will have enough time to do everything else also. Yes, you and I both know we effectively can only study for 6 to 8 hours, and I'm saying effectively. Yes, everything else which you're doing after 8 hours is basically wasting time. Honestly speaking, you're just sitting in front of the book imagining other things. Yes, doesn't help. Which means if you can effectively study for 6 to 8 hours, you can use the balance 20 hours doing way different things. Maybe go for a walk, have some time, speak to friends. Don't speak to those useless friends who basically will come and say, "Kitna ho gaya tera?" If you have such a friend, please block him off. Please block him off. People, there is a difference between two things. Calling a friend and coming and saying, I have completed this much, is different than coming and saying, how much have you completed? Because when you're calling someone and telling your targets, it means you're looking at him as a mentor. You're trying to tell him what is your update, and you're trying to make sure that you understand how much he has completed, how much you have completed. Now you're having a healthy discussion. When you're asking someone how much you have completed, you're trying to compete. Correct? Pressures are different. When you start asking the other person how much you have completed, you're putting the other person in a regretting situation. Because now he's trying to justify what he did with the day. Hello. Do you need such a friend? No, you don't need such a friend. When you tell someone that this is what I have completed, now he'll be more interested to come and say, okay, this much I completed. At some stage, if he feels like he's not done as much as you, he will now get more motivation to do better. Yes, a supporting characteristic does a lot of difference, people. So please make sure you learn it to that extent. Small things goes a long way. Yes, have those kind of friends which help you grow better, not the friends who are making you starting to regret doing this profession. Yes, you don't need those people in your life. Yes, you can probably have them after CA. Because at that time, when you clear CA and you have money in your hand, that time you can show off saying, ab tu bol rahe, kya bolna hai? Yes, that time you come and ask him shit in the world, he will be struggling with life. You will already have the money to spend over things. Yes, so you can do all those things at that stage, but yes, please enjoy the next 2 months. Do whatever you want as fun. You took this profession knowing it was tough. Consider it to be tough and enjoy it being tough. Yes, don't start regretting about anything. At the end of the day, this was never an obligation, should not become an obligation. The moment it starts becoming painful, it will become hatred. Yes, you can only manage a course as long as it is tolerable. Yes, the day when it becomes an obligation, the day it will become painful, you will then start regretting every choices of life. Yes, and I don't want you to do that at all, at any point of time. Whether you clear, whether you don't clear, one thing is sure, you have put your efforts for the last 10 months, which means you deserve to stand there. Half the battle is won the moment you enter the exam hall itself. Yes, that is the half the battle which you have. It's just the next half for you to get the successful word out. Yes, that's the only thing you're looking forward to, which can easily happen as long as you're chilled out about it. Yes, the one thing which I have told myself always is never treat like this is your end of life. Yes, consider CA to be like a video game. It is never going to be fun unless the next level has higher difficulty. You never want to play the same difficulty again. Yes or no? Yes, but at the same time realize at some point of time, if you die in the game, it might be game over, but you still have 3 more lives, which means you can respawn and restart. Yes, it's not like the end of the world, you have not died forever. Yes, which means it's okay. Even if it takes 1 more attempt, should not, but if it does, it's completely fine. At least when you're writing that next attempt, you should have that confidence that I did what I could. Rather than writing that attempt by coming and saying, I could have done better, so I'm doing better right now. That is not the regret you want in your life. Yes, so use the next 2 months as effectively as you can. Enjoy what you're doing. At the same time, please make sure that you take care of your health and prepare everything in advance. Yes, there are some tips and strategies I've already told you, people. Please make sure to buy a extra new calculator of the same brand, new calculator, same brand on the week before exam. not the day before exam, because then you would have not even tried it. Yes. Rule number 2, please always carry a scale for your exam. Please always carry a scale for your exam. Avoid carrying a pencil unless you're going to write something in the question paper. Yes, that is fine. That is fine. Don't carry blue pens. Not required at all. The same black pen which you're using right now, you should at least have 10 more of it. Should at least have 10 more of it. Don't carry all the 10 in exam, because then one useless friend will be sitting on the backside and will come and say, give me that refill. Enough to carry 3. Enough to carry 3. Make sure that by the third exam, you would have already finished the first one and then take another one. Take another one. Keep replacing it after every alternate exam. Yes, unless you're buying some useless pen which gets over in one paper itself. If that is the case, don't buy that kind of pens. Always black ballpoint pen. And for the love of God, please do not change your bag at any exam. The one horrible mistake I've seen in so many examinations is, first day you will have a bag. The bag will have the hall ticket with everything in it. Day 2 you are like, no, today I will carry a new bag because this is cuter. You switch the bag, you don't switch the hall ticket, and then you sit in the exam hall, you're wondering where the hell is the hall ticket. Last minute, no printouts are going to come, and they're not going to let you enter the exam hall with the hall ticket. You cannot come and say, sir, today generation of AI, here is the phone, here hall ticket. Will not happen. Will not happen. People at any stage, the one horrible mistake I've seen students do is, they will use that calculator for that exam for their practice during exam days. So what will happen? You'll have a calculator in your bag, which is what you're using on your exam day. You'll go back home and maybe study for the next paper. You need a calculator to use. What will you do? You'll take it out of your bag. You'll use the calculator and then you'll sleep over it. Next day, you forgot you ever had a calculator. You open up the bag, you don't know there is a calculator in the bag. Exam day, suddenly no calculator only. Yes, people, the reason I'm asking you to carry an extra calculator is because you have to know. You have to, which means one is the one which you're ever going to keep at home only. The old one, the one which survived with you for the last 10 months. That is the calculator for you to use on your practice also, which means never anything from the bag comes out of the bag. And never anything from the bag goes extra to a different bag. Yes, one bag consistent enough, people. Be loyal somewhere at least. Little bit of loyalty on a few places, people. Pen, calculator, bag, hall ticket. Few loyalty points. Yes, never change these kind of things on the exam days. Trust me, it becomes painful. Yes, on the day of exam at 1:45, you will not even know. Examiner will not even ask. They are not going to verify the hall ticket until you enter the hall also. At 2 o'clock, the person will suddenly start correcting the papers, the sign. Yes, when he starts signing, that time he'll ask, where is the hall ticket? That time you'll open the bag, you're like, oh shit, no hall ticket. Then you'll start running post to pillar to get the hall ticket. You'll call your parents and all, and you will get your beautiful exam centers 40 minutes away. Which means your dad will then print a hall ticket and run like Hrithik Roshan Dhoom 2 movie. Yes, running from everyone, skating over places, only to get you one hall ticket in the exam hall. Will not work out. Please don't touch your bag. Logic is very simple. The bag which comes to the exam hall is the same bag which comes out of the exam hall, comes to your home, is the same bag which you carry back. Nothing goes into the bag, nothing comes out of the bag. Keep it as it is. Keep it as it is. Very, very stupid things which I'm telling you, people, but trust me, my personal experiences I'm telling you. Yes, these are all painful things which has happened with me, and these are all painful things which you cannot handle at some stage. Because on the day of exam hall, when already subjects are going on in your mind, if you think you want to take a pressure of exam ticket, exam hall, paper, pen and all, trust me, gone only exam. Yes, pressure is not something you will be able to handle. You don't need those kind of pressures on those kind of days. Yes, so go enjoy the exam day. Have fun on those days, because you know on that day when you enter the exam hall, there are 200 more people standing in front of you and screaming on the top of their voice, ye pada kya, wo pada kya. Yes, and that one friend you will find, amazing friend, idiot will come in the front and he'll come to you, do you know there is a topic like this? And this topic, you didn't read this topic? Ye to pakka guaranteed only. I saw one AR YouTube video and that guy was like, this is category A plus important. SPF sunscreen is going on. Yes, people, if you have a friend like that, make sure, where will you block on exam day? If you have a friend like that, make sure you take a different exam center. Yes, or at least for sure, never go and register with him together. You don't want that person behind in your exam hall. Yes, you want that person to be away from you forever. Yes, so don't, you become that person better. Who cares? Yes, you should never have a person like that. You should never have a person like that. People, you do not want that kind of pressure in life. Yes, so go on that exam hall. 200 people will be staring in front of you, screaming on the top of their voice, looking at the book, last minute revisions going on. Ye kar lete hain, wo kar lete hain. You are smarter. You know there are certain topics I want to mug up on the last minute. Exactly. Yes, so you will not do anything on that day. Exactly 1:43 when you are going to submit your bag, you will open up that one page, you will look at the TDS TCS, immediately enter the exam hall. First thing you will scream, ma'am, question paper. You get the question paper, write some marks and move it on. This is my strategy for DT. You will have some strategies for other subjects also. Figure out one topic, people, the easiest topic which you can get easy marks. Go mug it up in the last minute, write in the paper, get that beautiful 4 marks, golden points for you. Yes, do it in every paper, people. I am not the person who's ever going to come and tell you, beta, don't read the last minute. Don't read the last minute, but read the last minute. There is a difference. Don't read the last minute because you're doing new things. Reading at the last minute meaning you're reading those things which you need for your exam. Easier. Yes or no? Yes, do that, people. And one strategy I've always told you as my beautiful students, if you enter the exam hall, please waste as many papers as you can. Please waste as many papers as you can. Leave one line between everything. Don't draw lines except for the vertical one. After every question, drawing a line, flowers and all. No drawing lines in the middle, because you know ICI policy, every subdivision is in a new page. Every subdivision is in a new page. 2A, 2B, 2A will be new page, 2B will be new page. Mandatory rule. You write 2B in the same page, they have the authority to not correct the question. So you should not do that. You should not do that. Margins should not be touched. Never write the question number also in the margin, which means you will write question number 2B also in the middle on the top. You write it in the middle on the top and you will proceed on forward. Leave as many lines as you can. Drop a few lines here and there. The moment you complete the booklet, scream for additionals. Scream for additionals. At least 4 additionals guaranteed. Minimum 4 additionals guaranteed for every practical paper. Theory and all you take care, people. I have no idea. Yes, but for practicals, minimum 4 additional should be guaranteed. By the time you take the 4th additional, 4 people will be watching you and would have given up. Competition is out. Competition is out. Make sure that the person does not clear. Yes, make sure that the person is already regretting in life that he has not finished 5 sides also. You're done with the 20 pages booklet with 5 additional sheets now. Yes, that person should already regret. He would have already put his pen down, put his paper down, and would have slept off. He's like, fail to hona hi hai. Might as well at least take a sleep. Yes, at least next exam ke liye we'll prepare better. Yes, you are smarter. You will write till the last minute. You will write till last minute. Additional sheets and all mandatory, people. No options otherwise. Yes, make sure to do it. The one final suggestion which I will tell you before I'm dropping this off is to make sure to at least revise every subject at least thrice. At least thrice on the day of exams. It might seem impossible. It is not. It might seem impossible. It is just not. You just have to realize that. I will tell you how to do this. Very simple. People, on the day of exam, complete your exam, come back home, sleep off. I will tell you, sleep off. Don't take a new subject. Trust me, people, because your mind is still fresh with the questions in your mind. That exam questions are still running where you're thinking CSR mein kitna limit tha? 100 crores. Yes, your mind is still struggling with the which MCQ question mein which option was correct, what and all. People, sleep it off. Sleep it off. You'll start forgetting things. Yes, when you forget it off, come back again, eat something, start. Maybe if you're a night person, if you're not a night person, spend till 11:30, not more than that. Yes, maybe you came back at 6. Maybe you came back at 6, finished it off till 8 o'clock, slept it off till 8 o'clock, 8:30, had your dinner, worked for something, 11:30 you wrote something. Yes, finish off 11:30 mein, probably the most difficult topic, the one which takes more time. Yes, figure out those topics, figure it out by 11:30 itself. If you're a night person, keep continuing. Finish it off till 3 o'clock probably. Yes, take some additional topics, finish it off till 3, get back at 11. For those people who are an early morning person, stop at 11:30, sleep off, get back at 5:30, 6:30, whatever works for you. Yes. Then start your balance topics. Always strategy yourself in such a way, people, that the chapters which take additional time, the chapters which take more time should be completed first. The chapters which are breezed through are done in the last. There is no sequence in an exam day. Yes, you don't have to read it in the same pattern. Rahul, we are told let's do rates of taxes first, then salaries, HP. No, your preference is more important. Figure out what is lengthier for you. Figure it out. By the end of the first half of the day, you should have 99% completed all the heavy topics. That leaves you with only smaller ones. Yes, once you're done with the smaller ones, by 5:30, if you have completed everything off, all you have to do is take some rest out and then start over again. At this starting over again, this is your second revision. Never redo the whole thing again. You might have by now realized there are some chapters you are able to wash through. You know there are some chapters you look like AMT and all 3 adjustments only done. Ho gaya. You don't have to read again. These are all skip chapters. You then are going only through those chapters which are something we are feeling difficulty. You're not able to remember things. Again, people, don't go through the whole chapter. In the chapter also, you'll be like, this topic I'm not able to remember. This topic I'm not able to remember. That topics you're paying too much attention. And every other topic you're just washing through. By the time 12:30 gets over, trust me when I tell you this, the subject will be over. Which means revision 2, done. Sleep over. Get back again in the morning. You have a class, you have an exam only at 2 o'clock. You have an exam only at 2 o'clock. Get back again, maybe 8:30, 7:30, 6:30, whatever makes comfortable to you. This is your third revision. Now what will happen? You again will not even have to read the difficult ones. You'll only have to read the difficult in the difficult. Meaning some difficult would have been covered in second revision. You just have to read the balanced difficult ones. The ones which you are still not able to remember. Revision 3. Done with the revision 3. Go on the exam day. On the exam day, exactly like I told you, at 1:30, 1:45, when you are about to enter the exam hall, there might be in that difficult ones still some more topics which you are still not able to remember. These are the topics you will simply see, mug, go in the exam hall, find the question, write the answer, move forward. 4 revisions. 4 revisions. People, practically possible. Practically possible. Trust me when I tell you this. If you are ever going to have this mindset that Rahul, ek baar padunga, aa jayega, nahi aayega. Trust me, because what is going to happen is you're still struggling with the previous chapters, previous subject. You're still just in the mindset of that previous subject. The one chapter which you've read only once is still not going to stick to you enough because mind is still juggling with the previous question paper. Yes, you read it 2 more times, the first chapter will start forgetting, which means next time when you read it once again, what happens? You're now starting to remember something. Third time it becomes a muscle memory. Third time you're not only looking at the chapter, you're only looking at keywords. Because you know in your paper you have marked some keywords, you're like, okay, let's identify. Things become washed through faster. This is how novel reading works. You've seen how people read novels, they don't read the whole thing, they just keep walking through. Yes, because first time they're only trying to predict the story. Next time what they'll be like, oh, I think I read a novel and I remember reading a story, but the problem is I think this scenery is not coming back to me. What they'll do? Will they read the whole novel once again? They'll go to that chapter, they'll watch through once again. Now this time what they're doing, they're trying to recreate that scenery alone. Next time when they talk to a friend, the friend will come and say, you remember this scene? They will not remember the scene. They'll go back to only that scene and refer. This is third revision. By the 4th time, the novel is already in their muscle memory. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, there is a reason I always keep telling you people the concept guide is prepared in a color format because sometimes more than the text, the color helps. Yes, suddenly one day you'll realize PGBP was a green color paper. Top and bottom was green color. There was a page where additional depreciation was given. Additional depreciation where there was something in red given 20 in year 1, 20 in year 2, 10 in year 1, 10 in year 2. Something will stick. It may not be the right answer, but something will definitely stick. Yes or no? Yes, muscle memory does a lot of wonders for you in CA Inter exams, people. Let me be very, very clear on that. Are we clear? Yes, use this golden opportunity, people. September 26 has been given to you as a golden attempt. Before Jan 27 screws you. Before Jan 27 screws you, September 26 is given as a golden attempt because you and I both know for DT at least, the world is changing. Yes, and therefore we have to finish this off at any cost. You might as well complete the whole group parallelly. Yes, what is the point of only completing of DT? Let's complete off the whole group parallelly. Let's go safely into the CA curriculum. Let's go on, move on forward to internship, articleship, whatever nonsense you call it, and get through the 2 years. Get through the 2 years. Anyway, you have to learn the new income tax. Might as well learn it in articleship. Why do you want to do it outside? Yes, so let's do it in articleship. That is far more easier and better for you, at least to start with. At least some money will come against it. Yes, so the pressure to read something will come with a monetary value in return. And as Marwadi people, that's always double bonus. Yes, so let's do it to that extent. That is all that my request will be to all of you. Is that making sense to everyone?
Yes.
Again, like I've always told you, I'm always available for any doubts, discussions, any other things that you have in challenges. I am going to be thankful for everyone who has been part of the marathon, because I know it has been a struggle to do this for 4 days. It's not been an easy thing, especially when I'm supposed to cover the whole income tax with so many adjustments. Yes, covering up the whole book with marathon, with assignment series, with everything else. It needed an amount of attention from my side, but it needed more amount of patience from your end as well. So you stuck through it till the very end. That itself is a big achievement. That shows the amount of interest and dedication you have to clear. Yes, and that itself is a golden starting point for you to start with. So yes, all the very best for your examinations. Let's make sure that this becomes your let's make sure that this becomes your last attempt for CA Inter, and we join back at CA finals very quickly. Yes, perfect. Thank you, everyone.